Mark Sainer. I founded 361 Firm about 4 or 5 years ago. I'm from Newark, Ohio. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I was a graduate of Denison University, and I received a Battelle Scholarship to keep students in Ohio. And they sort of did. But I went around, I've been to Russia, Europe, Korea, London, came back to New York, where I've been for the last several years. And when I came back, I went to a cliquey event, and I wanted to have the anti-event of that. I wanted events where, and you'll see today, it's not only panelists, but it's interactive Q&A. I was at SALT. I don't want to talk down any, or Milken, and they're great. But what we want to do today is learn from each other. And we do that in a round table. That's the 360 and 361 firm. The other one firm is from Arthur Andersen, where I was a partner. But what we do, we have these 4 constituencies. I was with the family office for 10 years, magical and dysfunctional. So I want more magic. And dysfunctional, it's just a tough, what they're trying to do is to figure out how to invest and how to pursue a philanthropic interest. And I think we can all collaborate and do that better together. And that's really the essence of what we do. We have institutional investors, you'll see, and talent. We talk about talent. Jobs Ohio is going to talk about talent. It's so critical. So we match not just capital, but also talent. And so today, our agenda is, we had the lieutenant governor almost 2 years ago in New York. And, he was, not only well received, I remember one of the things that he had said, basically, I'm 1 or 2 degrees from anybody you want to meet in Ohio. And it was that, everyone just feels like we got to come to Ohio. And I told him, we're going to come to Ohio. We got a little COVID thing that got in the way. We met the day you canceled the Arnold. We were doing the elbows. So we're back. We're excited. And also, with Jobs Ohio, your agenda is very congruent with us, including you notice that there are digital divides, there are inclusion and diversity, also being part of your agenda, which we're proud to be associated with you. So with that, today you're going to have a series of panels and we're going to talk about the future of work and impact, and then industries. So there's going to be a cluster of industries that are in industrials, then consumer, and then tech. And we're going to hear from both those who own companies or run companies, or from Jobs Ohio industry leaders. And then we're going to do breakouts. Some of the rooms, and that's the interactive part. We come back into a town hall debrief where everybody reports back with their key takeaways, and then a nice reception and a nice dinner at Jeff Ruby's, which is my parents' favorite restaurant, and they're joining. We're excited for a lot of activity. And then tomorrow about global perspectives, asset class perspectives, and we take the bus to Cleveland, where I practiced law for 3 years. So I feel like it's my second hometown. So with that, I think we're all honored. Oh, I'm seeing 2 guys, 2 best-dressed people in the room, Joe Jarabek and Vlad Kapustin, who without this, we would not be here. And by the way, this is our 4th Midwest tour, and there will be a 5th and a 6th and a 7th, and some people have never been to the Midwest, or let alone Ohio. So this is a big stepping stone, just one more stepping stone of what we're going to do together. So with that, could I ask the Lieutenant Governor to come speak to us today?
Interestingly enough, the Arnold Sports Festival was just in town over the weekend, so you're back and he's back, right? Great to be with you. My name's John Husted, and I am the Lieutenant Governor of the state of Ohio. And Governor DeWine and I welcome you, and we hope you have a great trip to Ohio. And what I'd like to do this morning is to just give you a little flavor for where we've come as a state and where we are right now, that hopefully will be educational and helpful to you as you do your work. We are, it's very interesting. just so you know a little bit more about my background, I started out in economic development in the Dayton area, grew up in rural Northwest Ohio, and now my family and I live in Columbus. So I've lived in many places in the state. And I'm going to give you a flavor just from some things that I've experienced in my life about how this state has changed during that lifetime. Because when I was just graduating from high school and headed off to college at the University of Dayton, my dad lost his job. He worked in a machine tool factory in rural Northwest Ohio. And at that time, in the mid-1980s, the Midwest was hit pretty hard. Globalization was starting to occur. America had gone sleepy in the manufacturing space, hadn't innovated, and a lot of people were paying the price for it by losing their jobs and businesses closing and shutting down. And my family had to leave Ohio because there were no opportunities for them to get work. It was a difficult time. It was a slow change. And I remember 10 years later, I have a job working in economic development at the Dayton Chamber of Commerce. And I'm in charge of economic development. And I go with a group of people from the Dayton area to South Carolina to visit with a group of site selectors. And we were trying to get on their map. We were trying to sell the Dayton area, sell Ohio, and say, hey, this is the place that you need to come. And we were going through the list. The senior member of the delegation was kind of going through the list of the things, and he's like, one of the site selectors just says, stop, stop. He's like, you're not on our list. He said, Ohio is a dying state. And he said that you got very high taxes, and one of our guys interrupted and said, well, we can give you some. And he's like, just stop. He's like, you're just not the place we're going. And that was tough for me to hear. We have a lot of great entrepreneurs. We have one of the great AI companies, fastest growing AI companies in Olive happening, that's growing right here in Columbus. And we have 2 quantum computers coming to Ohio, one at the Cleveland Clinic to do research, another one at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base for national defense. I don't think there's another state in the country that has that going on. And we also have 3 innovation districts built around healthcare, one in Cleveland, one in Columbus, and one in Cincinnati. The one in Cincinnati, by the way, Ohio is was the only state in the nation that has 2 children's hospitals that are rated in the top 10. One of them's in Cincinnati. And the one in Cincinnati, we're developing a pediatric cancer innovation district there in conjunction with the University of Cincinnati. The innovation district in Columbus is built around cell and gene research and biology. Some amazing things happening here with that as well. And in Cleveland, it's on pathogens. So that when the next COVID-20 hits or whatever it is, we got a solution that was built right here in Ohio. We have all of these things going on. I list those. I could go further. Not only that, we're one of the great logistics state in the country with a lot of great infrastructure, rail, air transportation, roads, all those kinds of things. My point for telling you all this is that we've come a long way over the course of 30 years. Got a little cracky one there. We've come a long way over the course of 30 years. And it didn't happen by accident. It happened because we got intentional about what we wanted to do. We built a great ecosystem for entrepreneurs. We've got a great workforce. We're right centrally located in the middle of the country, which does help. But the things that once worked against us are now working for us. And we are excited about what our future is. We have in the pipeline, JP, I don't know if you're going to go into this. I'm not going to disclose anything because I can't. We have in the pipeline some of the biggest economic development projects in the history of our state that could happen here very soon. Because more and more people are realizing that they want to be in America, they want to produce things in America, and there's no better place to do that than right here in Ohio. So I hope you get a little flavor for what we're trying to accomplish and where we're at. And I hope also that you have a great visit here. Weather's always like this, sunny and pleasant. I'm telling you, the climate change thing is working in our favor. I mean, it's gonna work out for us. But we're doing a lot of wonderful things. Not to mention, we talk about the environment, and I don't mean to joke about it, because one of the things that we are doing that I will mention is that we're a big agricultural state as well. And we have some great environmental programs going on with H2 Ohio to make sure that agriculture and our environment can peacefully coexist with one another, and making sure that we have clean water, because we certainly have a lot of water with Lake Erie, and the great resources that we have there. We're being very sound in that respect. And also, I didn't even mention on the advanced manufacturing front, the largest solar production facility outside of China is going to be right here in Ohio. It is here in Ohio for solar. And there's a lot of great things happening in our state. I hope you have a great trip, and anything that you need. We are very customer service friendly. We are very customer service friendly. We're a friendly place to be. And we welcome you, and we look forward to getting to know many of you much better in the days ahead. Thanks.
So you're in for another real treat. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. So I've heard JP. You know, I'm from Ohio. I've been drinking some Kool-Aid here, and I'm a believer. But there's so many things happening. It's the most dynamic states right now, and largely because of this unique. I was going to call it a platform, but it's really the Jobs Ohio. It has this. The ability to put in debt and equity to help funds and companies, so many initiatives that other states just don't have. We've been traveling, they wish they had a Jobs Ohio. So listen to how unique this is. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today. Interesting listening to the Lieutenant Governor telling that story. For those of us that have been here in Ohio, you know, many of us have a similar story especially in the last 20 to 30 years, as we've watched the state slide, and now we're seeing it for the first time in our lifetime, in our generation, where we can say that Ohio is the future, and not have, at least for the people that know, not have their eyes roll, and hopefully. We'll share some things with you today where you'll see the place to invest, to bring your teams, to bring your talent pool, and your great investment opportunities are right here in Ohio. Next chart, please. Next chart. So what I'd like you to take away of the many things that you're going to hear about today, a little bit about why Jobs Ohio is unique, and why Ohio as a great customer service, business-friendly state, and give you an impression of what's been happening in the last 2 years and what the outlook is for Ohio from an economic perspective. Describe why there's a generational opportunity that we would love you to be a part of, and then have you understand that we do this through partnerships. Yes, Jobs Ohio is a unique platform. It is a unique platform, but Ohio has an effective economic development model because it leverages Jobs Ohio to work very closely with the administration, with the Department of the Development. We have Director Mahalik here. We work as a team, and it's not just lip service. We work very closely together so we can present one face to the customer. So those are the takeaways from today. So a little bit about what Mark was referencing. Jobs Ohio is Ohio's private economic development corporation. Next chart, please. Oh, this didn't translate very well. There are 4 primary attributes that make us different, make the platform different. First, it's got the private structure. It's a C4. It was privatized in 2011. We're in our 10th year. All the board members are appointed by the governor of the state of Ohio, so it's private. I report up through a board. Next chart, please. Number 2, we have a stable funding source. This is very important because many of the deals that we enter into, many of the deals and investments that you make have a long-term strategic outcomes associated with them. We're able to enter into long-term strategic deals because we have a stable source of funding. In 2013, the entity Jobs Ohio went out to the bond markets, raised $1.4 billion, deposited that money into the state treasury. We're still paying on that debt. And we use the profits from Ohio Spiritus Liquor Enterprise to fund our portion of economic development. So stable funding. Next, we have statewide coverage. And we do that through partnerships. There are 6 regional partners that are part of the Jobs Ohio network. They're all independent organizations. Their boards reflect the unique nature and makeup of their public and private sector leadership in each region. And frankly, over 80% of all the deals that we enter into at Jobs Ohio, over 80% of them are existing Ohio businesses from those communities that make the choice to expand here in Ohio versus going to another state or another country to expand. So those partnerships are key. State level of resources, but delivered with a local touch. It's an effective model. And finally, we also have 10, we still maintain a presence in 10 international markets. Those markets are where Ohio has significant foreign direct investment interests. So we make sure for business development purposes, we maintain consulting relationships. They used to formerly be state appointed positions, but now we have consulting relationships. Prior chart, please. But the team at the center of this, the Jobs Ohio team, again, because we are private, because we have stable funding, we pull our economic development team out of the private sector and we turn them into economic developers. So most economic development organizations at the state level are very effective using generalists, but we're able to pull in private sector experienced professionals that are able to negotiate and understand the culture of each of the sectors, maintain relationships with each of the sectors. Some of them are here today. Tyler Alchin, I saw him. Glenn Richardson is here from our manufacturing sector. Next chart, please. All the deals that Jobs Ohio enters into, and each of these deals, not all of them, but almost all of them, there's a component, it's a Jobs Ohio incentive and a State of Ohio incentive. They all produce a return to the state. The way we calculate the return to the state is that from the new tax revenues, or the tax revenues generated by the new jobs always exceed the amount of incentive dollars that went into the deal. So I know we all hear about corporate welfare, terms like that, and throwing money at companies. And to some extent, we are dealing with incentives to get companies to tip the scale toward our state. But when we do it, we only do it when there is a return. There's always a return. And the deals that have been done, next chart please, have exceeded the commitments they've made. So on average, the deals hit break even and pay back in less than 2 years. That might be surprising. When I saw that data, it surprised me. But on average, less than 2 years to get to payback. And you can see for our key metrics, the companies that decide to come here, they're successful here. And they dramatically exceed their commitments in jobs, payroll, and CapEx. So those companies have made the choice to locate their business here or to expand here. Not only have they paid back through the new tax revenues in less than 2 years, but they've exceeded those commitments. So there's a successful track record for the companies that we've entered into agreements with. Next chart, please. Jobs Ohio doesn't deal with the whole economy. And again, that's one of the differences, other than being private, with the state. The state has broader responsibilities than JO. Jobs Ohio deals with 9 sectors plus 1. The plus 1, we just added a military and federal sector, so it's a public sector. The other sectors are private, but you can see about 1/3 of the gross state product, about 1/4 of employment in Ohio, and about 40% of the payroll. And typically, not typically, always, The companies that are in those sectors that we deal with, there is competition with other states. They're typically resilient sectors during downturns, and they're typically higher wage. Next chart. And we've got a wide array of programs, and the scope of programs offered by Jobs Ohio has dramatically expanded during the DeWine-Husted administration, and primarily to meet the demands and the opportunities that have presented themselves in the marketplace. So these are the programs. We have loan and grant programs that target the 9 sectors plus one. So when we attract businesses here or help businesses expand, it's typically through loans, grants, and on the state side, job creation tax credits and other infrastructure vehicles. But we have investment in job-ready sites. The Lieutenant Governor referenced innovation districts. Those innovation districts, while there's $300 million being invested into 3 innovation districts, $100 million each. The other investment, these are catalytic investments. There's an additional $9 billion invested as a result of that catalytic investment. And at the end of a 10-year arc, there'll be an additional close to 50,000 new STEM degreed individuals that'll feed into the workforce. There'll be billions of dollars of additional research that will turn into intellectual property, that will turn into startup businesses, that will scale through the investment of growth capital. Again, we started up a growth capital vehicle that is a sidecar. It's not a fund, it's a sidecar. So as you have opportunities and you're looking for a place to locate or expand your emerging technology business, we have investment vehicles, multitude of them, to help you to be successful here. But there's a broad array of programs. And as we calculate all of these, there's going to be over $40 billion of investment over the next 5 years from all sources. So Ohio is investing, and it's investing strategically, and it's investing big. So next chart, please. In the last 2.5 years, we have, across all these programs, have invested $437 million. That's $37 per capita. Now, we don't invest based on per capita. We invest based on the opportunity. But $437 million has been invested, which is an increase of over 60% from the previous like period. So again, we're investing across those programs we just laid out very strategically. So if you're here to look for opportunities in Ohio, you are here at a very, very good time. And it's what we call a generational opportunity. And I'm going to explain, my definition of why it's a generational opportunity. You heard from the Lieutenant Governor. It was great to hear him share that story because we're all very excited about this, especially those of us that have been in or around economic development, having to deal with a situation that was nearly the opposite of this 20 years ago. So these are the factors. We're getting growing recognition of our business climate. The Lieutenant Governor mentioned all the work that went in, after going out 20 years ago, having to get our business climate to where we were competitive. We are emerging strong from the recent phase of COVID. We're experiencing significant business growth, and our pipeline is even bigger. We'll share a little bit of data on that. There is a post-COVID environmental advantage for Ohio, and we're investing. So the confluence of those 5 factors have created this amazing opportunity. So first, the recognition of the business climate. Now, this has been 20 years in the making. Many leaders, many people, policymakers have gotten to this point. I met the Lieutenant Governor when he was the Speaker of the Ohio House. I've seen him in action being a key leader to make this happen. But there's few examples. He referenced the Governor's Cup. We're number 1 2 consecutive years in the amount of economic development activity. So Ohio's being recognized by businesses out there. Now, there's a Prosperity Cup is essentially the Governor's Cup, but it's more granular on economic factors. And we're number 4 in the country in site-ready programs. Like, the point is, you can see the box to the right. Back in 2010, we were 43rd best states to do business. Now we're 7th, and that number continues to go in the right direction. Next chart. So we're getting recognized for that. We're emerging strong. Here's a few factors that of why we're emerging stronger than we went into the COVID situation. Moody's and CNN have a proprietary formula for how states are coming back to pre-COVID economic conditions. We're at the very top two of the Midwest, depending on the month, and we are in the teens for both of them out of 50 states in our return to pre-COVID conditions. We had a record year for venture capital investing just 3 years ago. We were dead last, 17 out of 17 peer states for early stage venture investing. We had a record year, and we had more than Indiana and Michigan combined, and that number is continuing to go north because for all the additional venture capital that we're investing, we're attracting more investment from external sources, including the coast, but not exclusively for the coast. Record new business filings, and again, the state has been financially responsible, so it's almost a photo negative of what we're seeing happen on the coast. The timing is outstanding for Ohio right now. Next chart, please. And it's reflected in the business that's already been closed this year. So we compared the same period, August 2020 to 2021. Every key metric is up. But I like to look at the customer service. It was a disruptive year last year for everyone. But we had the highest net promoter, which is how we gauge the experience our clients have when they deal with us. The highest score since we've been recording this data, and it's a high score period. Some of the best companies in the world don't have a score that high, so I'm very proud of the team, Jobs Ohio team, and our partners at the Ohio Department of Development. So again, business growth while improving Ohio's reputation as a great state to do business. Next chart. But the pipeline really tells a story. This is business we haven't closed yet, but we're competing for. This is across all sectors and in every region in the state. So it's not focused on one area. But we had the team look back at all the data since Jobs Ohio has existed. For projects with 500 jobs associated with them or more, in an average year, we've competed for 5 of those companies. That's projects that size. Right now, we've got 43 in the pipeline. So this is just a better year or, a bounce back. This is a transformative year that we're seeing. And for projects with 1,000 jobs attached to them or more, a normal year, we've got 2 of those that we're competing for. Right now, we've got 19 of those in our pipeline that we're competing for. So it's an exciting year, and there's a mega project designation. The administration, working with the state legislature, provided us a tool to compete for something called mega projects. It essentially extends the job creation tax credit from 15 years to 30 years. Allows us to compete for really big projects. Those are defined as $1 billion of new CapEx, $75 million of payroll, and an average wage that's at least 3 times that of the minimum wage. In a normal year, we might have 1 of those. We've got 13 of them in the pipeline right now. So it's Ohio is the future, and we say that because we can see it in the pipeline. So in a post-COVID environment, Ohio has an advantage. We have this diverse talent pool, diverse industry base, communities. If you want to live in a suburb, an urban area, or in a rural area, you can live in any of those areas but still commute to the same job and the same company. Can't do that in some of the larger states with more congestion. So it's this balance of affordability, quality of life, location. You're all looking for it. We've got the data that shows just how attractive that is, and it's becoming for individuals and for businesses. Next chart. And we're seeing it in, that's supposed to be a map of the U.S. under there, but we're seeing it in the governor reference companies coming from the coast, expanding away from the coast. And we can see we've already closed business for 25 companies, and our pipeline has more than double of that in the pipeline today. And next chart, please. And we're seeing with reshoring, again, in this post-COVID environment, this phenomenon of reshoring. Last summer, when we started looking at this, we weren't sure if it was really going to happen. And what we're seeing now with business that we've already closed, 5 companies and businesses in our pipeline, it's reshoring and onshoring is absolutely happening, and it's real. And some of the largest economic development projects that the Lieutenant Governor referenced, we're competing for those right now, and they would change Ohio for the next 75 years. But yeah, it's supposed to be a nice map of the world there. Imagine a map of the world with boats and airplanes. All right, next chart. And on top of all this, during the downturn, Ohio continued and will continue to invest big and strategically, and I won't go through each of these, but that investment is coming across all those different initiatives. So that's probably a good time to break. But the takeaways, well, Jobs Ohio is unique. Ohio is a great place and business-friendly place to do business, as evidenced by our net promoter score, that we've got a generational opportunity and that Ohio is the future. That's evidenced by the business we've already closed and our pipeline, and we would love you to be part of it. We've got several colleagues from our sector teams here today to talk to you about both the programs and the nature of our 9+1 resilient economic sectors. And we want your business. We want you to do business here in Ohio, and we appreciate you being here today. Thank you for the opportunity.
JP, could you stay just for a moment? Just any questions? Please.
Hi, Janan George from North Carolina. I wonder how you're addressing the workforce training, cross-training, or how are you addressing with all of the new manufacturing reshoring? Are you finding issues with that, and how are you addressing that? Thanks.
Well, to say that, yes, we are addressing it, and to say that it's not a challenge here would be not be telling the truth. It's a challenge here. It's a challenge everywhere. But we have established systems and modernized those systems to help upskill people and train people. I'm going to just give you a couple of examples. We put $41 million into the state budget this year to literally pay high schools incentive bonuses for increasing the number of student graduates with in-demand certifications. Meaning, if your high school, our goal is to move that from 49,000 in-demand credentials produced last year to 70,000 next year. Literally, we'll pay the high schools to make sure the robotics program is full, to make sure that the construction trades program is full, all of those kinds of things that we believe are going to move the needle on that. We have a robust community college system in our state, and where essentially you can go and earn industry credentials or degrees very quickly through that. But I'll give you the one program that I think is going to have the most impact, and that is our program we call Tech Cred. And the idea behind Tech Cred was essentially, and this is true of the whole country. I was just with a bunch of governors, lieutenant governors the other day. We all have the same issues. You can't create the workforce you need with just high school and college graduates. You've got to upskill the people who are already in the workforce. So what we're doing is through the Tech Cred program, if you're a business owner, and we will pay you to upskill your workforce up to $2,000 for a short-term credential. And essentially how it works is like this. You say, hey, I need a dozen CNC machinists. I've got some good workers over here. They're low skill. I need to move them into be higher skill. You pick the employees. You pick the training provider. You apply for the grant. It's so easy to do. This is one of the things that I want to make sure it's just no friction. It's just you apply, you pick it, you enroll them, and once they earn the credential, we reimburse you up to $2,000. And it's usually credentials that you can earn in weeks. I'm going to give you one example of something we just stood up recently. Everybody talks about how we're going to pass this infrastructure bill this week, right? And we're going to have all of this money to build broadband. Who's going to build it? We think we're going to throw billions of dollars at this and workers are just going to pop up. We created programs where we can help people go to school at night, 2 nights a week, 3 hours to become broadband technicians so that they can go to work within, and the program takes 6.5 weeks, and we'll have you trained to be a broadband tech and go to work and make, on average about $60,000. So we're doing those kinds of things to take people who are already in the workforce and get them the right kind of skills so that we all have the workforce we need.
Scott?
So we've heard a lot about reshoring and high-tech in Ohio. Thank you. I'm curious if you have any thoughts on how to make use of available industrial capacity from previous Ohio successes in the last century, perhaps, and how entrepreneurship support is engendered with small business as well.
Well, I'll let JP talk about the site program that they have, but I will tell you about something that Governor DeWine and I did, and Director Mahalik is leading the program. We put, what do we have? $500 million in the budget for demolition and and brownfield reclamation, so that we're cleaning up the places that were once used to make sure that we can take advantage of the existing infrastructure that's there, prepare more and more job-ready sites in areas that we know there's a workforce already available, so that we don't have to just build things from scratch, that we can take things that are already there. You reduce the cost of site preparation when you have all the infrastructure already built, and so we're doing a great deal. We're doing a great deal of that. JP, why don't you talk about what Jobs Ohio's doing on that front?
One of
too?
the areas we're investing is in job-ready sites. Jobs Ohio's portion of that's catalytic, both brown and greenfield. We're investing $250 million over 5 years. We anticipate that will attract an additional $2.25 billion from other sources, both private and public. And that includes, reclamation of existing facilities, existing infrastructure. A great success story is with Fuyao Glass, a former GM facility. We marketed that facility, put resources in to make sure it was usable by a client, but we're going to be investing aggressively. Terry Slayball leads that program for us. I don't believe he's here today, but significant investment.
I will also add that we passed infrastructure funding at the state level many years ago, several years ago, I should say. So we have a very robust infrastructure program, and then we also are using some of our federal funds for water and sewer projects for expansion of those things, so that when people are ready to go, whether that's for housing or for commercial use, that we have the infrastructure in place.
If I could just follow up on that really quickly. So I heard several things very promising, specifically though to small business and your adjacent agricultural communities. I'm wondering if anyone has touched on the power of industrial hemp for both reclamation, greenfield development, and economic development in general. Has that been brought up to your office yet?
We have some industrial hemp operations going on in Ohio, but I can't tell you that I am well connected to all the details of how that's working.
We can talk later.
Absolutely.
Good morning, Sam Cashy from Chicago. Thanks for being here. Environment, social, and governance is more than a trend. It's really a foundational for our future of our economy, especially for people who are looking for jobs. Younger folks are really concerned about their employers being aware. What is the state of Ohio doing in terms of helping companies be prepared and actually engage in ESG? Thanks.
Well, I don't know that that's our role. You can convince me about why it is, but what we're doing in Ohio is trying to get people educated, have great infrastructure, creating a great business environment for people, and being responsive to what businesses tell us they need. We have a great public education system. We have a lot of private education options. And what companies, the corporate culture within a side of a company in one community might be different than it's another, and we don't dictate those terms. They tell us what we want, and we try to be responsive. JP, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
So with regard to underrepresented population groups and underrepresented geographies, we have programs to make sure we can connect with those areas and those groups. But beyond that, we're not involved in a role to you're talking about sustainability the philosophy of sustainability and how we're dealing with that in aggregate. Is that what you're asking?
It's also governance, data governance, it's social, and doing like certified B corporations, helping companies be profitable, but doing good as a part of their DNA. It's okay. I mean, it's a very new trend. So it's just something that investors are starting to look at. And so if you are on the leading edge here, it could be like a magnet pulling, and it takes friction out of your investors' kind of way to help them move faster.
Well, I'd be interested to learn more. We've got several of our colleagues here today. We'd be interested in learning more if you want to share.
Yeah, we have. I mean, look, I mentioned a little earlier about some of the things we're doing on the environmental front with H2 Ohio and other things, but we're always willing to listen. But it's we've mostly been focused on trying to give everybody an opportunity to live their version of the American dream, whatever that is, and people define that differently.
No, and you've got a lot of great. You've been focused on the digital divides and some of the other programs. So
Well, if you're talking about on the job training side and look, when we talk about inclusiveness, that's a lot of people. That's poor people that live in Appalachia. That's people that live in our inner cities. It's people that live all over the place, and we're trying to lift them up in every way that we can. And by the way, I always make the argument, it's people can talk about how it's social good, but it's economic good. We want everybody to be productive and live up to their potential, their God-given potential. Because, look, we just had a conversation. Is it good for the economy when you have a workforce? Yes. And what's that mean? That means that we need more non-traditional students in STEM. We have a lot of efforts in that space. There are a lot of things like that we do, but we do it in a way that meets people where they live, and it's not we don't dictate to them. We help them achieve what they want to achieve. We don't dictate to them about that's what you got to do. We'll just say, if you want to do something, you tell us what that is, and we'll help you do it.
I know you're pinched on time, so and we have Lydia here also to shed light on her perspective. So thank you very much, Lieutenant Governor JP.
Absolutely, thank you.
So Lydia, you're an important part of this equation.
Well, thank you very much. Well, good morning. It's really hard not to get excited when you hear the Lieutenant Governor and JP talk about all of the amazing things that are going on here in the state of Ohio. My name's Lydia Mihalik, and I have the amazing pleasure of serving with Governor DeWine and Lieutenant Governor Husted as the director of the Ohio Department of Development. And prior to accepting this role in state government, I actually served as the mayor of the city of Findlay in Northwest Ohio. So I come at this position a little differently than maybe some of my predecessors, but nonetheless, I do it from a position of public service, and I've really enjoyed working with the team in the DeWine Husted administration. And my goal here really today is just to kind of give you, again, a flavor similar to what the Lieutenant Governor talked about. We cover a lot at the Department of Development. We are responsible for traditionally investing about $1 billion every year in businesses, individuals, and communities across the state of Ohio. But COVID and all of the incredible dollars that have been flowing through to the states since the pandemic has given us a little bit more than that. And so I think we're in excess of about $3 billion at this point, and we're doing it very judiciously in a responsible way. But it's obviously given us a way to look at what perhaps maybe the state of Ohio is missing in terms of its gaps. And the Lieutenant Governor talked a little bit about what we have been doing with some of those federal dollars. Broadband, obviously, is something that is a great opportunity for us. We're going to put a little more than $250 million in broadband into areas that are either unserved or underserved across the state. That certainly doesn't take care of the issue here in the state of Ohio, but it's a great down payment, and we're really looking forward to getting that done. Really, the way I look at it is taking care of those things that we need to in order to create and continue to foster this environment that's conducive for investment. And we've done a really good job of that, I think so. Over the last several years, you can see it in the numbers. There's a ton of third-party validation in the many things that we've been able to do here in the state of Ohio. I think when you take a look at whether or not Ohio is a safe investment, it absolutely is, and there's an opportunity here for a return on that investment. But what can we do to continue to prepare for the future? And so my hope here in the next couple of minutes is to talk to you a little bit about what Ohio is doing in terms of our startup community. So at Development, we have a lot of different programs, but one of those programs happens to be the Ohio Third Frontier program. And the Ohio Third Frontier program is a program that started back in 2002. It's about a $2.1 billion economic development initiative that was approved by the taxpayers that really was an opportunity for the state to create new technology-based companies. And it's actually coming towards its conclusion, and we're really excited about what the next chapter of Ohio's Third Frontier could potentially be. But it's really provided the state with an opportunity to continue to drive Ohio's expanding, vibrant community of tech-based companies, tech-based high-growth technology companies, and again, helping to foster making Ohio a leading destination for entrepreneurs. So, as we kind of look at what maybe perhaps the next chapter of Ohio entrepreneurship is, and what those new technologies could be as people are looking to reshore or onshore, in terms of small business look, the small business look is here in the state. Is there a way for Third Frontier to be a part of that? People are like, well, what is Third Frontier? If you're not familiar necessarily with the state of Ohio, well, what is Ohio? What is Ohio Third Frontier, and how did it get its name? Well, if you look around here, of course, we've got a lot of really cool, exciting, and progressive things happening, particularly in the Columbus area. But Ohio's first frontier, of course, was agriculture. If you take a look at what Ohio's second frontier was, it was industry. And Third Frontier, of course, we love to say, is technology with a real focus on commercialization. We love to say that Ohio has innovation in its DNA. The Wright brothers in terms of aviation, Thomas Edison in terms of all of his great inventions, and Ohio Third Frontier funds a ton of innovative ideas and technology companies throughout their stages of development, really helping entrepreneurs develop those ideas and connecting them with venture capital and getting their ideas and things to market. Third Frontier focuses on particularly on startups. We have our partners at Jobs Ohio, obviously, to help them as they continue to grow. We have a great network of entrepreneurial service programs throughout the state that help get them into different stages. And we have a huge network of venture capital firms throughout the state as well. As you see, as JP talked about earlier, we continue to grow and bring more money into the state to help drive that growth and bring them into success. We've got lots of resources within Third Frontier, including Pre-Seed and TVSF. And Third Frontier Pre-Seed and Seed Plus Fund Capitalization Program was really developed to help capitalize professionally managed early stage investment funds out of those ESPs across the state. Rev 1, if you are familiar here in the Columbus area, is one that's very, very successful. And they really help, again, support those promising startup technology companies here in Ohio. We have our Tech Validation and Startup Fund, or again, TVSF, which commercializes technology coming from Ohio universities and research institutions. A ton of very successful technologies that have come out of those, great institutions throughout the state, Ohio University, and others since 2012. That particular program's funded more than $35 million in almost 250 projects to really help commercialize that technology out of those different universities and research organizations and help leverage more than $200 million in outside investment. And these projects have really resulted in hundreds of new and pending patents across a whole host of industries, including biomedical, advanced manufacturing, agribusiness, fuel cells, solar cells, et cetera. We've got some great third frontier company success stories that you might be familiar with. In the Northeast, we've got Medpilot. It's a startup that specializes in medical billing. It's an outcome of the world-class healthcare ecosystem centered in Cleveland. We talked a little bit about that earlier. Medpilot came to Ohio from New York. It's attracted funding from the Cleveland-based sources as part of a $3.5 million raise over the last few years. We know that startups like this are going to benefit from the Cleveland Innovation District that the Lieutenant Governor mentioned. It's a classic third frontier success story, and it received a pre-seed investment. There's a company that's not too far from my hometown in Findlay called Crush Proof Tubing. It's actually out of Macomb. It started in 1949. It had some really modest roots, but they really reimagined themselves back in 2018, and now they're a global leader in rubber technology, supplying industries like the medical industry, military, aerospace, and scuba diving. And the state of Ohio is supporting Crush Proof Tubing and helping its exports using an international market access grant. Root Insurance had some success out of the third frontier. We've got another one. Of course, we talked about Root earlier. Stratacash is a digital signage company out of West Central Ohio. Has a huge building in downtown Dayton, acquired multiple other companies, employs hundreds of individuals.
Lydia,
digital
sorry.
signs. Oh, I'm sorry.
I would stay and listen to you all day.
But you can't.
I can't.
Okay, great.
I gotta
Good to
keep
know.
it on.
We'll keep moving.
We drove
Here's
through
the
Findlay.
point. Here's the point. We have lots going on in the state of Ohio. We would love to talk to you more about what those are. I'll have our contact information for you so that you can reach out to us. But Ohio's a great place to do business. We've got a great environment. We're going to continue to win, and we want to continue to win with you and run up the score on the rest of the country. So thank you so much for your time and attention.
Beautiful. Thank you. So by tradition, we have a Cal Ripken of sorts for every week for 75, 76 weeks. Stephen Burke, CEO of ARS, has told us about a macroeconomic theme. A little shout out to Stephen Burke there. And so today he's going to introduce Edward Yardeni, who many of you might know, and I think you're going to really enjoy the next hour. Well, there'll be a lot of Q&A. Fred Greer, who's the CIO of Carillion Clinic, a $3 billion healthcare institution in Virginia, also a fellow Denison alum, will join on to tee up some questions. So over to you, Stephen Burke.
Thanks, Mark. And good morning, and thank you, Ed, for joining us today. So as we know, 2020 was a head-spinning year, and the last month or two have really thrown some curveballs our way, and whether it's the Chinese government putting on their regulations or DC doing what they're doing. So the question is, will the economic and financial outlook be just as crazy for the rest of the decade, or can we look forward to more turbulent times, or less turbulent times? Dr. Ed will provide us a balanced view of the opportunities and risks that are likely to lie ahead. While there are certainly ongoing concerns about the health pandemic, political partisanship, and other challenges weighing on our economy, Dr. Ed will explain why he believes the remainder of the current decade might turn out to be the roaring 2020s. So among the issues to be discussed will be how long will the expansion last, will inflation, which is a big issue for everyone. Thanks, Mark. Inflation is going to be one of the things he talks about, and that's the two sides of the coin, right? How well are we going to do, and will inflation be persistent? Let me give you a little bit of Dr. Ed's background. He's the president of Yardeni Research and a provider of global investment strategies and asset allocation analysis and recommendations. He previously served as the chief investment strategist of Oak Associates, Prudential Equity Group, and Deutsche Bank's U.S. Equities Division in New York City. He was also the chief economist of C.J. Lawrence, Prudential-based Securities, and E.F. Hutton. He taught at Columbia University's Graduate School of Business and was an economist with the Federal Reserve of New York. He has held positions at the Federal Reserve Board of Governors and the U.S. Treasury Department in Washington, D.C. Dr. Ed earned his Ph.D. in economics from Yale University in 1976, having completed his doctoral dissertation under Nobel laureate James Tobin. And previously, he received his master's degree in international relations from Yale University. He completed his undergraduate studies magna cum laude at Cornell University. He's frequently quoted in the financial press, including Wall Street Journal, Financial Times, New York Times, Washington Post, and Barron's, and was dubbed Wall Street Seer in a Barron's cover story. He appears frequently on CNBC, Bloomberg Television, Fox Business News. He also has a media blog that is well worth following. In 2018, Dr. Ed published Predicting the Markets, a professional autobiography, which is rated 4.2 on Amazon. And in this book, he shares his unique insights into predicting the trends and cycles in the domestic and global economies and financial markets, including stocks, bonds, commodities, and currencies, based on his first 40 years on Wall Street. In 2020, he published Fed Watching for Fun and Profit, which is also rated 4.2. In this guide, Dr. Ed, one of the world's most experienced and widely followed Fed watchers, helps investors understand the FOMC's decision-making process, anticipates its moves, and profit from those insights. Dr. Ed is also LinkedIn's 2019 Top Voices on the Economy and Finance, and you can sign up for his complimentary trial of his research, and it's something we use every day. It's the first thing I read. Fortunately, Ed's put it out at night, so I get it early release. And with that, Ed, I'll turn it over to you. And just before we start, if you have questions and you're on Zoom, please put them in the chat. For audio purposes, we want to make sure we get the questions right and keep it moving. And Ed's going to speak for a few minutes, and then we'll take questions after. So, Ed, thank you.
Thank you. Steve, is the audio okay? You hear me without an echo and everything's nice and clean? Video's all right? Good. It's nice to know. All right. Well, Steve and Mark, thank you for inviting me to join your conference. I appreciate the opportunity. It's also nice to be back in Ohio. I grew up in Cleveland, Ohio, went to elementary school there, and then my folks decided to move on to California. And then between 2004 and 2006, I worked with Jim Olschlager over in Oak Associates in Akron, Ohio, and that was my one experience on the buy side. I've been on the sell side all of my career, but a couple of years with Oak. So I feel your pain. Sometimes when the markets aren't going in our favor. Appreciate the difficulty of the job you folks who are investment managers do for your different account bases. Well, let's get into it. I think that it's pretty clear to me that since the beginning of last year, we've been in a world war against a virus. And in all wars, especially ones of this magnitude, there tend to be more than one front. And in this case, we've got three fronts. We have the health front, we have the financial front, and we have the economic front. And we've made a lot of progress in all three. The health front, we still have, obviously the pandemic isn't over. And our initial reaction was to lock down the economy. It might have kept quite a few people from getting sick, but we all got sick with cabin fever in March and April of last year. And once the lockdown restrictions were eased, we saw that the pandemic stayed with us. There was another wave last summer, and then the first wave really was the one that started basically in February, and I think for all practical purposes, it lasted through the spring. Then we had one that really hit us hardest at the end of last year and early this year, and now we've got a third wave that seems to be cresting when you look at the positive cases. Let's let's go and look at some charts here, which will make it easier to kind of sort through some of these concepts. So here we go. Here's the waves. As you can see, we had, I would say this is sort of the first wave. This is the second wave. And now we're in the third wave, and it seems to be cresting, which is great. Of course, the vaccines were produced in remarkable short order by historical standards, and people are getting vaccinated. And to the extent that that's happening, that should help to get us past this pandemic. Then again, we are sort of learning to live with this virus the way we live with the flu and other viruses. So it may never be over, but in terms of its impact on the economy, I think we've learned that the obvious, and that is if you lock down an economy, you get a terrible recession, which is what you see here in real GDP. Real GDP fell dramatically. It was a terrible, terrible recession. But it only lasted 2 months. It was March and April during the lockdowns. And that had an impact in making the official recession the first quarter and the second quarter. Then we had a remarkable recovery. Within about 12 months, we saw the economy completely recover in real GDP terms back to where it had been before the pandemic. And now I think we're settling down to going back to the trend. So I do think the economy is slowing down to growth rates of 3 to 4% in the second half of the year. Some people are concerned that we may be losing the consumer, but we're really not losing the consumer. What we're seeing is that a lot of demand for goods, pent-up demand for goods, was satisfied during the in the months after the lockdown was lifted, and so we are seeing some weakness in retail sales because they're rose to all-time record highs in the middle of the recession and in the middle of the recovery, and now we're sort of paying the price for that. That left inventory is extremely lean, especially among retailers, and so I do think we're going to see some inventory rebuilding. Some companies might actually welcome some slowdown in their sales to the extent that they didn't really like telling people, sorry, we can't meet your needs right away. It'll be a 3-month wait. To the extent that things slow down, we should see less of that. We should see an opportunity for inventory rebuilding, and that'll be a source of economic growth. So will capital spending. Capital spending has been on fire. We had some data today on non-defense capital goods orders, very, very strong. It's clear that companies are continuing to spend quite a bit on expanding and improving the efficiency of their capacity. And a good chunk of that is in technology. And we'll get to the impact on the economy of that in a minute. So here we have personal income versus personal income excluding government support. So without government support, you can see that personal income took a big dive during the recession. However, the checks were so large that the government sent, the fiscal response was so awesome, unusually awesome, nothing even close to it, for example, during the great financial crisis, that personal income actually went up in a recession. And then it went up again with the checks. I think now we sort of get back to the trend of personal income growth, and it will be slower than the recovery numbers that we had seen. I mentioned the consumer, the importance of the consumer. One of the ways to relieve cabin fever once the lockdowns were over is to go shopping. It releases dopamine and makes us feel good. In May, early May, it was spring, and we were here locked up in the house with some family members and a few dogs. And once the lockdowns were lifted, we gradually started going out. My wife went to a garden center in early May, bought a patio set so we could at least enjoy the fresh air in the backyard and have some meals together. And the salesperson said it's the last patio set they had in stock because demand for anything outdoors just absolutely exploded. And so you can see that in the personal income data here. Personal consumption absolutely soared to new highs in the face of this pandemic. Services was held back by social distancing restrictions, but it's made a good comeback. And all in all, consumption is at a record high, which is, again, quite impressive. Also helping the recovery was what happened in housing. We had a dramatic drop in housing activity during the pandemic, during this pandemic lockdowns. Then when they were lifted, we saw a tremendous change of mind here. A lot of people said, well, maybe I don't want to rent in the city. Maybe this house is too small. I need something bigger that's got an office, maybe something with a swimming pool in the back for the kids. And so we had this tremendous increase. That led to a tremendous increase in home prices, 20%, and priced a lot of first-time would-be buyers out of the market. And so now I think we're sort of paying the price for that. But the reality is there, we know there's shortages of everything. There's also shortages of inventory in the housing market. So that probably has some importance in terms of rent inflation and the CPI and the consumption deflator. I think we are going to see rent inflation making a comeback. So that's something to consider when we discuss inflation. The good news is that the pandemic accelerated the pace at which companies have been implementing plans to incorporate all sorts of technologies into their operations. And to a large extent, a lot of companies had to do it very, very quickly, but it certainly made us realize that technology is a very important component of how we do business. And then as the pandemic wore on, but without the lockdowns, and business started to really improve a lot for a lot of different kinds of businesses, we started to realize there's also a shortage of labor. And that shortage of labor, people have come up with all sorts of explanations. There isn't necessarily any one unique explanation, but it does make sense that the $300 per week of federal support might have encouraged some people not to go looking for work, but to stay unemployed and collect those benefits. Those came to an end on September 6th. So in the next month or two, we'll get some indication of whether employment is picking up. We know that there's a record number of jobs out there, over 10 million. And so, and that well exceeds the number of unemployed. So that's one possibility. Another is that childcare and elder care support has been very difficult and very expensive. Now the government just came up with a increase in the child care child tax credit. Maybe that'll provide some money for people for child care. But also a lot of people in that industry have dropped out. So it's hard to find people. Again, labor shortages in that area. So I think that the underlying reason for this labor shortage is demography. The labor force isn't growing very rapidly because the population, especially the working age population, isn't growing very rapidly. We did actually have some support for the labor force in baby boomers like myself working beyond the traditional retirement age of 65. But maybe with the pandemic, some of them thought about the meaning of life and what they wanted to do in the future. And some of them may have just said, you know what, it's time to retire. Let's go travel. Let's do something else. Then again, baby boomers are aging like everybody else. And so we may see more and more of the baby boomers retiring. But the pace at which we're replacing them with younger people is about even. As a matter of fact, the labor force, 16 years or older, is only growing like 0.5% right now. So I think we started to get a glimpse of the labor shortages before the pandemic. The unemployment rate got to 3.5% down in early 2020. So I think now there's an increasing recognition that maybe these labor shortages are chronic, that they're going to be with us for a long time, and that businesses have to use technology to augment, not to replace. Workers are not replaceable. Everybody's hugging them and trying to make them feel good and trying to encourage them to stay and not go somewhere else or quit and move to another career. So there's a tremendous appreciation of the need to keep your workers and make them happy. And of course, some of that has to do with raising their wages, providing them with tuition support, and so on. And we know that big companies like Amazon and Walmart, JP Morgan are all doing those kind of things. And nevertheless, businesses realize that if they can't get more workers and they got to work hard to keep their workers, they at least have to pay them more. They have no choice but to augment their productivity, their mental and physical productivity. And today we have the technologies that we've never had before that can do both. In the past, a lot of technologies really augmented the physical productivity of workers. Arguably, the tech revolution of the 1990s helped on the mental productivity of workers. But most of that technology, the big clunky PCs sitting on desks with software that had to be manually rebooted, they were really good at word processing. So they replaced electric typewriters, and they were pretty good at Excel spreadsheets. And if you had businesses that needed that kind of technology, it certainly improved your productivity. But it wasn't a broad-based technological revolution that affected and could be used by all businesses. In 2006, Amazon introduced the Amazon Cloud. We've been on the cloud since 2011. My company has been virtual since 2007. So welcome to my world. We have thousands of charts that are automatically updated by our system, which sends a message on I think every second to our data vendors. Anything new, any data that we use, let us know if there's an update. If there is, a system brings it right in, updates these kind of charts that you're looking at, and puts them in the proper chart book and loads them up on the website. So it is kind of an artificial intelligence system, if you will, crude, but it's been great for us. So we kind of view Yardeni Research as a tech company. We obviously, our bread and butter is providing strategy and economic insights to institutional investors, but in many ways, we couldn't do what we're doing without being a tech company. So as investors, I strongly recommend that whatever you have in your portfolios, look at it. And if they're not tech companies, maybe you want to get rid of them. And by that, I don't mean they have to actually make technology. They can also use technology. Companies have to use technology to increase their efficiency, the way they do things. If they don't do it, their competitors will do it and put them out of business. So I think that we could be in the early stages of the roaring 2020s. In the 1920s, we know there's tremendous technological innovations that increased productivity, standard of living increased dramatically. Stock market obviously did very well. I'm not going to tell you that the stock market still has 1920s roaring environment ahead of it. I think we've roared quite a bit, and I think from here on, we're more likely to increase at the same pace as earnings, which should be about 6 to 8%. The stock market has doubled from March 23rd through August 16th of this year. I will guarantee you it will not double again in the next 12 to 18 months. But the background for the market, for earnings, for economic growth should be quite good if I'm right about productivity. So take a look here at figure 8. I have to wet my whistle. I hope you're not hearing the lawnmower in the background. Forgot the gardener decided that Mondays was a good time to come here. I always liked it better when it was Fridays, but let me know if there's, I guess right now he's quiet. So productivity, let's look at the red line. Now, bear with me here. What I'm doing here is taking the 20-quarter% change, the 5-year percent change at an annual rate in productivity, just to smooth it out and to get the underlying trends, both cyclical and secular. Well, there really isn't any secular trend in a growth rate of productivity, but certainly is cyclical. And what you can see is that there was a productivity boom here in the 40s and 50s. It's the red line, remember? There was another productivity boom here in the 60s. There was a productivity bust in the mid-60s to the early 1980s. Minor little productivity boom here. And then a big boom here. Again, those are the clunky PCs with Microsoft and other sorts of softwares. It was great, but it wasn't a big booster for productivity other than in some industries. Then we had the productivity growth rate come down a lot. And we bottomed here at the end of 2005, and we're already up at 2%. So we're already in a productivity boom, if you will. And when I tell people that productivity could jump to 4 to 4.5% on a 5-year trailing basis over the rest of this decade, or second half of the decade at least, they unless they see this chart, they say it's impossible. No way that's possible. But you can see that previous productivity booms have in fact been around the 3.5 to 4.5 range. And I think the technology revolution that we're in now has the potential to at least match that, if not actually exceed that. I mean, you can't get a better story than that for the economic outlook. If productivity makes that kind of comeback, it's great for hourly compensation, for purchasing power, for real pay per worker. And that's very important, because if we don't have growth in the labor force, we're not going to have much growth in consumer spending, unless the consumers are getting significant increases in their wages relative to prices. If they get big increases in wages and prices completely match those or exceed it, then they're not going to do well at all. It's going to be a wage price spiral, which is the 70s scenario. So the alternative to the roaring 2020 scenario is in fact the great inflation of the 1970s. What are the chances that that could happen? Well, you can put your own subjective probabilities to these two scenarios. Right now, I'm saying 65% for the roaring 2020s with productivity making a comeback, and then 35% for the great inflation of the 2020s, kind of similar to this. Now, again, one of the huge differences between what I think is ahead of us in the red line here and what happened back here is that here productivity collapsed. Now, right around the late 70s, I joined the labor market as a baby boomer. Baby boomers started to stream into the labor force in the 70s, and the growth rate of the population was of the labor force population was about 2.5 to 3%. So there's lots of labor force growth, a lot of baby boomers coming in, participation rate of baby boom women in the labor force increased, smart people, well-educated, but inexperienced and not that productive, but they were relatively cheap. That was one of the reasons that productivity came down. There were plenty of others. There were cost of living adjustments in labor contracts, including productivity clauses where they automatically got increases no matter what productivity was doing. But for whatever reasons, I think there's also a lot of bad luck. Nixon decided to take us off the gold window in the early 70s. So the dollar took a dive, commodity prices soared, oil prices soared, food prices soared. Everything that could go wrong kind of went wrong in the 70s. Now, it's conceivable that we'll have bad luck again this time, in addition to bad policymaking. So what could go wrong? Well, let's watch commodity prices very closely. I think that China's problems may actually be an important development here in keeping a lid on inflation, particularly commodity prices. So we'll see how that plays out. But I am watching commodity prices very, very closely. The wage market is very important, just the way it was in the 70s. But in the 70s, we had a wage price spiral. Any big increase in gasoline prices, in food prices, went straight into wages of labor unions with cost of living adjustments. We don't have that now, but we certainly have a tremendous labor shortage, where only a year ago, there was a debate on whether companies should pay a living wage of $15 an hour. And there was a lot of resistance by businesses to that. And here we are a year later with a labor market this tight, and suddenly $15 an hour seems to be the market price for labor. But again, if you want to go out of business, raise wages and don't increase productivity. If you have to pay your workers more, you have to increase their productivity. So those are the two alternative scenarios. That also leads me to put some probabilities on inflation. Is inflation going to be transitory, the way Fed Chair Powell thinks? I just came up with a title for my piece, I think tomorrow or the next day, called Is Powell Transitory? In other words, will he be reappointed? I'm not so sure he will be. But he's taking the position that there's this base effect on inflation, and that The problem with the base effect is it makes sense if you're doing year-over-year comparisons, March, April, May, June, July, but we're getting August, September data up ahead here, and if it doesn't show a significant improvement in wage inflation, I'm sorry, in price inflation, then I think the base effect story would lose some of its credibility. Now, in my roaring 2020 story with productivity making a huge comeback, productivity is what keeps inflation down and allows real wages to go up. So I guess I'm sympathetic to the transitory, but I'm thinking maybe a little bit more persistent, and we'd maybe looking at, I don't know, 3.5%, 4%, 4.5%, maybe even 5% inflation through the end of the year. And then by early next year, maybe we get down to 2.5% to 3%, and maybe we kind of lock that in the second half of next year. Big bet on productivity making a comeback, but it's not that big a bet because it's already been making a comeback, and I think the pandemic accelerated it. The other choice is the great inflation of the 70s. So to be consistent with my two scenarios, I would say that the chances that inflation will be transitory or a little persistent is 65%, the same as my roaring 2020 scenario. And the chances that inflation will be chronic, a real problem, creating maybe even a stagflationary environment, is something that would get a 35% probability. Having said all that, I am becoming somewhat concerned about some recent developments that we're seeing on the inflation front. I do think the base effect inflation will come down, but I do think that rent inflation will be going up. Home prices are up 20%. It's turned off a lot of would-be buyers. They're going back to their landlord, and the landlord is saying, fine, we'll come back, but there's been a rent increase. And I'm hearing that anecdotally more and more, and we're seeing some signs of that in the CPI numbers that are coming out. The other worrisome development is in the energy patch. And without taking a position one way or the other or starting a fist fight over climate change, let me just say this. Climate change activists have been very successful in getting us off our addiction to fossil fuel. We've seen them put a couple of board members on Exxon. That was a huge development because it sends a message to other companies that if they don't toe the line on reducing their carbon footprint, that they are vulnerable to having new members on their board that aren't necessarily to their liking or aren't going to necessarily like their current business model, and will put a lot of pressure on them to change anyways. So there is a lot of pressure on energy companies to stop drilling, to stop looking for product. That's fine if the transition is smooth between fossil fuels and renewable sources. But we're seeing a cautionary tale in Europe where gas prices have soared, the shortages of gas is creating a real problem for the business environment there. And some of that has to do with the fact that there's less supply available. And the world seems to be getting a little competitive here in terms of LNG, and Japan wants it, Brazil wants it. So prices have gone up. That's inflationary. It's stagflationary to the extent that rising prices, especially shortages of fuel, make it harder to produce things. So it's something that I'm certainly aware of and watching carefully, watching natural gas prices. And the winter hasn't even started. So we'll see how that unfolds. But energy crises have in the past led recessions. I don't see a recession at this point, but it's something I'm concerned about. And that obviously goes into the concern about the great inflation of the 1970s. Let me briefly discuss China, then let's open it up for some discussion. Where we may actually get some relief, as I mentioned, is in commodity prices as China's economy is worn down by some of the issues that have become rather important. This is a chart of the trade-weighted dollar versus the Goldman Sachs commodity index is the blue line. And I think it's possible here that commodity prices are peaking because China's Evergrande's just the tip of the iceberg for the problems that China has with its property market. It's probably the biggest real estate bubble of all times. Chinese bank credit is up from $5 trillion in 2008 to $30 trillion now. It's never been anything quite like it. So they financed a great deal of their growth with credit. Of course, they have more control over their economy and their banks and their bankruptcy proceedings, and they're able to restructure things in a way that might be quicker and more efficient than we've seen in our system. But nevertheless, they do have a big property real estate bubble, and they do have a tremendous amount of credit overhang. It's credit crunches, sometimes combined with energy crisis, that cause recessions. So China could have a recession, which would be a shock over there. China could have falling home prices, which creates tremendous social instability. So the Communist Party there is going to do everything they can to manage a soft landing. But we'll see whether they're any better at it than we were back in 2008, 2009. So I think China's got problems. And by the way, China's problems relate to their demography. Everything they're doing relates to their demography. China, like everybody else that saw urbanization, saw a decline in their fertility rate. In agricultural economies, people need a lot of kids. They have an economic value. In an urban setting, kids are just expensive. They're all cost and no economic value, unless you expect them to take care of you in your old age. But there's certainly not an incentive to have a lot of kids, no place to put them in an urban environment. So fertility rates have declined everywhere around the world except India and Africa, because they haven't urbanized quite as quickly as everybody else, but they will. But certainly China has urbanized. Over 60% of their population now is in urban areas. Not much room to have kids and costly to have kids. And then because of the one-child policy, which was an absolute disaster, single people in their 20s and 30s have a social responsibility to take care of 2 senior parents. If they get married, they have a social responsibility to take care of 4 senior parents. If they have one kid, that kind of about as financially burdensome as they can possibly take. So they're not having more than 1 kid now. Now that the government wants them to have 2 kids, that was ruled back in 2016. Now they say they want them to have, well, actually it was 2015. They said, okay, no more 1 child, you can have 2 children. Now this year they said, okay, you can have 3 children. Now, again, everything that the Chinese Communist Party government, President Xi, has been doing recently, they've been kind of making people's heads spin, make absolutely a lot of sense in the context of they are desperate to get people to have more kids, to have babies, to increase the growth rate of their population, absolutely desperate. So they want to bring down the price of housing. They want to bring down the price of education. They want to level the playing field. They don't want rich people marking up the prices of education and housing. And again, be an interesting experiment to see if they can pull it off. But there's lots of reasons to believe that it's not going to be smooth, and it may be a soft landing, but it's a landing one way or the other, soft or hard. So Steve, with that, why don't we open it up for some discussion? In terms of the stock market, I'm still bullish. I'm still looking for something like 5,200 in the S&P 500 by the end of next year or earlier. Then maybe something like 5,500 by the end of 2023. I don't see a recession in the U.S. I don't see a credit crunch, but again, nothing in life comes with no risks, and that's why I'm putting subjective probabilities on these kind of scenarios. The bond yield is finally making some sense here now that the Fed seems to be moving towards tapering starting in November. The bond yield's risen to 1.5, probably going to retest 1.77. And I think we'll probably see it at 2% by year end. Not exactly the end of the world, and kind of a vote of confidence in the performance of the economy, and also expressing obviously some concern about whether inflation really is all that transitory. In terms of the investment styles, I think you buy the market across the board. It's been pretty hard to do growth, value growth. They just seem to oscillate. Today's oscillation is with the backup in the bond yield. Value is in and growth is out. But I think a portfolio of technology, industrials, financials. I think energy could be a big home run in a world where climate change activists are succeeding in forcing companies to cut back on looking for supplies of energy. Go ahead, Steve. I'm not hearing you. Still not hearing you. I hope you heard me. Let me see. Let me change the speakers.
Thanks, Dr. Yardeni. Work for Trillion Clinic system in Virginia. Followed your work since.
Actually, I have to mute myself to hear you, so I'm going to mute myself and go ahead and ask me the first question.
Thank you, Dr. Yardeni.
There it
Fred
is.
Greer. I work for Trillion Clinic. We are a health system in Virginia. I've been familiar with your work since 2000 when I entered the industry, and appreciate your insights. I have two questions. One you somewhat touched on. So over the pandemic, we've seen a focus on remote work, a focus on technological advancements. Do you see that as a backdrop that's going to support longer term outperformance of growth investments versus value? And the second question, over the last 3 decades, we've seen a shrinking public market with more companies becoming private or staying private longer. As an effect, we've seen more money go into late stage venture capital and growth equity. Do you see that trend persisting?
Well, with regards to remote work, I think it's here to stay, and I think it'll be a hybrid where some people who have the option of choosing to work just from home will do that, maybe coming in every now and then for meetings. We've been virtual since 2007, and for our business model, it's worked just fine. And we didn't even do it with video; we just did it with emails, quite honestly. And once a year, we'd meet for a nice lunch in New York City, but. I have 2 ladies that work from their apartments in New York City, and then we have a lady that works from Phoenix, Arizona, and Atlanta. We have a IT person in Denver. So when I've been doing Zoom calls over the past, well, since the beginning of the pandemic, sometimes the folks on the other end of the call will say, Ed, before we start, could you tell us how you went virtual? How did you get your staff to buy into it? What software, what technologies did you have to incorporate? And they asked me for about 5 minutes. And then I stopped them. I said, wait a second, you are virtual. Like it or not, you've gone virtual, and you're going to figure out ways to deal with it. And so I think there will be others. I mean, I actually, just by coincidence, and I'm sorry I couldn't stay longer, but just by coincidence, I was in Cincinnati last week, my first business trip, visiting accounts, and about half the people were in the office and half called in on Zoom, and the half that were in the office were very happy to be back, and the younger ones told me that they were particularly happy because they felt that they needed to be mentored, and they couldn't do that in a Zoom kind of situation. So I think it's going to be a hybrid model. Some companies may say, okay, we're paying too much rent for our headquarters in the city. We're going to have instead some hub offices in a couple of suburbs where most of our workers are, and you can have your meetings there and get together for lunch and so on. In terms of growth versus value, I'm not a big fan of that distinction. I much prefer sectors and industries, and especially in the kind of world that I'm suggesting, where technology is vitally important, not just for the companies that make the technology, but for the companies that use the technology. Again, I think everybody's a tech firm. I'm trying to hype myself up as a tech firm, just in case if there's any SPACs out there that are interested in Yardeni Research as a technology company, let me know. We can talk about it later. But I mean, value, a big chunk of value is financials, and there's such a thing now these days as fintech, right? In other words, financials are becoming very techy. There's medtech. The healthcare industry is becoming very, very techy. Trucking has been very techy for a long time. The truck is the device, and the logistics software run on the cloud is the technology that runs that whole tech system. Railroads have increased their profit margins dramatically over the years using technology innovations. So I would say that the market, I think, is going to continue to move higher on earnings. Earnings aren't going to go up 80 to 90% on a year-over-year basis the way they did in the second quarter again anytime soon. That's just a base effect that's coming out of a recession. And I think the likelihood is we're looking at profits of 6 to 8% growth. One of the things that's really impressive is profit margins. Profit margins for the S&P 500 all-time record high. My associate Joe Abbott and I were thinking, well, maybe that's because the S&P 500 has energy and materials companies. So those commodity prices go up, their margins go up. So just today or yesterday, time kind of fuzzes over when you write a daily. We came to the conclusion that if you take out energy and materials, you still have record highs in the rest of the S&P 500 in terms of margins. So that's very, very impressive. And I think companies since the financial crisis of 2008 have decided to manage for the margin. They've done a great job of increasing their margins. Trump's tax cuts obviously helped by about a percentage point in 2018. Biden's tax increases may take a half a percentage point off of margins, but companies know this is coming, and they're going to continue to do what they can to increase their margins. They're going to have to work really hard at it because clearly costs are going up, whether we're talking about commodity costs, shortage of spare parts, labor costs, they're all going up. And companies know that they have to increase their productivity in order to stay in business in a world where these things, you have to deal with them as you have to deal with a hand you've been dealt, as they say in poker. In terms of private,
Question that was called in, sent in from Rob Kalina, asking how closely to follow Tesla and the electric vehicle sector, and for how long?
I've followed a few Teslas on I-495, the Long Island freeway, but that's about it. So I don't have any insights for you on Tesla. We do on Thursdays do a piece on technological disruption. So we've done a lot of work on batteries and different kinds of technologies for batteries. The big problem with electric vehicles is you got to charge them up, and there's a lot more gas stations than there are charging stations, and it takes you really have to think ahead. So I think there's still a need to deal with the battery issue, and with the lithium, you still have some issue in terms of safety and in terms of environmental impact. But you're going to have to ask Kathy Wood about Tesla. I don't know much about the company itself.
Questions from the audience here? Yes.
Thank you. You raise a couple good questions for me when you talk about the energy prices increasing, and then now we're talking about electric vehicles. Seems that there's not a lot of conversation about improving the stability, reliability of our electric power grid in the United States, across states, not just for charging vehicles, but for this tech requirement, edge computing, as well as cloud. Where do you see the electric power grid improvements coming from?
Well, I guess we'll have to see. You never know what comes out of Washington. Even when all of us are focusing on the infrastructure bill, the two infrastructure bills, one good old-fashioned infrastructure, and the other one the Democrats like to think of as human infrastructure. But I'm trying to keep a pace of what they're doing and what's likely to come out. But apparently, my experience with this stuff is you never know until it's actually been passed and signed by the president. So I'll be very interested to see what's in the conventional infrastructure bill. I don't even really know how much it is. I've seen the press call it $1 trillion package, and then I've seen the press call it a $550 billion package, and some of it is a little bit hocus pocus. Apparently, it's more 550 billion than it is $1 trillion, but they're adding stuff that had already been in the pipeline, and so we're, I think, 8 years or something like that. So it's not like all going to be for one amazing year. And I would think that in that kind of bill, there'll be funds allocated to the infrastructure of our electric grid system. I mean, otherwise, what are we? We're kidding ourselves if we don't improve the electric grid system. But there are a lot of issues with renewable energy. As in the UK, they actually wanted to be done with fossil fuels by 2024. I mean, I was shocked to hear that was their ambition, and they've been building a lot of wind in the North Sea, and then once you know it, the wind died down, and so that's creating a bit of a kind of a hysterical need to find fossil fuels to make up for that when they can. So it's fine to talk about a transition, but to actually do it is a whole nother challenge.
Hello, this is Brian Starr. I work for Denso. It's a very large automotive company, smart building company. So maybe one comment, the grid is a very big issue. Maybe on the coast, everyone has a Tesla, but here in Columbus, Ohio, maybe only one person has a Tesla. When we have everyone with an EV coming from coal-fired plants, electric plants, we're not actually getting a net carbon gain there because that's how they're powered. But those issues are going to need to be solved in public-private partnerships, obviously. And the amps that you use to charge a Tesla aren't as much as you'd mine for Bitcoin. So that's probably the bigger issue. But yeah, that's a concern that automotive companies are thinking about because it kind of looks like we're just kind of running into this world of EVs and pushing the combustible engine behind because we have to, because there's government regulation. We have to have this kind of fleet available by a certain date. So we're kind of running toward, that's the technology that won for the time being. And there are concerns. The question I would have for the doctor here is about when we talk about the energy issue, I'm a little worried. You use the term like pricing out the consumer. When we move to EVs, these cars are more expensive. We're not going to be at scale of a regular combustible engine for a decade, if not longer. Are we just kind of moving burden and money around and creating a different economic issue for people who 5 years from now still can't afford an EV, but there's a scarcity of gas because of the push that we've made? Like, do you guys do forecast? Do you see that as a problem?
Well, again, I'll give you those two scenarios. And the second scenario, the great inflation is got 35%. It's not, subjective. I'm not telling you it's not going to happen. It's not 5-10%. I'm constantly testing my scenario theories with information that I'm gathering, and it's a fairly new concept in my thinking about how running like mad into climate change into the climate change in terms of EVs, in terms of the electric power grid. It's like we're not doing this in a very well thought out manner. Now that really gets to the point of are the governments going to actually manage to somehow get this transition right, or are they going to screw it up royally and just have a big political backlash against the Greens and all these efforts? You know, we can either you know, be exposed to insane hurricanes and insane wildfires, or we can freeze in the winter. I mean, you know, it would be best if this thing were done in a way that made it a smooth transition. But I'm reading more and more stuff that suggests that Europe, what's going on in Europe, tells us it's not going to be smooth, and it's going to be painful, and it's going to particularly hurt lower income families who have to pay higher prices. And you know, economists like to take food and energy out of consumer price indexes, but personally, I got a nice home here in Long Island, and we had to put in 2 1,000-gallon tanks for propane, and I can see what's going on with the cost of propane every month. I can see what's going on with electricity charges every month, and you know, I can deal with it, but it's got to be horrible for a lot of low-income people to suddenly have their basic utility bills go up like this. In Europe, the government's saying, well, I mean, is the government going to subsidize all of our costs that we're all going to individually incur from this transition? So it's worrisome. The Wall Street Journal last week had an interesting story about how commodity producers just aren't looking for commodities anymore because of the carbon footprint issue. And we're not talking about just oil and gas. We're talking about copper, aluminum. We're talking about the basic stuff. So I think we all have to be thinking about how's this transition going and how's this impacting our portfolios. I mean, you know, ESG is a wonderful thing, but if it turns out that all of our companies embrace ESG and are losing money, as investors, we're going to be disappointed. So that's great. You're wonderful, doing a great job for the environment, but you're killing my performance. So we live in interesting times, to say the least. I'm a big believer that we should let markets solve some of these problems, but I'm not in charge. Yeah.
Some of us might be startled at the suggestion of inflation climbing to 5%, more than double by the end of the year, which of course, you know, is only about 90 days away.
Yeah.
What are the implications of that sharp of an increase in a short period of time, if any?
Yeah.
And what would cause it to come back down after it spikes?
Yeah, well, actually on a year-over-year basis, the CPI, the consumption deflator, they've been 4 to 5%, including oil, you know, energy and food, stuff that people actually need and for travel, for getting around, and for sustaining themselves. So that's kind of been where we've been, and there are a lot of different inflation indicators that all of, I mean, some have been actually higher than that. You know, some of the producer price index measures, and if we get into a cold winter and we start to see that we are seeing our natural gas prices double, and that affects not just the cost of heating and electricity. It affects it's an input in manufacturing in a lot of industries. So yeah, I think what your question is very relevant, because I think we're going to get into the last few months of this year, early next year, we're going to get, you know, like November, December kind of numbers for inflation. And I think it is going to raise some concerns that this inflation is not as transitory as the Fed Chair Powell said it might be, and it's more persistent. And I think so with and we look at some of the inflationary expectations surveys, they're, you know, 4 or 5% for the next year, and then they kind of moderate after that. But the bond market, I think, was basically rigged by the Fed buying $120 billion per month in stocks, and they haven't bought stocks yet. The bond market was rigged by them buying treasuries and agencies, And some of that 120 billion wound up boosting demand deposits at commercial banks that really didn't have any loan demand because it's been so easy to borrow in the capital markets. And so commercial banks have amplified that effect on the bond market by buying bonds and agencies. But it looks like even before the Fed started to taper, just the increasing belief that they are going to start tapering in November seems to have gotten my friends, the bond vigilantes, back. I don't know if, back in 1983, I coined that phrase, the bond vigilantes. I have a feeling that if it keeps going like this, I'll be getting calls from accounts and the media about the bond vigilantes back.
Mark, do we have time for one more?
Yeah, we got one more.
Ed, in your piece today, you highlighted a skills issue you ran into when you were in Cincinnati. And it's one of the issues that's on people's minds, but it's a great story. So if you could just share that and we'll wrap up with that one. And thanks very much for joining us today.
Yeah, sure. No, I had a great visit in Cincinnati. I stayed at an upscale hotel downtown, and I flew in early in the morning, so I landed in time for breakfast. And I was really in the mood for a really kind of a good breakfast. So I sat down. It was a nice breakfast room, and the waitress came up, and there was nothing on the table. And she said, would you, here's a menu, would you like coffee? I said, sure. So she brought me the coffee, and before I knew it, she kind of went off. And then I finally caught her attention again. I said, I need milk, I need sugar, and I need a spoon. And she brought them all separately. She screwed up my order, but I didn't say anything to anybody. I mean, that's, it's the nature of traveling these days. My wife and I went to Nashville to overcome some of our cabin fever like 2 months ago. We went into the Grand Hyatt and walked up to the reception, and the reception said, "Oh, so you're here for 2 nights?" I said, "Yep." She said, "Well, if you want any towels or sheets, just call housekeeping and somebody will bring it to you." So, I mean, I can't think of a better way to increase productivity in the whole hotel business than to have the customers make their own beds. So, that's the world we live in right now.
Thanks very much, Ed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Stephen.
Anybody who wants to sign up for a trial, just go to our website, yardeni.com, and give it a try. Thank you so much, everybody.
So we're going to shift gears and talk about the future of work. So Denise Bruder, you've been doing all these sessions with us, with Simon Vine. We assembled another great panel. So we need to all be mindful of these zeitgeist trends on the future of work. Off to you.
It's very lonely up here. I'd love to have some fellow panelists, if anyone wants to opt in. And while everyone's coming up, we're going to give a very shameless shout out to a 5K we're running tomorrow morning. My very early market research tells me there's an epidemic of terrible bad knees in the community. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but I'd love to see you guys tomorrow at 7 a.m. outside the hotel for a really brief 5K. Mark's put up a nice prize for it, Mark, haven't you? The best PR? Oh, well, there you go.
I like to talk a lot, but I don't need both.
It's a nice moderate pace. We'll do a fun run walk. If there's anyone that has a nice strong pace, we can split into 2 groups so we can accommodate everyone. So 7 a.m. tomorrow, we'll see you there. Simon, would you like to kick off the panel?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I'm very honored, and I'm sure all of us are very honored to be here today and to be in front of you. And I want to, of course, express my gratitude to Mark, who created this event and who actually supported this initiative of the future of work. My name is Simon Vine. I believe that the future of work is one of the most crucial issues which we face today. Maybe it's not at the level of climate change, but it's at the level of a social climate change. It is extremely important. We saw last year what was happening when people are not satisfied for reasons and without reasons, and we have to do something, meaning we, us. I'm very pleased that we have such a phenomenal panel, and thank you, Denise, for putting us all together, and hopefully we will raise awareness of this issue. So one of the things which I will try to do is to kind of give a shot of adrenaline. I will test you on statistics. I will test you on some other kind of observations in your life in the next 3 minutes for you to wake up after long sessions and to kind of honor us with your attention after you listen to such phenomenal speakers. So the first thing which I want to tell you is that I actually lived through the future of work facing issues facing tremendous volatility, which exceeded 208 volatility. And I managed a very large team, managed a big bank. And I knew that I had to learn about motivation, about leadership. And I understood a lot of things and had a chance to experiment. And that's why I think that future of work is something worth your attention. And it's a discipline which will help all of us to overcome many issues which we will have in front of you. That's number one. Number two, in terms of the major skill issues, which I think are very important, I would like to draw your attention to two observations, which I sincerely believe are very critical for the discussion of the skills. The first one is the boredom as one of the biggest obstacles that we will face. Boredom as a huge motivator, and I will explain why I think it's very important. And the second thing is self-motivation as the key to everything, to all the skills. Boredom is important, and you can think about it very quickly. When you decide to do a nature walk, you get tired, you get mosquito bites, you get sweaty, and then suddenly you take a shower and feel good. Well, you could see this nature on TV, but somehow you need to be entertained. And that brings us to the point of the ancient Romans, the bread and circus proverb. We are moving in the society where artificial intelligence and robots will be substituting a huge number of workforce. So people will be playing nonstop. They will have circus and they have food, but the question is what it means. And I want to summon your statistical knowledge and ask you what is our experience in statistical terms. It is basically sampling. How many samples of different things we have in our minds. So imagine all these crowds of people who will be doing only watching Netflix and playing games. They will not have samples. They will not have this experience. The second thing is that it is not only experience, it's the mean and median of every sample. Mean is something which all people will be the same watching TV. They will completely become a similar crowd, very easily algorithmically calculatable. And all of us who live through experience, understand shades of gray, challenges, have very broad mean, very broad dispersion. So we understand different versions of everything that's happening. People who watch TV will not have it. And that means that a huge portion of our emotions and actions will not be explicable. There will be some flares, which some of us will think that's unbelievable. And in statistical terms, that's what was going to happen. And we are here to a large extent to figure out how to make people productive and give them the skills not to watch TVs, not to be subject to this huge entertainment drive which we have now all over the world. The thing which is very, very important for us to actually facilitate is self-motivation. When you study motivation, you suddenly realize that motivation is a very democratic idea. You need to bring people to some level. But when you change everything in your organizations, in the society, like Ohio does, you still have a problem that people need to use this opportunity. And for instance, I had to invent lots of things. My institution moved from very low engagement level as a measure of employee satisfaction to very high engagement level. People were very happy. But what I discovered, you can create an environment, but you cannot create the self-motivation. And I think that when we're talking about the skills which our children will need and the skills which the society will need, all of them are based on the belief that people will be self-motivated to actually have the skills, to take advantage of the opportunities of the United States. What we saw last year was very dramatic. It leads us to the understanding how important is the future of work. And I believe that I remain very optimistic because I think it is in American nature to be self-motivated. And I believe that our power, to a large extent, lays in this tremendous image which each American has in front of him, is the image of Statue of Liberty, which is the ultimate image of self-motivation. Thank you.
Just imagine being in a bus all around the country with Simon Vine. He could rip. You can name a subject. He could fly.
Well, this is true. You've also completely reinforced my parenting style. I endeavor to keep my kids appropriately bored, still self-motivated to spark curiosity and entertain themselves. So a major thank you. So my name is Denise Bruder. I'm a workplace futurist, a hybrid work advocate, and the founder at Sway Workplace. Our area of focus is to work with teams transitioning to hybrid work by training them on the skills, the mindset, and techniques that drive performance and reduce the risk for companies. The future of work is a very, very hot topic. You've probably read about it or heard about it in many domains. To paint a frame of reference for what it is, if the future of work was a highway, there are 3 lanes. The first lane is the workplace revolution, which is the ongoing shift from being in the office to hybrid ways of working. The second lane is the employment revolution, which is the ongoing shift from being employed to working in gig, which is collectively known as the open talent economy. And the third lane is the skills revolution, which is what we're here to talk about today, and generally speaks to the emergence of the growing disconnect between the skills that the market needs to thrive and the skills that the market is able to provide. So we have here today a star-studded panel that's going to help us look through the challenges in the skills revolution to find the opportunities for how do we place capital, make decisions, and make changes in our system today to drive the skills that we need for the future. So what I'm going to do is we're going to start by having a very quick introduction so you can understand who everybody up here is, their background, and how they tie to the subject matter. Gary, you want to kick off? And this is going to be a game of musical mic, not musical chairs.
Sure. All right, technology. Good morning. I just want to say for all of you that I've met on Zoom before, you're all much better looking and much taller than Mr. Zoom would ever have given me to believe. So it's great to meet you all in person. I think I'm the only one who brought a prop. So just very quickly, I'm the author of a new book called The Next Rules of Work. I'm the chair for the future of work with Singularity University. I'm a partner in a group called Charette, which does initiatives focused on future of work, future of learning, and the future of the organization. We have an initiative called Global Skills Day, which did a big event 2 months ago, and we have an initiative called the Skills Genome Project. So we knitting together skills-centric initiatives from around the world. And basically, our premise is that the future of work, the topic is, obviously on the lips of many. It's gone from theory to practice in a pretty short period of time, but it's really about the present. We all want to make sure that we're trying to build the kind of system that is as inclusive as possible for as many humans as possible. And so that's my focus, and I hope that's where a lot of the discussion today ends up going.
I'm Jackie Walker. I'm the Executive Director for Skills USA Ohio. We are a large career and technical student organization focused on providing opportunities in practical mentorship, leadership development, and competitions for students in over 130 different career fields. So all of our students are trained in career and technical education. They're ready-made for you, and our job is to provide experiences for them to learn in the real life environment. So all of our competitions are based real world, led by business and industry, bringing them together as a showcase for everyone to see what Ohio brings forward in the career and technical education environment.
Hi, I'm Gary Brode from Deep Knowledge Investing. After a 3-decade career in the hedge fund business, I started Deep Knowledge Investing as a subscription research firm. We help family offices and portfolio managers, hedge fund managers, get better equity returns in that portion of their portfolios. We've done extensive writing and research in the online education space. And all of the people today who have talked about these fantastic opportunities, the ways that we're going to help young people start new careers without taking on huge amounts of debt. These are all fantastic ideas. They're worth our time, attention, and investment. It is my job and our job at Deep Knowledge Investing to help you make money from those trends, to help you earn a return from those trends, because if we're going to support them and these are good things, you all have portfolios to run, and that's where we get involved. Thanks.
My name is John Havens. I'm a principal in a single family office here in town. We have investments kind of across industries, everything from auto finance to manufacturing, banking, insurance. But my kind of sweet spot is the home services sector, particularly plumbing, drain cleaning, and HVAC, which we think is highly overrated or overlooked as young people's ability to make a great living and build something for themselves, and even have entrepreneurial successes starting their own companies. So that's where I'm coming from.
Good morning. I'm Christy Klaus. I'm the Senior Managing Director for Talent at Jobs Ohio. So for those who were here this morning and heard the Lieutenant Governor and the Governor describe what Jobs Ohio is, we're the private corporation to do economic development in 9+1 sector for the state of Ohio, more on the tradable side of the economy. So my background in economic development and workforce development tie together in this topic, but at the heart of it, I will just let you know I'm an economic development junkie. I love doing deals, working with companies, and that is really what inspires me every day. But in my talent role, what I do and my team does is we help bring focus and discipline for Jobs Ohio and our companies on their specific talent strategies, challenges, and therefore solutions, trying to drive all of us to bridge this skill gap and try to address the future of work.
Hello, my name's Christy Venny. I am a K-12 educator, and I work for Dublin City Schools, which is a suburban district. It's public here in near Central Ohio, about 20 minutes from here. And my role is unique in a school district. I develop programs and partnerships with local businesses to help provide experiential and career education for young people, a lot with skill development, and it's a K-12 role, which is interesting. A lot of people say, what do you do with elementary kids? And that's where it starts. I've been in education for roughly 20 years, and I was a teacher, I was a principal, and now in a district level role, help to develop what the workforce needs out of our young people. So a lot of conversations with industry and higher ed.
Thanks. I'm Jerry Farley. I'm with Oakmont Education. We work with Opportunity Youth. And if you're not sure about Opportunity Youth, those are young people ages 16 to 24 who are disconnected from work and from their jobs. And I just want to share real quick that last year, out of the 3,000 youth that we worked with, over 1,700 were involved in career tech. And from that, those 1,700 youth earned 2,227 industry recognized credentials, leading to good and promising jobs with over 1,300 of those youth. I want to explain to you today during our panel how we're able to get such youth who are really entry-level workers engaged, feeling purposeful, involved with businesses, and ultimately placed.
So when you hear this background of the panel that we have up here, when you think of skills, you think of a very vanilla, ordinary subject that has some challenges, but how extraordinary is it that everyone here is marching on the same path to clear that disconnect from such very different angles and sitting on the very different parts of the arc of change. So what we're going to do for the rest of the session is I have some pointed questions to bring out the best of the work that these folks are doing. I'm going to ask the question. So please, and the one thing I know about 361 is that nobody here is shy. So please make sure if you have a question to raise your hand or to jump in. There's nothing worse than being talked at. We'd love to talk with you. So please make sure you have your questions ready to go. So for the gentleman at the end, Gary, we're going to start with you. A major congratulations, Gary, on the release of your book. I'm a huge fan of yours, been following you for a long time. But tell me this, Gary, your book definitely has a larger holistic perspective on where we're going in the future of work, specifically as it relates to the reimagination of learning. So based on the reaction to your book so far and your own feelings about it, what is the most important thing that this audience needs to know about your book? In 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to do the commercial. I think I'm going to try to dodge it as much as I can and just say, let me just set the table just generally. So I've talked for quite some time about this idea that there are sort of old rules of work that we've inherited from the industrial era, newer rules that the tech companies are kind of leading us into, and more of this distributed work thing that not many of us probably did all that much before the pandemic. And then what I talk about the next rules in terms of what we're reshaping right now. And I've called the global pandemic the Great Reset. I've written a series of articles just talking about that. I believe it's not just a pause, but it actually is a chance to build better. That is, we have the opportunity to treat it as a new start date. And especially when it comes to education and learning and the way that we work, where we work, how we work, and why we work, that we've got a new opportunity to create a completely different mindset, skill set, and tool set. And so that's the sort of three legs of the stool. We talk about skills up here, and that is absolutely critical, but it's also important that we're preparing our youth, our adults, our workers, our managers, those who lead in organizations with the mindset of a much more inclusive future of work. And then I think we talked a lot about the tool set, the technologies and techniques to enable them.
Gary, one more follow-on question for you. In your book, you talk about future 1, 2, and 3, which I thought was a fascinating way to prescribe the future. Future 1 is lots of robots, lots of unemployment. Future 2 is lots of employment assisted by robots. And future 3 is lots of work and lots of under-end unemployment. So if you had a crystal ball, which way are we pointing?
All right, so the framing, I'm fond of saying in January 2020, the future of work was theory, and by March it was practice, right? So we all suddenly sheltered in place, or learned from remote and learned the Zoom thing. But up until that point, a lot of the discussion had been sort of the Venn diagram of here's all of the messy, expensive humans, here's all the work opportunity. The work opportunity was going to get shrunk by robots and software, and then the Venn diagram overlap was going to get worse and worse. But what I was trying to push for pre-pandemic was really a different mindset, which is it's really the pace and the scale of change. It's that we actually get workforce mismatches not as a bug of the system, it's a design of the system. In the United States, we don't have an employment system, we have an unemployment system where things only kick in when something bad happens to you, like you lose a job. And instead, if we have a different mindset, what we'll think about is, well, let's try to keep those humans continually moving forward. That's what the whole skills framing is about, is to help humans to continually be able to deliver the value that's needed in any given work market, but also then to rethink how the work market works. And the rhetoric pre-pandemic was robots were going to do that. But I show a bunch of, I'm very fond of the Venn diagrams in the book. And what I tried to show is, actually it's the workforce mismatches. So right now we have 10.9 million job openings and we have 5.7 million people unemployed. That shouldn't happen. But it happened because of the way that we've designed our systems. And that's just straight flat employment numbers. It doesn't mean whether they're good jobs. It doesn't mean whether people are happy and productive in their work. It doesn't mean whether they're engaged in their work. So I want to make sure we're really having that mindset as we think about the potential futures. We need to close that gap. We need to figure out ways that we're continually helping humans to be able to deliver the value that is needed today and tomorrow. But the work system has to change. We have to change how we hire. We have to change how we think about developing people. We have to do that as what I call as involving as possible. And we need to make sure that we do that systemically and we do that in a rinse and repeat model going forward, or else we're going to run into this again, the next big reset that we run into.
That leads very nicely into Jackie. And, it makes me think, Gary, when you think about systems thinking and the nature of change and the 95-5 rule, that if you want to change the behavior of any large group of people, you have to change the system within which they work in. So to that end, Jackie, Skills Ohio, we talked a little bit about your critical thinking to change the conversation in education through experience, competition, and practical education. So how do you see change evolving in the way that you approach it through Skills Ohio?
So I'm a product of the program. I'm a career technical grad myself with a master's degree that I owe no debt. I put myself through earning that master's degree with the education I received in career and technical education. So I get a chance to speak on both sides of that fence now. And what I have seen over 20 some years is that there has been a big change. The big benefit to career and technical education is it's a strategic conversation at this point. Students are choosing to go down that pathway just like they are going to college or going to any other area that they're aiming for. But that's a strategic conversation that we're looking like to folks like yourselves to have that conversation, because students need to hear the benefit. For so long, we've said that trades were stigmatized. They still are. When you look at the traditional education model, they are still very much stigmatized. So what we strive to do is provide opportunities through competition, because that is where there's the most forward-facing side of this conversation. So we bring in 6,000 students to the city of Columbus in May for them to showcase all of these skills. And these students are the best of the best. But throughout the year, we are advocating, much like all of these folks, we are advocating of how important it is for industry to get in front of these students and understand that you all are the face of changing that conversation. If you want to see the shift that Gary was just talking about, you have to have a seat at the table. You have to be a part of the conversation. It's a big lift, but one that's not unachievable if we get in front of it now. So we strive to provide those opportunities through you. And then we also work with companies to have them understand what it looks like to employ Generation Z and millennials, because it is a different conversation. They have different expectations. You heard that this morning and some of the things that were brought up in great questions as we went through this morning's conversations. So we all just need to really get on the same page and understand that this is a strategic change. If we want to see it, you can't sit back on your laurels and say, I'm going to let it be somebody else's problem. So we really bring that attention for those students to feel like they have a place, and that being a skilled trades worker has just as much prestige as earning a college degree.
That's excellent. So we have systematic change and the strategic nature of it. Now, moving on to Gary. Gary, you have a very different perspective. You are a capitalist and you invest in the space based on some original research that you've done. So money talks. So tell us why this disruption is valuable.
So this disruption is valuable for a couple of reasons. First of all, everything that people have said today about the changes in education, the changes in work, these are all fantastic and necessary changes. Just take a moment and realize we've got $1.7 trillion of student debt in this country. And that's fine if that enables those students to leave school and get a good job, get paid well, earn a great return on investment. Too often people are leaving school with 6 figures of debt, and they have basically a degree that will enable them to be a barista. And there's nothing wrong with being a barista, but you shouldn't take 4 years and $100,000 to do that. And so what we need to have is a better match. And we've taken a look at the whole sector. Right now, our favorite name in the sector is Coursera, which is a name that many of you have heard of. Coursera has 90 million registered learners. So there were people talking, Dr. Yardini was talking earlier about the history of technology. Let's think back to the early internet boom and realize the huge benefits available to the first people in a business to get scale. That's what Coursera has done. The 2U at X combination, which is an acquisition that we really like, they'll be around 40 to 50 million. So Coursera is already more than double, about double where they are. The stock trades at about 8 times revenue when many other high growth companies are trading at 20 times revenue. And where we differ from kind of the rest of the world on this is the bear case on Coursera is to say, okay, well, COVID was really a one-time event. And to a certain extent, yeah, they're not going to see 60%, 70% revenue growth in perpetuity. Is that a one-time event? Not really, because what Coursera says is that they see themselves growing the top line 30% a year over the next 5-10 years. That is completely believable. Almost everybody in this room was in a position where you graduated from high school, you went to college, you spent 4 years on a college campus, graduated with a degree. Now, there are people here who are exceptions, but that's the route most of us took. But now take a minute, let's think about all the people who delayed their education by a year or more, people caring for aging parents, people caring for children, people who have to work their way through school. The traditional education model is fantastic for a lot of us, but it doesn't work for everyone. Coursera is better positioned with more size, more scale to help more people get degrees than they were going to be able to otherwise. There's also an international component. Let's take a moment and think about all the poor people in Brazil, India, China, all over the world, who may have a culture that values education and who want very much to get a good career, to get a good job, but they don't have the money or the resources to come to the US to deal with immigration, to deal with the expense of, it could be $250,000 to attend a US university from out of the country. All of a sudden, for a few $1,000s in a few years, they can put themselves in a position to get a great job. Coursera is enabling that. And if they do grow that top line 30% a year, what you're looking at is a place where you can make a multiple of your money over the next 5, 10 years. And that's what we're excited about.
Well, that's great news because I have a 13-year-old and an anemic 529. So that's wonderful news for me. John, moving over to you, you have a different angle on this, which I find so fascinating. And you are looking at this more from the trade side. Now, I grew up in the west of Ireland, and that there, being an electrician or a plumber, it was an esteemed career and a good job to have for life. How have the trades fallen out of favor, and what do we have to do to reimagine it?
I think that's a really complicated question. If you really, I mean, there's so many factors, but I think, and particularly plumbing and drain cleaning, like a little word association, what's the first thing that comes to your mind when you think of a plumber, right? It's either butt crack or filth or, it's poop, it's toilets, it's gross, right? But I think the smartest thing, my dad bought the company in 1986 and couldn't turn a wrench if you showed him a YouTube video. But one thing he was good at is redefining how we treat these people, right? Because when you really think about it, what are they responsible for? It's the health of the nation, right? It's all of our most important infrastructure. If water's not coming to your house and waste isn't leaving your house, we're doomed as a society. And so imagine, it's Thanksgiving night, the toilet's overflowing, your mother-in-law's in town. We're the only people who can come and help you, right? And so in this, you're not less than, right? Just because you didn't go to college, you're a hero in these people's eyes. And so that's the biggest challenge we've had, is recasting that, right? And it really comes down to culture. It's how we treat our people and how I hate to use the word indoctrinate, but it's essentially what it is, right? Piggybacking off of that, it's really hard to find any sort of training. I think in a lot of ways, there's been this kind of college fallacy perpetuated where, you graduate high school, you go to college for 4 years, you get a great job. In 20 years, you're a vice president of some division, and then your kids go out and they become the CEO of the company after that process continues, right? And just like you said earlier, you come out of college, say you have $35,000 of debt, you're gonna get a job at Huntington for 40 grand, and not everybody can rise to the top, right? It's just math. Whereas if you enter our apprenticeship program, you're gonna start at 15 bucks an hour while you learn a trade. In 18 months to 2 years, you're in your own truck making $60,000 a year. We have plumbers that make well over $120,000 a year. It's a commission-based model. And so they're great opportunities. We weren't getting any real support in training. So we had to go out 10 years ago and start our own apprenticeship program. I mean, at this point, we've put 45 people through. Of those 45, 20 are still with us. And you do have the problem where a lot of times people will leave, right? Once you've been in the business for 10 years or so, you can accumulate the tools, you can buy a truck, you can start your own business. And as painful as that is, because, that's 250,000 less in revenue for us, we've also created an entrepreneur, somebody who can make their own hours, somebody who can grow their own business, right? Because that's where everything starts. And so as painful it is on one side, it's amazing on another, because that's how you build an economy, right? So I tend to ramble.
No, it's good. It's gold. It's gold. Honestly, I really think there is a major re-imaging of the trades and apprenticeships that must happen. It just seems like such low-hanging fruit for stable careers for so many. And I wonder what it takes for us to make that leap.
Yeah, half of our entire marketing budget next year is going to recruiting. We could use another 10 trucks in Columbus today, but those people don't exist. And so we're having to create them ourselves. And it's a real challenge.
Do you foresee a future where we could embed or use technology to expand the reach of the trades?
I would love to. It's also an industry, particularly my industry, so it's all mostly home services. There hasn't been an improvement in technology since Roto-Rooter invented the snake in 1925. It's the same stuff. It's the same technology. You use PEC instead of cast iron, or you have a Nest thermostat instead of an old school one where you had to adjust it. But there's been zero enhancement. There's been zero, I guess, investment. No water monitoring, no air monitoring, and then trying to sell it to people because people don't really care. So it's really reframing the entire conversation.
Okay, I think this has given us all here in this room some good ideas. Christy Klaus, moving on to you with Jobs Ohio. Christy, I know you do a lot of good work in this space and just picking up on the conversation from earlier, but we could have all the skills in the world that we need. But if we don't rethink or strengthen the employer-employee relationship or how they find each other, then how do we actually move forward? So how do you approach that in your line of work?
This is a hard act to follow. So yes, so at Jobs Ohio, we work with companies. Obviously, that's our prime business. And so when we're working with them, we're trying to sometimes drive that mindset, get them to the table, do those kinds of things that we need them to do in order to help themselves help the talent pool. So when we're working with a company, what we did in 2017, so if you didn't catch JP's discussion today, Jobs Ohio is a unique animal built 10 years ago. We've continued to evolve and meet where the market is. And we're able to do that because we're a private organization that is sustainably funded through the liquor enterprise. So if you do partake tonight, no beer, no wine, go with the liquor, because you'll help economic development in the state of Ohio. So with that, we have been able to be very nimble and agile as economies have changed, things have changed. We saw a talent gap and a skill gap back in 2017. It wasn't hitting us as hard as obviously the pandemic then brought automation, digitization at the forefront. And how are we going to help our companies really push forward? So we built an incentive that truly helps them from A to Z, from a recruiting brand, helping them dig into K through 12, really help them in emerging pipeline, help them get exposure down into career pathways earlier in K through 12 through technical schools and 4-year programs, help attract talent from outside Ohio, helping sell Ohio as a location to come here. And then everything in between, from helping push those companies to think differently about diversity, equity, belonging. How do we help them address some of the underserved or unemployed individuals or underemployed individuals to come up and reskill or get upskilling within their own corporation? So one example in particular is a trucking company down in Cincinnati who started a couple years ago, and they are well beyond a trucking company. They see themselves as an AI company with predictive analytics, and that is a bulk of their employment is really based off of a tech division within themselves. And they are taking their employees and helping them upskill their employees into C++ and some other very specific things that they need. And Jobs Ohio came in to help them grow here through a talent incentive that we created, again, back in 2017. We're helping match them with max technical training, but max technical training to help them with the training that they need in order to be able to upskill those individuals. And then they bring in entry level and continue to fill their pipeline. So those are the kinds of things we're trying to do with companies to truly think more holistic and to push them into upskilling, reskilling, and seeing an emerging pipeline a little differently than maybe they have so far. Most of them recognize they need to. They just kind of sometimes sit there thinking, I don't know where to start, and I don't even know who to call. Ohio has a big workforce ecosystem, and sometimes just helping navigate that for them is one of our roles.
So it's a two-sided equation on the idea of having to upskill. It's being able to provide those skills, but I think it's also the workforce being able to see themselves in that change and present themselves in a way that they can upskill. So it has to be a meeting in the middle.
Yeah, I kind of see it as three-piece formula. It's the people, the individuals that may be students, that may be a current worker. It may be somebody on the sidelines. as well as then the company and then the service provider. But I think from a Jobs Ohio perspective, we typically come through the employer lens and try to look at the system through that lens so that we can kind of stay focused.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So Christy, with Dublin City Schools, as an educator, as an administrator, the way you've described it, I was really taken back by the fact of the way you described how you're able to innovate within an existing system. Because systems exist because they perform functions and change is hard. And I was really taken with the way you described your evolution, your ability to institute change. Can you help us understand a little bit about how you approach that change and what are those success factors?
Absolutely. So Dublin City Schools, I should back up, about 16,000 students, very diverse community, wealthy suburb. We have families from over 100 countries, 70 languages. Second most spoken language is Arabic, actually. So very diverse, wonderful learning community. We're traditional. We have been traditional, and we're traditionally successful with our rates of students going to college. And one thing in the state of Ohio, all schools are required, public schools are required to have a business advisory council, which was a wonderful thing for Dublin City Schools because our business advisory council urged us to think differently. When we were considering about 6 years ago building a fourth high school as we grow so rapidly and the need emerged, our BAC said, hold on, we've got to do something differently. We are not seeing graduates that have the skill sets that we need. What can we do? And so instead of building a fourth high school that would cost $120 million roughly, they said, build something else that'll serve students. Some of your students will go there, so enrollment will come off of those 3 big high schools that are so full, and offer them different opportunities to develop the skills we need them to have. So we did it, and we opened a new kind of learning facility called Emerald Campus. And we now have about 1,500 students in that facility, and it serves kids differently. That disruption, that ability to not just build another fourth high school that has a football field and has football teams and has AP stats and government and all the same traditional courses, we were able to pivot and be a little more agile than K-12 education often is. A lot of school districts around have asked us, how do we do that? And have tried to replicate it because we offer career pathways. We actually have sort of a halo effect. When we talk about career technical education and the stigma associated with it, a lot of our families only see college as the option. There is no other option. Career tech is seen as less than, unfortunately, whereas there are many paths to success. Success is not limited to one profession. We all know that, but helping families to understand, they'll say, well, that's fine for other children. I support it for other children, but not for my child. My child's going to be a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer. Those are the top 3 we hear. And we say, wow, there's so many options, and we want to really have your child see all of their potential. There are issues with equity, wanting to make sure all students can see their potential in many roles. So Emerald Campus was a facility we opened in 2018. And as I mentioned, about 1,500 students are served in that building from our 3 high schools. They choose to attend for part or all of their day. And we have things like career academies, so engineering and IT academy. We have a cyber academy, business academy, internship programs, things for experiential hands-on learning, where students also get either credentials or college credits, and they can explore and visit companies and learn from professionals in the field. We found that one of the best ways to help our families to see about these opportunities is to hear from industry. As educators, I can talk till I'm blue in the face about all the great opportunities in different areas of the economy, but families need to hear it from industry, specifically the field that their child might be interested in. Students are easy. They're easy to convince. They're open to these kinds of opportunities. But families and even educators on our staff, our counselors, it's difficult for them to see a future for their students that's different than what they experienced. So by opening a new facility, we were able to bring together the most forward-thinking teachers of these programs and continue to add programming. We just added an aviation academy this year with Ohio State University to be able to pivot more quickly than changing an entire set of comprehensive high schools. So that's one way that we've been able to sort of flip the script and disrupt ourselves in how we provide learning opportunities for school students.
I think it's an extraordinary use case to describe. You know, we've talked already about the larger system that we have to move towards and the platforms that already exist to do that. So we have the technology and the need to fill, but it does strike me that it is almost like the parental use case that has to get over. Is that a gating factor? So would you identify that as one of the larger gating factors in your world in terms of moving on towards progress and skills?
Absolutely. You know, I'm in the business of education and educating our families. And, you know, many of you have children, I'm sure, or grandchildren, and people that you're wanting to help have the right skill set and be successful. All of our families want their students to be independent and have the skills they need, but they're not necessarily sure how that looks. So we now know people need technical skills. They need the hard skills and the soft skills. And a lot of our teachers are also parents, and they know that, but there's a gap in their skill set. So providing that kind of learning and education to all the adults is really the challenge. Teachers have a certain skill set in a content area, but they don't necessarily have the newest skill set. Our teachers who teach technology might not know AI, blockchain, and Internet of Things, those sorts of things. Our families might be aware, but it's hard for them to understand all the options for their kids when they don't know all those options. They might know their field, but not everyone's.
Because it's not the way they grew up or they were taught. So it's hard to bridge that gap. One last question on skills. The World Economic Forum for years has been proclaiming the top 10 skills. The top 3 to 5 are all about those human nature skills of critical thinking, creativity, problem solving. Are those skills that you're able to weave into your curriculum? Do you address that specifically?
I was just in a meeting right before I came here about that with our curriculum director, emphasizing how these can't be skills in an after-school program. They have to be embedded in all of their experiences K-12. You don't start teaching those skills in high school. It's something that is critical in elementary school to have the foundational skills that are learned and practiced at an appropriate level and built upon and woven into all of the learning experiences that a child has. It's not a nice to have. It's not an add-on. We're not gonna have a soft skills course, although we're supplementing it this time in that way because helping all of our educators know how to teach those things is messy. It's different than the math teacher teaching algebra and equations. How do they integrate it into the learning is challenging, and knowing how to measure that, our effectiveness of teaching those skills is even more challenging. We have some things we've started just this year, a middle school program, an advisory type thing with social emotional learning and career education. And that's something that's new, but it's a Band-Aid. It's something that will hopefully fill that gap for now, but until we can integrate through all of our courses and all grade levels.
Absolutely. So it has to be in the DNA of what you do.
Absolutely.
Okay. So we've covered a lot in terms of access to skills, but what about groups of people that don't traditionally have access to skills at all? So Jerry, I know that you're with Oakmont Education. I'd love to understand your perspective to how do we think about in the future connecting disadvantaged groups to skills access?
Sure. It was kind of funny when you were talking about that's what somebody else's baby can do, but not mine. I reckon I got all those babies. So for us, you got to think of this. Research suggests that 81% of young people who drop out of high school drop out because of their perceived lack of relevance between what they're learning and what they need as an adult. That's why you bring in career tech. For us, we've looked at labor market data across Ohio, and we've come up with the core 4 that we work with: construction, advanced manufacturing, healthcare, and business and entrepreneurial. The key for us is it's got to start with learning how to work. So we only do industry credentialing, but equal to that task is teaching young people the skills that employers are looking for. Early is on time is late. Young people just don't know how to work right now, and we need to teach them to do that. And the other way that we teach them how to work is by putting them in internships, working with not-for-profits, because we have to change their paradigm about work. It's not about what I'm going to get, it's about what I'm going to give. So if I can help somebody who, like a not-for-profit, if I can help them out. In Dayton, we build homes as part of the city's revitalization effort. Some of the homes that we have built have been for disabled, homeless veterans. There's really nothing more powerful than actually building a home, new construction, stick building up, and then meeting the family that you've built that home for and understanding what a difference it's made. You look at our youth, for so many of them, they have been disconnected from academic success. and social success. But now you put them in front of a 3D printer, or you put them in a house, or you have them doing healthcare screenings or volunteering in a hospital and a nursing home. And now they say, I did that. I'm successful. The biggest part of this, and I don't know if you want me to go into the sector strategy approach now,
I definitely do.
but I think it's silly for us as educators to think of, we know how to train these young people for business. So we take the Business Advisory Council a little further in what the Department of Labor calls sector strategy approach. We bring in employers, and I mean the big hitters, the ones that are ready to hire a lot of our graduates. And we put them at a table and we meet quarterly and we offer up our curriculum and we say, what do we need to do better? Like, we're making the soup, but they're the executive chef. Tell us, more salt, more pepper. How do you want us to create entry-level workers for you? And it's amazing how the businesses will respond. They'll help guide us. But then I turn around and I say, now y'all need to put some skin in the game, because this isn't about just what we're doing on the school side. Now I need businesses to step up and offer internships and volunteer experiences. But here's the great part. Y'all get to vet them. You get to see the young people that work hard during their senior year. You get to challenge them on increased skills. At the end, when they graduate, hopefully together, we have made an entry-level employee in the image that you want to see them. You don't have to worry about going to a temp firm and hiring somebody for 90 days, only to find out that if you really like them, you got to pay some huge fee to keep them on. You don't have to spend a dime on our youth, just the time and the application of doing a job. And then when they walk across the stage, they have a job that pays a sustainable living wage. What we do with our employers, though, is to also ask them, if you've been all year working with them and you know them and you vetted them and then you're comfortable, if you hire somebody off the street at 15 an hour, why don't you hire that youth at 17 an hour? Just that difference will make a huge impact on the lives of our young people, but you've already gotten somebody who you vetted, who has done the job in your facility, your way, your training. No need to worry about onboarding anymore. It's been highly successful. As I said in the beginning, we put out over 1,300 graduates in placement. And by the way, we do track their placement. We follow them for a year so that if they have hiccups in life, like transportation, childcare, food insecurity, we are there to help them. It really, in the research, is pretty strong about the first year after high school, whether it be college or a job. That first year of completion is the most important to the trajectory of success, staying onward and upward.
All right, so we've covered a lot of really good, valuable points today that I think we're coming to the conclusion is that it takes a lot more public-private partnership, a lot more innovation, a lot more rethinking, reimagining, not just of the tools, but of the relationships that exist within education to solve for the impending and massive disconnect that is occurring. So with that and the comments by the panelists, I'd love to open up for any questions from anybody on the floor.
I guess I want to go back to Simon's opening statement about motivation. How about how are all of you working on the self-motivation or instilling that? As we heard earlier, you can't wait to bring them all the way up through. It's great that we have the systems for that, but how do we have more motivated people now when attention spans are low? Everyone's gaming. We're entertained a lot, the bread and games, I guess, that Simon referred to. When we think about how many major universities, Ivy League schools, they have all of their courses online. They're free. You just can't get the degree that way. The patent system in the US, every single invention, it's a solution to a problem. If you can read, you can teach yourself anything. But we don't really have the attention spans perhaps to do that, or is it the motivation? How are you instilling this motivation, the self-advocacy, so that people are proactive to get what's already there?
Well, we've already solved one of your problems, because I know Gary's research has shown that you can get an Ivy League degree online, hence an opportunity for change. But Simon, did you want to address the self-motivation?
Self-motivation is a very specific thing when you're managing company rather than just making speeches. And I will just give you a few ideas what it does to people who are self-motivated. Maybe somebody who does education. My mom was an educator. She received a award from U.S. Congress. So I greatly respect this field, greatly respect, but they know better. So when you have motivation, self-motivation as opposed to just motivation from outside, number one, you take critique as critique and you grow, as opposed to you take an offense because somebody doesn't like what you did. This is a huge thing. You grow your flexible mindset or fixed mindset, as we know, right? Self-motivation makes you flexible mindset. It helps you to grow. It helps you to overcome problems. The second thing is education. You can help people, as Jen, you just mentioned, everything they have at the workplace, all types of education. But unless they're motivated, they will always complain that there is not enough information. They always complain that you didn't do something for them to get educated. Those who act, who are self-motivated, take something up from the air, they learn, and they go ahead. And it changes completely the risk culture of organization of the society, because self-motivated people understand that they have to do something, and those who are kind of accustomed to being managed and be told, and somebody takes care of them, these people actually always complain that there is a lack of leadership, nobody created an environment for them, there's a lot of bureaucracy, and that's not America. And that's not what we expect from people. And that's the people, this is the category of people who end up playing games because they will feel that they're alienated from the society, they're not given by the society. Thank you.
Probably just me as someone who's maybe a little younger, is I think every generation has looked at the next generation since the beginning of time as you have it easier than me, you're lazy, you're unmotivated. And I think it's incumbent on us to motivate them, right? Like, I have 3 young daughters. The way I communicate with them is vastly different than the way my father communicates with me, which is vastly different than the way his father communicated with him, right? And so I think it's incumbent upon us, like if we want people who are motivated, well, shit, that's my job, is to motivate you guys and to attract you. And it may mean I have to change some of the way I look at things because it is a different generation. Like I'm probably the last generation that didn't grow up with the internet, right? It was really popular and started in middle school, but I didn't get a cell phone until junior year of high school, right? So it's the last one on that cusp. And I really think, it's pie in the sky and it's, these kids don't want to work. The government's giving them money. As soon as we stop giving them money, they'll come back to work. And maybe what we really need to do is say, what we were doing 20 years ago, 10 years ago, isn't working anymore. Like I know our recruitment, we have to completely redo all of our recruiting ads. Indeed doesn't work anymore, right? It's about culture. They want to feel a little bit more, touchy-feely, or it's other things that are important to them. They want to be able to leave work early because they stayed late the night before. And as the guy who's running the business, that's my job, right? It's my job to make sure that you feel happy, you're coming in, it's the best possible place to work. And it's a hell of a challenge. But I hear that so much, and I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just, those are my 2 cents. Yeah.
But right, and so it's back to the change of conversation that we were talking about earlier. I don't call it self-motivation, I call it empowerment, because as soon as you put that power terminology behind it, I don't care whether you're talking to an elementary school student or you're talking to a high schooler or you're talking to a college educated person. Once you put that terminology behind it, you just change the conversation. So when we talk about self-motivation, all of our focus is on empowering students to do something that they wouldn't have had a chance to do otherwise. It's changing that conversation to make it their own versus something that I told them they had to do. As soon as we get away from that, you now see those graduation rates increase, you see the completers increase, just like Dublin City Schools. That model is incredibly impactful, and there are several school districts that are doing things like that across the state. But that's the change in conversation that has to happen with parents. It is the parents, just like you, it is the parents that have to have that conversation. And unfortunately, what we're seeing more and more is that the parents aren't having a seat at the table. Now you have a young person that is left alone to try to figure this out as they move forward. So that's where organizations like ours and folks like you need to come to this table and have this conversation. This is the importance of changing the way that we do business. That's the only way we're going to fix this. Because I agree with Jobs Ohio. This isn't going to be solved by high school juniors and seniors and a four-year college degree. This is a cultural change. And until we see it as that, we're not going to see that shift. And as somebody who's walked the walk and now talks the talk, it is different to see what motivates people, what in the trades. Every trade is different. I have a unique perspective as I serve all 16 pathways. So every career field I have to serve. It's a different conversation. But what is coming back as the common theme is exactly that it's empowerment. It is what makes you tick. What do you need as a company so that I can go back and educate these students as to how to have that conversation? So it's an empowerment piece.
Absolutely agree. And I love how you said empowerment, and how we re-engage students in curiosity and taking ownership of their learning just looks different than when we were all in those classrooms. So our teachers have to change how they teach. We can't make someone motivated just like we can't make someone happy. It's in the same category. It's really about how do we allow them to have relevant learning experiences that connect to their futures, and how we get them to solve real problems and not just fill out worksheets. This generation, Gen Z and the alphas and betas that are coming up next, they don't want to do that. They can look it up, just like you said. They can Google it. They don't need someone to tell them. They need someone to help them find the right problems to solve and give them support and tools to do so. And that's what the workforce also needs. So if we can, as an educational institution, put in place those skills we want students to have and how we teach them, if we can shift our adult practices to align with how they need to learn for the skills that they need to develop, then we have an equation that will work.
Well, Christy, I think you might have just blown people's minds between alpha and beta, describing the younger generation, that those are terms. Super quick, because we can take one question from the back, and Mark's giving me 30 looks.
There's just a thing called unconscious ignorance, that people don't know what they don't know. You know, we're talking for our youth that really don't have a lot of influence. You got to teach them. It's just as important to teach them how to be safe with a power tool as it is to tell them and work with companies about baby boomers. See, a baby boomer will tell you to do something. They expect when you're done, you're going to come back. Not these babies. These babies, you tell them to do one thing, they do one thing and they stop. You want them to do two things, like come back to you, you got to teach them that. So we have this gap right now where we expect young people to do things that are not technical and yet they've never been taught. Fix that. You'll fix a lot of the labor supply. Again, I'm talking entry-level labor supply. And those people can then prove themselves in your companies to move up.
And that is a wrap. Thank you for your attention, and thanks to all the panelists for all of your thoughts.
And please, I want to make sure we're thanking Denise for herding the cats on this panel. So Denise, thank you for all your work in putting this together.
We'll see how you are at herding us at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, great. So so 12:45 is lunch. And by the way, we have a dinner tonight. It's an open invitation for everyone at Chef Ruby's Steakhouse. We're excited about that, closing that place down for all of us. So if Zach Nasser and the Impact panel, we're going to go really quickly through this. I don't have JP to whistle, if I can just keep your attention. Zach, bring Steve Chun up from Blockable, who's helping us have that dinner tonight, by the way. Thank you, Steve. And who else do we have? Kim Colt is dialing in. She's on her way to Columbus. And then Evan Turk. So please come up. And Zach is soft-spoken, so you have to really, the room has to be quiet.
I'll try to.
Please.
Hello, everyone. We're gonna eat soon, so I hope you'll be patient with us. All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us here in Columbus. We're going to have an exciting set of panels, squeezed on time a bit, but a lot of amazing people on the panels. I'm here from Dubai. I'm with a family in Abu Dhabi. I'm going to start with a quick message that impact is everywhere, from ambitious stuff to small day-to-day things. For example, we as a family are supporting a space company that is democratizing space for small countries, so they have access to space. You don't have to be like a large company, for example, a country to have a space program. But at the same time, there are little things like the cups we've been drinking with every day. This is something we're not invested in, but I saw a waffle cup that you could have coffee in. It lasts for 12 hours. And then you could eat the cup after you finish drinking coffee. So we could have impact from the small things to the large things in our lives. It doesn't have to just be space, but you could also do space. So I'm gonna go now to our panel. Kim is hopefully joining via Zoom. She's not online yet. Maybe she'll speak later. I'll introduce her then, but she has an amazing portfolio. She's invested in stuff that Bill Gates' Breakthrough Fund has invested in. I have great admiration for her work. We have Steve here. His company is Blockable. They're a prefab construction and development developer. He'll talk about it more. And then Evan helps families set up foundations and trusts in a unique way that he'll tell us about as well. So let's start with Steve. Steve, can you tell us about what your company does? How is it impactful? And you can take my microphone.
I think this works.
It's working, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Steve Chun. I'm the Chief Development Officer at Blockable. Blockable is the world's first vertically integrated modular real estate developer. We have developed a proprietary building system that we use to build our own real estate projects, specializing in multifamily. Our company is an example of the application of impact capital. And we have a very ambitious goal, basically, to help solve the housing crisis in America and eventually, hopefully, worldwide. Basically, as most of you know, there is a tremendous housing shortage in America, millions of residential units that this country needs to meet the needs of Americans. The problem is that the supply is falling far short of meeting that demand, and it's growing worse every year. So what we're doing is trying to solve that, because right now it's not just a quantitative issue where the numbers are falling short, it's also a qualitative issue. So everything that you see being built today, virtually every new construction project for apartments, for housing, is being built for the top of the market, especially in rental units, because the cost of construction is so high that the only way to get a deal to pencil and to get people to invest or lend money for your projects is to build for the top of the market, charge the highest rents possible, and then you get the returns that are necessary. That's because the cost of construction keeps escalating year over year. The cost of materials, the cost of labor, everything about it right now, it's a broken system. Blockable, because we're doing modular prefabricated units, but we have a very versatile, flexible system. We're able to build cheaper and faster than traditional build. Therefore, we can build projects that nobody else can because we can make our deals pencil when traditional builders are only building for the top of the market. So we'll be able to meet the demands of not just the Class A renter, but the Class B, Class C, as well as affordable housing. Workforce housing, what I call attainable housing, is the real need in America. It's not the top of the market, it's the middle of the market. It's the working class and the middle class of America whose housing needs are not being met. The other aspect of this from an impact perspective is in terms of the climate crisis. The construction industry is one of the worst culprits in the world in terms of its impact on the environment. There have been many studies in the industry that show that the construction sector is responsible for 40% of all the world's consumption of energy, 50% of all landfill waste, and 39% of all greenhouse gas emissions. It's a major problem. With our system, because it's being built in the factory and because of our design as well as our digital systems, we have partnered with the National Renewable Energy Lab, who completed a peer-reviewed study whose results are about to come out. They concluded that when we're at full-scale production, the blockable system will be reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 66%, construction waste by 91%, and vehicle miles traveled by 67%. So it's a major impact on the environmental front as well. So we have a very ambitious goal with our company, but we can make an impact across many different sectors and hopefully make a true difference. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Steve. Next up, we have Evan. Can you tell us about your unique approach to, trusts and foundations? We have some families in the room. Maybe they'll appreciate your advice.
Of course. First of all, my name is Evan Turk. I'm an attorney. I'm admitted to practice in Jersey and Florida. I also am the president of Palm Beach Strategies in Palm Beach, Florida. And what we do is we work with various family offices and investors to find better tax strategies, better ways to get into private equity or into various investments versus your typical approach. And one of the things that we are able to do successfully is to truly understand what our clients' needs are, eliminate the unnecessary burden or risk that they are typically taking when it comes to investing, try to help them from creating strategies that are sound rather than they're going to be challenged in this upcoming, in this administration right now. So we're taking a very proactive approach to handling our clients' money. We work with various family offices, and we have a network of over 9,000 CPAs. And what we do on each and every deal is we vet the strategy with the client's need. We do a lot of work with charity, especially now with clients who have significant capital gains and are trying to figure out ways to increase their family wealth without having to be in a position where half of it is going to the government in the form of a tax. We do this through unique strategies. A lot of what we do is just basic trusts, but we tweak it a little bit. We have 3 of the best law firms out there in the nation that work side by side with us. So everything that we are doing is also vetted by large legal firms with infrastructure. At the end of the day, what we're able to do differently is produce exceptional value to our clients, reduce the risk while reducing their tax liability exponentially. And we have a Delaware statutory trust, a 1031 fund, so we can do it on a traditional platform. We could also do it on a 1031 exchange. What we noticed in that world is that yield is not nearly the same when it is under a 1031. And we found ways to make the yield significantly higher without increasing risk whatsoever. And our clients are really appreciating the fact that they have options now. We have strategies for clients who are looking for income, whether it's monthly. We invest in a lot in self-storage units throughout the country. We have relationships with self-storage companies which vets these projects, and they'll actually buy these projects out if we need liquidation.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing, Evan. I think Kim has joined us online. Can you hear us, Kim? Hi, awesome. So we still have a few minutes in the panel. I briefly introduced you previously. What's like your, current favorite project or impact insight you'd like to share from your vast experiences and, diverse investments?
Thank you. Well, there's so many, it's hard to choose just one. But since you and I were talking a little bit earlier about real estate tech, and I do have my LEED certification in new construction that I've had for quite some time, and I've gotten to see the iteration on building technologies, not only for operations and systems management to be more efficient, but also in the construction materials themselves. And I think the material science as it comes to construction is an area that's really exciting. One of our portfolio companies is taking fly ash, capturing the CO2 and other emissions and converting it into upcycling concrete in conjunction with kind of tearing down old concrete and then reusing it on site to really minimize the CO2 emissions and carbon footprint, as well as kind of capturing from the most polluting factories their emissions. They've done one wing of the newest wing of the San Francisco International Airport. This company is called Blue Planet Ltd. They have a couple of competitors in the space that we also looked at, and we felt that their technology was superior. We also are excited by the fact that this company has a number of highly reflectant paints. And I'm not sure if any of you recently saw the article that came out in the last day or two about the whitest paint with the highest reflectivity of heat just recently coming out. And what's exciting about that is simply by repainting a lot of the existing buildings and infrastructure, you reduce the heat island effect, which is the heat that kind of accumulates on the ground, which is great, particularly for lower income communities where they don't have too much vegetation, but also in terms of very affordably, as buildings naturally repaint, use less of the energy requirements for HVAC system, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. And that's the largest use that these buildings currently have for their electricity consumption. So that's just one example of really so many that, and I know we don't have much time, so hopefully I'll see you a little bit later today, all of you.
Okay, thank you for sharing, Kim. Really insightful about different technologies that apply to real estate and construction. Drive safe, and we'll see you soon. Next up, we have a really special panel. First, we have Mitzi Perdue. She comes from two business families, the Sheraton Hotels family, and also the Perdue Farms behind the chicken products family. She has an amazing, gentle demeanor, but she's actually a lion behind that. So she's doing a lot of work, and she's a champion against human trafficking. I'll actually pass it on to her to introduce Eric because she's an amazing speaker, so I won't take more from her time. But Eric, I respect him a lot. He's a no BS man, and he's a trustee on Denison University's trustee board. So he's an Ohioan, I guess. I don't know how to say it. But on to Mitzi and Eric. I'll give you my mic as well.
Okay, since it's mine, I'm going to ask permission to stand because I think I can project better if I'm standing. to share with you, my topic is going to be, it's a real downer, but I'm not going to leave you down. 60 seconds of down, maybe 3 minutes of up. I want to talk to you something that may be surprising to some of you. Would it be shocking to you to know that in human trafficking, that it's the largest source of criminal revenue in the world? It's a $150 billion a year industry. The average girl who is sex trafficked starts at age 14, and her life expectancy is 7 years. During those 7 years, what's going to take her, because she will be dead before the end of 7 years, what will take her is drug addiction, overdose, disease, or possibly murder for her organs. Okay, that's about as dark a subject as one can possibly have. But I would like to share with you an effort to try to make a dent in this. And I don't know how many of you remember your ancient Greek mythology, but there was a creature called the Hydra. The Hydra ate human beings. It had many heads. And somebody who would try to attack the Hydra, if you cut its head off, 2 more would grow back. And to me, that's the metaphor for human trafficking. The United Nations recognizes 20,000 organizations that are fighting human trafficking. But the problem is, it just keeps growing and growing. And here's a reason why it grows. It's insanely profitable. If you, this is really hypothetical, but imagine for a moment that you're a trafficker in New York and you're running 4 girls. You're making $1 million a year. And your chances of having any kind of penalty for that is less than 1 in 1,000. So what do we do about this? How do we cut the head off the Hydra in such a way that 2 more don't grow back, 2 more heads don't grow back? And it seems to me that one of the best approaches that we ought to do a whole lot more of is going after the traffickers for money laundering. It's illegal to launder money. And if you're a trafficker, again, that trafficker in New York who's running 4 girls and is making $1 million a year, let's assume it's a he. It could be a she, but on average, it's going to be a he. That trafficker, he can't spend the money because you can't spend money that's illegally obtained. You have to launder it in some way. So supposing that Eric wants that Lamborghini that he's been hungering after, I'm making this up, and you've got $1 million in cash, it weighs 22 pounds, you can't spend it because you bring the cash into the Lamborghini dealer, and guess what? That dealer, and again, let's assume it's a he, has to report it to the feds, and you're now on their radar. You don't want that. You have to launder the money. Well, why isn't money laundering more effectively used against trafficking? And the answer is, I'm going to tell just a quick story about a guy that I know who heads the anti-money laundering training academy. This guy, he was a cop for 30 years, New York State Police, and while he was a cop, he told me that he would get 4,000 suspicious activity reports a month. These are reports of people like the Eric who isn't Eric, who is trying to launder money. 4,000. He told me that his ability to look into those 4,000, it stopped when he got to about 3. He said, there's a podcast that I listened to that said that we could use 100,000 more people who are trained in anti-money laundering. You know, the gap between the ability to prosecute people and the people who are able to prosecute them is very incommensurate. So what are we doing about it? My organization is trying to raise funds to train and hire more people in anti-money laundering. And the special gimmick that we have is a certain percentage of women who've been trafficked, or men, have the IQ and the aptitude and the interest to learn coding, and we know this because it is being done. We want to expand that. And our method for financing this is an auction in which we ask people who have high value items either to donate the items or to bid on them. And ideally, the auction will take place in January at the Burj Khalifa. If not, it will be at the Dubai Louvre. Have I got that right? The Abu Dhabi Louvre. If we can show, I want to go through them very quickly because I figure I've got like 30 seconds left. One of the items that's going to be put up for auction and that's been donated is a diamond and sapphire necklace. Let me have another one. An emerald from the Atocha, sunk in 22? And another, let's just gallop through them. Another one, another one, another one, another one. And if this interests you and you'd like to know more about it, text WIN, W-I-N, to 55312. And thank you very much, everybody.
And by the way, if there are any IRS or other federal agents in the room, I am not involved in any kind of money laundering. That was just an example. That was not actually an indication that I'm involved in anything that you as an IRS official would have any interest in. I do not want to talk to you. So awesome, Mitzi. And I'll talk kind of quickly about a parallel issue of how do we work smarter as a society to rehabilitate into the workforce and into constructive roles in American society? How do we work together as business and other people to make that happen? It's certainly super relevant within the trafficking space. But I have a poll, and this is interactive. So I would ask two quick questions if you'd raise your hand. How many folks? And this is a very general. This is a very, very general, high level curiosity. How many people in the room feel that you do enough currently in philanthropy and in doing things for others? Smattering. I see like 5%. How many people in the room feel that you currently have a high enough level of personal happiness? Interesting, a little more happiness than philanthropy. The reason I ask is I often tell people, so I was in the private equity and in investment space for 25 years, and I'm fortunate to now be able to primarily work in the philanthropic space. I tell people doing things for others and getting yourself personally more active in any type of philanthropic pursuit is in many ways the most selfish decision you can make, because it is an easy, direct path to increasing your happiness. There is tons of brain science. Look this up. It's unbelievably interesting. Doing more for other people enhances your own happiness as a faster mechanic than anything else that you can do. And there's all sorts of real brain science behind that. I think an interesting topic. So if you see that I'm happy and smiling, it must be because I get to do more stuff around philanthropy. I am not, I just have a topic to share because I think it is of interest to business and political leaders. We're not sort of pitching anything from our foundation standpoint yet. And that is, again, related, Mitzi, to your discussion. We have this issue that we heard earlier from a number of small business people. Anyone who's tried to hire people, who's tried to get anything done in the United States in the last 12 months knows there is a severe labor shortage. We do not have enough people in all sorts of trades and jobs. And it's kind of startling that there's not the pragmatic reaction. Well, we have 7 million people in the United States who are connected to the criminal justice system who are not fully employable because they're either incarcerated, they are infected with having a felony, they don't have any skills coming out of prison in their 20s and 30s and 40s, and are left honestly with very little option for what else to do to support and sustain themselves other than ending up recommitting and ending up driving this horrible recidivism rate that we have in the United States, that you have 70 to 85% of felons will recommit once they are released. Cost to folks that are paying their taxes, it's about $200 billion a year that is sucked up in the U.S. economy by paying for this huge industry. And we have been partnered now for a few years with an organization called the National Alliance for Higher Education and Prison. And our foundation has relationships with about 50 colleges and universities If you look at any school that's within about 80 miles of here, you'll find probably a major project that we've been involved in sponsoring. We're now working with that school network along with departments of corrections and other folks to restore good educational opportunities into U.S. prisons. Those were generally stripped out 20, 25 years ago, and are working to restore those education opportunities into prisons. The punchline is, it is absolutely astounding. Again, 70 to 85% of felons will generally recommit. People who've been through these college ed and other organized educational programs in U.S. correctional facilities have a recidivism rate of less than 5%. So you can give this speech to the political left, to the political right, to the political center. It is absolutely unifying. It is insane for our business and political leaders and academic leaders to not be even further engaged with this effort to make sure that of the folks that are relatively easily rehabilitatable and able to be repositioned to be good citizens. You have a lot of people in prison. I've been in Sing Sing. I've been in, we were actually chatting before. I was going to start a joke off by talking about how we've both been in prison, but unfortunately, I don't think either of us is actually sentenced. I think we were just visiting. But I've been in and have spent time with folks that have been through these programs. And for the right subset of the prison population, it is absolutely transformative, and you end up with people coming out and getting great jobs, being reintegrated into American society in a way that is super constructive. So happy to talk about this further. Again, there's no particular ask. I mean, we're funding these pilot programs in a number of different metro areas. If you are an employer, if you have a business, if you are someone who is looking to fill in your workforce, I would really strongly encourage you to look at what a lot of business leaders have been doing of opening up their aperture to look at folks who do have a background of being involved in the criminal justice system and of closely evaluating your ability to bring those people into your workforce on the right, smart, selective way. If you're around academia, I would encourage you to look at the National Alliance. Very easy to find this organization, like making really profound change in bringing schooling back into these facilities to rehabilitate people. If you're in the political leadership, and we have some folks from the political side here, I've had some really interesting conversations. This is very inspiring, I think, to a lot of people in politics who are so sick of the tribalism and the polarization. This is an issue that everyone agrees on, right? And it's one that you can actually bring everybody together and have really great outcomes without the need to pour a pile of money, and it's actually great return on investment and restores a lot of justice at the same time that it makes great economic sense. So I think a lot of interesting things happening in this space. Happy to chat with folks separately, and again, check out these organizations. They're making really great changes to our country.
Awesome, thank you. Mark is going to comment.
So before we transition, you're absolutely right, Eric, and what we want to do is not raise any money for you yet, but really the interconnecting. We're going to put our shoulders behind these two issues, among others, and we're going to have not just a panel, but a summit and actual, action plans to support what they're both leading. So I really appreciate it. So I know we're scratching the surface, more like to introduce what we're going to do more than anything.
Awesome, thank you, Mark. Now we have another special panel. I just want to check if they've joined the Zoom, Maurizio and Carl. And thank you, Eric, and thank you, Mitzi, for an amazing talk. So I'll introduce our next speakers. Maurizio Tota is actually a really inspirational impact investor. He invests his own money. He's also a no BS man. He owns 1.1 million hectares of the Amazon in Brazil. He owns the biggest solar power plant in Portugal, I think, and it counts as the biggest in Europe as well, among other things. Then we have Professor Carl. Professor Carl was part of a duo who worked on astronomy work that won the Nobel Prize. And right now, he's applying his expertise to help with wildfires. So Fuego is the, sort of wildfire institute in Berkeley. His colleague in Fuego is Tim Ball, and Dr. Tim Ball has also fought wildfires through his small business with a lot of different technological solutions to detecting fire, to help CAL FIRE and the different firefighting departments in California. Let's see who's online, who's joined. Maurizio. So we could start with Maurizio. Maurizio, can you hear us? You could tell us about your work and how we should be stopping wildfires or tackling that problem.
Okay, great. Okay, my name is Carl Pennypacker. I'm part of a inspired and pretty capable team that's trying to address the wildfire problem. We'll talk a little bit more about the dangers, but even though my background is in astrophysics, the same kind of, and that work went pretty well. The same kind of technology, same kind of ideas, sensors, high-speed computing, machine learning, all of these techniques can be applied to wildfires in a way that existing players are willing to talk about and adapt. And actually, my longtime partner and friend, Dr. Tim Ball, is also online. I've asked him to interrupt me when I start speaking falsehoods. Right? No smile, Tim.
I always try to help, Carl.
Anyway, so again, background was searching for supernova in space about 1 billion light years away. We kept finding these little pieces of light. And during the Oakland fire in 1989, we had a terrible situation where a couple thousand structures were burned. 80 some people died, I believe. Anyway. And so some colleagues of me from UC Berkeley and Lawrence Berkeley Lab said, well, gee, that's fires. I wonder if you could see it from geosynchronous orbit and be a monitoring system. And it turned out it was there was a lot of light from the fires. There are other issues involved, but technology really does hold a lot of promise for early detection of fires. Now, just about the need, we're in kind of a terrible time, and it's actually worse than what we predicted. Here, these maps are from CalAdopt. That was a fire prediction. They did surveys of California over, 2020, what fires will alert 2050. The green, the more red it is, the darker it is, the worse the fires will be. And actually, Southern California is already burned out. It's not going to get a lot worse. It's dry, fuels are dry, bad weather, but it's interesting where a lot of the change was in 2080 and a little bit in 2050 is in the north. But this is almost certainly conservative as we look at where the big fires are this summer already. There are many of the big fires are up in this north part.
For the last 4 years, the locations of the large fires have been exactly in these places.
Yeah.
Right? So what's happening is that we're already in the 2080 regime.
So it got worse than people predicted. And one's seeing this all over the U.S. A simple fit to this: we're about 3 times worse fires, more acreage burned now than we were even like in 1985. When my children were born, in their lifetimes, we're seeing 3 times more acreage burned. So this is not just a California problem; it's a national problem. It's a world problem, and something where science and technology we believe holds some real hope to move forward. And again, the United States for a long time has had mostly weather satellites that by chance can look for fires. One we're using now is the GOES satellite, and it can see fires of about 2 acres, Tim.
Yeah, hectare, but 2 acres a hectare.
So that's on the y-axis is how big the fire is and how much power it is, and goes can see them here. What we're proposing is we want to go down a factor of 100 in sensitivity and see, in fact, that's we're pretty sure of it after some careful simulations. We can see a fire about 200 times smaller than what ghosts can see. So this is a huge, again, this is our calculations on our proposed satellite that we want to build. There are other low Earth satellites over here on the right graph, MODIS, ISAR, BIRD, and they can see pretty dim fires, but those come by maybe twice a day, and they're just not
Yeah,
used.
their orbits, those are not geostationary satellites. Those are polar orbiting satellites. So you get 1 or 2 looks a day, whereas the Fuego satellite will be geostationary and consistent and see the same basic and size of a fire as MODIS and BIRD, which are used tactically now, but we need a strategic satellite. So the fact that it can sit at geostationary and stare and do as well as these polar orbiting satellites is a huge step forward.
Yeah, you know, and just in terms of dealing with the problems of climate change, I think it's a little bit hard to say how a strict technology layer of imaging and alert and computing can help hurricanes get a lot better. But for sure, we're convinced that, you know, an incisive action here can have a
well, the key, Carl, is that early detection can lead to early and aggressive response, and that's what's needed. We just can't dawdle around and wait for people to get to a fire and decide that it's going to get worse. You've got to attack all of them hard right away.
Yeah, and we're doing this already.
Hello, thank you guys for sharing that insight and a bit of knowledge about the current problem. And to clarify, the solution they're working towards is, you know, a monitoring system that includes a satellite that's more accurate. I want to ask you one question that's relevant to the audience. So they've received a grant from the Moore Foundation, Moore, the founder of Intel, the CPU company. I wanted you to share how has it been working with a family foundation, and you know, your insights regarding that, and how is it supporting you and your steps afterwards.
How long do you have?
Okay, you
Just
know, it's actually been very easy to work with the Moore Foundation, and their approach is what they wanted to see was our basic plan and the way that we could leverage what they gave us into something larger. And that's what we really promised to do, is to not just apply the money that they gave us to a specific instance of a solution, but to look for an overall solution and leverage that grant. And that's really what we've done from the perspective of designing the basic technology of this geostationary satellite that can see to this level, and also fusing it with other things that we were doing, like the ground camera system in California and the airborne system. So bringing that all together makes a strong system. And what Moore did was then give us the flexibility to make a cross-cutting approach to this problem rather than a sort of a one-off thing. Grants tend to be so highly focused that you have to just do one thing and don't get a cross-cutting advantage.
Yeah, that's, let me just, one, there are two issues on the Family Foundation. One, Tim just mentioned, which I'd like to spend a sentence on. You know, we have, you know, firefighters and people like Tim, astrophysicists doing computational science, you know, computer scientists, and this team does not fit in any one discipline in the government funding structure. In fact, we had tried probably eight times in various NASA programs or NSF, and they have extremely focused, you know, here, try this widget in this situation with this. And we've all, you know, and those are going to be the competitive things to get funded. You know, one little widget, one little very stovepipe solution, which you have to, you know, I understand, but our approach, look, we want to solve this whole problem. We want to get the best people and the best technology at it quickly. And that's the second thing. For the nation, for our federal structure to move, you know, first you'd have to have probably a National Academy of Scientists saying we need firefighting stuff, blah blah. So that's about a year to get the panel together and get a report from them. Then it gets to the agencies.
Thank you, Carl, for these insights.
We're
running out of time. I'm going to link it with Ohio with one comment I forgot to mention. Since Ohio has a lot of big insurance companies, and now insurance companies and reinsurance companies are realizing how much damage and cost wildfires are causing, and they're starting to open up to invest in things to prevent wildfires, whether fight them or detect them. So as Carl was saying, this is a national problem, and we're all linked to it in some way, even major businesses here in Ohio. Thank you, Carl and Professor Carl and Dr. Tim. I hope the audience enjoyed the talk, something new, wildfires. You know, you don't talk about wildfires every day. And now I'll give it to Mark, and hopefully we're going to have lunch in a few minutes. So good times.
A few seconds. So yeah, thank you everybody from the impact panels, and thank you, Zach. Really appreciate it. We just sort of, again, scratch the surface. We're just catalyzing what we're going to do in the future. Joe is reminding me that maybe people don't appreciate that we have a really special dinner tonight. So you're keeping them from lunch, but you can say a few words.
Yep, absolutely. Open invitation for everybody tonight. Dinner, Jeff Ruby's, Nationwide Boulevard. This is High Street right here. Nationwide is the first street you're going to come across. Make a left, heading eastbound. We have the entire restaurant to ourselves tonight. And again, it's 7 p.m. We hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Great. Lunch is served. 30 minutes, we'll come back here.
John and I started Nottingham Spurk right out of college.
Since then, we've built a vertically integrated innovation process empowering companies to grow and prosper. To us, it's simple. We listen to the voice of the customer. That voice propels our process from the design to engineering, prototyping, and all the way to advanced manufacturing. This mindset flows throughout our entire organization, and with that, we've designed transformational products that have revolutionized markets.
I do like the music, so this is great. We're going to do a little preview of what we're going to see in Cleveland. And one thing is I wanted to hire the person who did that video, but I understand it's related. The person is related to you.
All of our work is done.
Well, thank you, everybody. This is a little bit of a preview of what you're going to see tomorrow. Yeah, interestingly enough, we are doing a construction project right now in concert with Ernst & Young, which is one of the leading global consulting companies in the world. And we're putting it together. The ribbon cutting is going to be 3 weeks from now with the governor and officials and things. But interestingly enough, this group is going to be the first event in our new space before it even opens. So you're going to be getting a behind the scenes look at something very exciting. It's something that doesn't exist in the world, really, the way that we're putting this together. And it has to do with innovation and all the supply chain and all of the things necessary for transformative innovation. So
of all of you that you're involved in portfolio companies, how many of you think that transformative innovation is a great way to grow? Raise your hand. So how many think it's great, but it's risky? Raise your hand. Risky? So what you're going to see tomorrow is taking the risk out of innovation, because it's vertically integrated and it's everything connected with innovation in a smooth transition from conception all the way to the marketplace. What you're going to see is an organization that's created 1,300 patents, of which 95% are commercialized. And the national average of commercialization of patents is only 5%. It's kind of a famous number. So this is what you're going to see tomorrow. We've been greatly helped by Jobs Ohio, and here's Glenn Richardson to talk a little bit about Jobs Ohio and this whole connection.
Thank you very much, John. Appreciate it. I think most of you heard JP Nassif this morning talk about Jobs Ohio, so I don't need to go into too much about that. I think he did an awesome job of laying it out. I'm the managing director of advanced manufacturing and aerospace, and I've had the pleasure of working with both John Spurk and John Nottingham in putting together a deal to secure the EYNS, Nottingham Spurk, Innovation Hub in Cleveland, and we're very excited about this. Jobs Ohio put together our R&D program to encourage R&D investment. And why did we do that? Well, I like to cite the poster child in my mind for this, and that is Honda Motor Company. A little over 40 years ago, Honda didn't really have a presence in North America. And they first came over with motorcycles. We're going to do some work there. But they quickly recognized the opportunity for cars. And they started out with an R&D center investment here. And so that small investment today has grown. Today we have their North American headquarters here in Marysville, just northwest of Columbus. And they employ about 14,000 people, and their tier one supplier network in this area employs about the same amount, so about 28,000 people employed because of that small start with an R&D center. So we look at this as a really important investment. We see great opportunity with the EYNS Innovation Hub. When you look at what John's talking about here, I mean, they're in a class unto themselves. Nottingham Spurk is with over 13,000 patents and 95% commercialization rate. That's amazing, and $50 billion in generated sales. So fantastic. Now we combine EY, their reach, their reputation, and their advanced tools with the vertical innovation process and business innovation processes that Nottingham Spurk has developed over the last 48 years. And you have a one-of-a-kind facility in Cleveland to really drive innovation. So we're not it's not just product innovation, it's design, it's manufacturing process, it's supply chain, it's end-to-end, using the most advanced tools and proven design methodology, both on the product and process and business side. So what a wonderful thing to have in Ohio, what a wonderful thing to have in Cleveland. We think it brings three key advantages to Cleveland and the state of Ohio. The first is that it really expands our innovation ecosystem. Bring not only what we have in terms of the people there and the facility, but bringing in companies that want to take advantage of this. Second, we look at it as a great opportunity to help Ohio companies get on board with the advanced tools, Industry 4.0, however you want to define it. And we have a lot to protect here. We're the third largest manufacturing state in the nation, both on GSP as well as employment. So there's a lot to protect. And by the way, 40% of that, those companies and that employment exists up in the Cleveland area. So very much a a hotspot for that. And then the last item would be on the attraction side. Because of Nottingham Spurk's reputation internationally, I bet they're better known internationally than they are in Cleveland. We're going to change that. But fundamentally, that tied with EY's reach as well, we think that this offers a great opportunity to bring in international companies. And so they can experience not only the innovation hub, but what the region and the state has to offer in terms of assets. So it's a win-win-win, if you will, for the state, for Jobs Ohio, and for EY NS Hub. And we're very excited to be a part of it. I hope to see all of you there tomorrow as we experience this center for the first time. And I have one other question for you, sir. So in 2012, Harvard Review, I think, Business Review, put out an article about this idea of core, adjacent, and transformational innovation. And I think, if I got it right, the core and the adjacent space innovation is pretty much in line with company metrics, their budgeting process, how they execute. And companies have proven to be pretty good at that. And I think the distribution that Harvard Business Review suggested as the ideal distribution was 70% in core, 20% in adjacent, and 10% in this transformational space. Now, the transformational space is very different. It takes a very different mindset, I think. So I think that there's really, very few companies can be good at core and adjacent and do transformational. You guys do only transformational. Are you selling that story to your companies, and how are they receiving that? And obviously, it's played into the 1,400 companies you've worked with and the success you've had. But can you speak more to that?
Sure. So most companies get core innovation pretty well. It's their core product line. It's incremental improvements of the product line. They do it pretty well. They even do adjacent. Adjacent is sort of like their core, but some different markets. They'll go that way. But most companies privately will tell you that they're not very good at transformational innovation, something that will transform their products. I'll give you an example. You had Blockbuster Video that was doing incremental innovation in the video rental space, and you had Netflix that was doing rental. But Netflix did transformational innovation and changed their business model, and look where they are today. And where is Blockbuster today? Interesting. But you can look at any company. Any company will be disrupted at some point in their history. They'll either disrupt themselves, which is good, like Netflix did, or they'll get disrupted, like what happened with Blockbuster Video. What we're going to do, and we are going to do, but really supercharge it, on October 19th is when we're going to have our ribbon cutting. We're going to specialize in transformational innovation, but not transformational innovation that's risky. It's transformational innovation that is not risky because of what we call vertical innovation process. You'll see what it is tomorrow, because that's a 95% commercialization rate. That's not risk. So this is what you're going to see tomorrow. If you come, you're never going to see anything like it.
John, we talked about 70% core, 20% adjacent, only 10% in this transformational space. What's the value proposition for transformational?
Well, this was the Harvard Review survey. So if you have your ideal innovation budget, at 70% core, you get an IRR of about 10%. It's incremental. You can double it by your adjacent space, about 20%, but transformational is 70% and up. That will transform your company. It'll transform your margin. It'll make a big difference. So But what you need is sort of a hub to gather together to really think beyond the company itself, beyond next quarter's profits, and think about what's going to transform your company before somebody else disrupts it.
Outstanding. Tomorrow you get to see this wonderful space, and I hope you all get a chance to talk with John and John about what they've created. It truly is amazing. Success beyond your wildest dreams, so maybe there's some investment opportunities there for you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Glenn. Thanks, John. John, you've invited another person to speak with you. Maybe give some background to Harrington.
Oh, so tomorrow, so Glenn and I, plus Ron Harrington. Now, Ron Harrington is the head of the Harrington Discovery Institute in Cleveland. He is an incredible entrepreneur, an incredible philanthropist. They are working on game-changing therapies and drugs that's going to affect every one of us. And it's all happening there. So he's going to be there. The three of us are going to have a little bit of a presentation to share with you. And then we're going to have some fun on the back terrace.
Perfect. Looking forward to it. And this is the bus. Now, people in Ohio, you have your own cars and you like to control where you're going. But there's another picture of people sleeping on the couches, but you didn't have to do that. Anyways, you know who you were. But thank you. We'll transition now back over to the agenda. We had impact that a lot of those that focused on impact have been next gens. And there's an interesting dynamic that we've seen. We've always had a next gen panel. We've had next gen summits. So if Phil Kessler could come up, he's been working with many next gens, and including John Havens, whom you saw earlier. And I'd ask Zach Nasser to come because he's working with next gens. Zach Nasser, the man, in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, which is an interesting dynamic as well. So over to you, Phil.
Is this working? Oh, great. My name is Phil Kessler, and I'm a recovering attorney. Thank you. So I got advice from a mentor years ago. He told me two things when I started in private practice. He said, one, don't put the tattoo where the judge can see it. And two, don't do the panel right after lunch. 1 out of 2 is not bad. Okay. All kidding aside, there's been a lot of interesting speakers and things that have happened so far this morning, and if you're interested in that or anything, whether that's economic development, whether that's the future of work, whether that's where to place your money in investments, then I think you need to be thinking about next generation. So SWS Partners is a boutique investment management firm. We build portfolios for institutional investors as well as what we like to refer to as the uniquely wealthy. And I think paying attention to where the third, fourth, and fifth generations of family offices and different folks are going with their money is extremely informative when you think about how you want to approach the things that you're doing. So I know John's already, I asked John to be up here for a couple of things. One, because you've already heard him talk about some future work approaches, but then more importantly, if you think about investing in Ohio, his family's doing some interesting things with private equity and roll-ups in one of the verticals that they're involved in. And then Zach with a completely different approach to how folks in the Gulf are thinking about deploying venture capital, and he and I were talking a little bit earlier, a lot of it in the United States. So getting an understanding of where they're looking because of the size of the dollars that they can write, I think is very informative with thinking through that process of where do you want to be in the venture capital lifestyle, whether that's, the pre-seed all the way through the alphabet rounds. So typically I'm trying not to talk too loud. I'm just like raise the voice. All right, on that note, I thought, John, if you could just give them a little bit of background on Watermark and a snippet of what you're doing locally as far as the roll-up.
Yeah, sure. So nice to see you guys again. we're a third generation family office, kind of started with my grandfather, and we're unique in the sense that population hasn't exploded, right? So it went from my grandfather, I have my father, 2 aunts and an uncle, and then there's only 5 in my generation, including my sister and my 3 cousins. So it's very it's been able to stay very tight-knit. Like I talked a little bit earlier, we have investments across industries, but it's much more kind of old school. Like we don't do a bunch of venture, we don't do a bunch of early stage. It's more operation companies in what we see as recession resistant, repetitive business, right? So like I talked earlier, plumbing, drain cleaning, and HVAC is amazingly recession resistant. And it's something that everybody in here uses. So my father bought Waterworks in 1986. It was 4 trucks. And that was kind of his little bailiwick. And over time, grew up, made all the mistakes. He was going to sell it about 3 years ago. I worked with him, put together the SIM. And we were about to go out and shop it. And you're sitting there looking at what happened in 2007 through 2009. We grew sales by 30%. During all the major downturns, we've always seen an upturn. Because it's necessary work, and I guarantee you anybody in this room, if your AC doesn't work or if your toilet's clogged up, it's the first call you're making. And so we said, hey, why don't we double down on this? Let this be the platform for this generation to jump in. And so family contributed cash, out raising more outside cash. Family accounts for 54% of the entire raise. And so I think we're doing things a little differently in several ways. Firstly, it's starting off with a platform company. So you already have operational experience, right? I think a lot of times the competition that we're running into out in the market, because HVAC roll-ups are very popular, but they're all guys from the coasts. They don't understand the interior of these companies. They don't understand necessarily the blue-collar workforce and how to relate to them. We do. I think that's a great advantage in the Midwest is it's not sexy, right? Venture's sexy. You get to do all the really cool stuff, man. You know, and that's awesome. And there's a place for that. But it's okay to have both. You know what I mean? So that's kind of a 30,000-foot view. And I can tell you that, for example, we're making an acquisition up in Cleveland. They had an offer that was more expensive than our offer from a firm in Philadelphia. They went with us because we're able to talk that language, whereas a lot of people aren't, right? You're on the inside, you know you're protecting legacies, you care about the people. And so I think that's something that, you know, we're often referred to as the flyover part of the country, but I think that's where a lot of it's really the backbone of the country, right? It's reframing the conversation, just like we were talking about earlier. And I could talk for forever, too, so just tell me to shut up at any time, Phil.
No, look, it's obviously we're a lot of us are here have come through. So I spent some time on Wall Street, and I worked for guys who were the quintessential, you know, the T-shirt that says New York and then Hudson River and then L.A. Like they don't, like there's nothing in the middle. And they couldn't understand why you couldn't have breakfast in Cleveland and lunch in Cincinnati. I was like, well, it's a little bit bigger. But it is something to think about. All kidding aside, we see quite a few requests, introductions, folks from both coasts that come through our firm looking for investments, looking for introductions, looking for opportunities. And to John's point, it is a little bit of understanding the kind of the narrative in country, how fast capital moves, how quickly people make decisions. So there is a lot of opportunity, but I think you need to understand that this isn't a Dallas, right, where you're doing multi-million-dollar deals between, you know, courses at lunch. It's just a very different approach. Not that you can't get it done, not that there is an opportunity, but the better you understand how business happens and who you're doing business with in this neck of the world, I think the more successful you can be. And then you get to what Zach's doing and showing up with institutional level private capital, and it's a little different conversation as far as looking for investments on your end.
Thank you. I'll share something a bit different flavor about like the dynamics in the family and the portfolio overall. I guess I shared the sexy image before, but there's more to that. Obviously, the foundation is a conglomerate group with many traditional businesses, right? And real estate, oil and gas, some car dealership exclusivity, you know, like Mercedes, Jeep, what else? Clinics, some hotels. Like it's really diverse, like most industries, you could say. Furniture, art gallery. Yeah, I can't, like, there's just too much. There's a generational divide as well, like in the approach to things. So my partner in venture capital, she's like next gen, right? Like as far as like age group. And with her, we lead like venture capital and like all the sexy and like passive investments, you could say. But her parents' generation, they're used to being more hands-on, right? And themselves leading JVs or like quote unquote private equity level deals, right? I'm talking $150 million plan to process corn, for example, and examples like on that league of things. Like they want to be involved, they don't want to be just like passive. So with the next gen, you know, kids, you could say they're trying to bring in this new wave of doing things, right? Of like venture capital, angel investing, usually with the promise like, oh, you could JV later on, right? That's the promise that we need to still make so that, you know, things get funded quickly and like with passion, I guess. So there is that like shift that's happening. Another unique thing in the family, my partner is more or less as savvy as a financial professional. She also manages a lot of fixed income for ADIA, which is the sovereign wealth fund in Abu Dhabi, focused on like passive investments. So we don't really, so we have a diversified portfolio as you'd like. You know, we're not using an external firm to do it because we're able to do it ourselves, you know, in terms of fixed income, public equities, etc. So that's a unique thing as well, because usually in a family, you have expertise in your, you know, conglomerate areas, for example, the business units you're running, but the, you know, traditional financial management, you outsource it to someone else outside. So that doesn't happen with us. So we have these different components, right? You have the generic high-level portfolio management, you know, 40%, you know, in bonds and fixed income, and then you have the sexy VC side and taking risks and helping companies at the early stage build out and all that. And you have the traditional businesses still being launched to this day, right? In traditional verticals without any sexy technology. So that's like the dynamic in the family.
I guess the question too, so this is one thing that's beginning to come up that we're seeing. We'll keep cogs in at time here, but so there's a lot of impact investing, and Mark alluded to it. And so I've been at this now for 25 years, but it's only been in the last, this generation that's come up, so maybe John's age, maybe a little bit younger, where historically maybe a family office, and we'll continue to pick on them, would have looked at investing and maintaining the family's wealth as one bucket, and then kind of the social good aspect as another, right? That was foundational work, gifts to charity, board memberships, et cetera. What's been interesting to watch as this generation in their 20s and early 30s has kind of evolved and started to get involved in the decision-making process. This thing doesn't like me. I know, it's fair. Whoa, now you can hear me. The conversation is getting to, can you combine the two, right? So it's interesting, I think, you know, there's been a conversation among some of the ultra wealthy around, do we leave our kids money or not? And I think that's fine for headlines, but the reality of it is the vast majority are still transferring money down multiple generations. And yet you have this group coming up that's looking at things and saying, okay, well, we don't necessarily want to get rid of this and change our lifestyle, but at the same time, we want to feel good about the stuff that we're invested in, and how do we do that? And it's been and it'd be interesting to get the two years' take on it, because you know, it used to be back in the day, you'd say, well, you can change your portfolio, and you can not hold certain investments, and your returns look like this, and you can hold those, and your returns can look like that, and they're, whoa, okay, we'll check that. And that mentality has changed immensely to say, okay, we're willing to see a certain level of underperformance, or we're willing to wait a little longer for that impact from the investment if we can do the kind of things that we believe in, and that becomes the driver behind where they're placing their capital. So I don't know if that's true with your second gen or how they're thinking about it.
There's a lot of autonomy, you could say, like from my experience, like in Abu Dhabi at least, even among like the royal family, some members I'm connected with, it's pretty organized, right? Like when they pass through the wealth to their kids, they set up, separate entities for each one, split up like the assets and whatnot. It's not like it's planned before even, so they don't wait for death or a will or something like that. They do it in real time, right? There's a big culture of entrepreneurship, right? Everyone is pushing through, both the male and female members as well. There's no separation. In the UAE, you'd see, despite maybe the image or the stereotype, right, of Middle East or MENA, there's full equal rights, right? Maybe sometimes in political positions or media folks positions, women aren't given visibility in some cases, right? But in terms of actual power and access and influence, it's equally spread and it's organized. They always like to do best practices. It's not like up in the air. Yeah. My comment.
Well, I'm loud anyway. It's funny you mention that because in our office, my aunt is kind of the head honcho and always has since my grandfather kind of stepped back. He's since passed. And in ours, it's two boys, me and my cousin Elliot, and then my two cousins who are girls and my sister. And some are very involved and some are not involved at all. Like Elizabeth she's doing her postdoctorate work as a child psychologist. When I call her about family investment, she's like, whatever, John, just go, whatever, I don't care. Emily wants to be very involved. She wants to turn over every rock. She wants to see the due diligence documents. She wants to really dig in. So it's so interesting working in, you have family dynamic and business, and everybody wants something else. Everybody's goals are kind of aligned, but how does this work in like a foundation setting? So like, being the next generation, one of my big initiatives has been trying to bring everybody together on whatever we can be together on. And so like our big charitable, like what everybody likes is we build low-income housing for seniors in rural Ohio through the HUD 209 program, which is no longer a thing. But that was always, everybody rallied behind that. And so now what's the next thing that we're all going to rally behind, right? Because the funding for that's no longer a thing anymore. So it's very interesting how from person to person, and I'm sure you see it with your family, everybody's so different and has such different goals.
I could comment on that, and I was going to mention something before when you mentioned the size of the family. Like with us, the size is like 30 maybe across, the cousins and the kids. Also, that's big, and the communication style there, it's through, the majlis, if you've heard that word, it's the gathering on Friday of the family. So everyone aligns through that, right, on things they're going to do, and everyone respects the family name. But at the same time, usually there's no like one foundation, right? There are a lot of things happening in parallel, and it's sort of an unwritten, oath or agreement that, people respect certain things, respect values, common values in the culture. So you don't see it as much as written, a constitution like you see in European families or American families, for example. So they're organized with the assets, but like with the governance, it's, like I said, entrepreneurial, but there's just this bond that they all respect and, a blood bond, you could say, or something, a family bond. So yeah, it's a bit different, like a bit free form rather than trying to be like one entity. There are many entities really in parallel, like a swarm sort of bees. Sort of. Yeah.
It's like herding cats. I mean, and everybody has such different goals. And how do you manage all of those goals under one umbrella and make sure that you're still having Thanksgiving dinner and Bob's not pissed at Ellen or whatever it is. It's a challenge.
That brings up, I guess we get near the end of the other thing we've seen with communication that's happened with next generations, and that is the expectation of real-time information right? So we use a fairly robust technology stack to be able to communicate with our clients across whatever asset class they're in, right? They want to be able to, and they want to be able to look, they don't want to call us, right? We always tell people, like, if you want to know your performance, don't call me, click the app. And we joke about it, but it is the number of times I've been in a room with someone in their late 20s or early 30s holding a spreadsheet going, well, why did I get this? And the last thing they want to do is read it, right? And so that, to me, that's going to be that's another huge cultural impact to speed of information, expectation of return, expectation of where did my capital go and what happened, and oh, by the way, I want to look at it when I want to look at it, not when I have to call you and find out about it. So the concept of being a gatekeeper for that kind of financial information, to my mind, is already gone. I think it's just a matter of who's going to catch up to it the fastest. So that, you know, as you think about in this room, if you're advisors to or members of those types of families, those are really the kind of the foundational issues. And I know John's used to using the technology, but it becomes a way to improve that communication across generations and across family members. And that's been a huge boon to a lot of the families we've worked with, to say, okay, let's understand how we can all get on the same page. We know what we have, where it's located, and what it's doing, and what we're all getting out of it. Because to John's point and to Zach's point, not everyone is equally aligned on what their expectations are for the return on that capital. So I don't know how, I know, John, you've seen, you know, the electronic stuff that we do, but I don't know, Zach, I mean, how do you, I mean, I presume it's an international communication too, right? So you're dealing with time zones and everything else as far as keeping people in the loop.
So you'd like to comment on the expectations of returns or the communication?
Or just the communication, like being able to understand what you have and where it is and what you're doing with it.
Communication, like among the family or decision making, like I said, like it's pretty informal, the Majlis style. Everyone is like mostly in Abu Dhabi, right? There's a huge loyalty to the country, right? Like even though you travel or whatnot, like for vacation or work, but yeah, you don't live elsewhere. At least like that's the current culture. There's just like a deep love for it. Like, so it's in person. So to my previous comment, like, yeah, I'm curious too, like how scalable this is in the future. If the, you know, family size increases even or not, or if people start living like in other places. It's a question for the future. It's not a current problem. But if it is in the same way, you know, based on certain values, right? Values scale if everyone has adopted those values, because it's not limited by physical norms or like physical things, right? Or technologies even, right? So it's something for the future. In terms of like actually knowing the assets and portfolios, yeah, like I said, everything's like cutting edge, right? Like everything's documented, split up, etc. There's no like whatever a written deed that's lost or something. It's not like that. Like that's like organized as far as like the you know, the back office, you could say. That's organized to standards.
Sometime I'll tell you a story about transferring an island in Greece. It's not electronic. Any questions? You know, we got a few minutes here at the end. I don't know if there's any questions for anybody out there. Thoughts? Probably not from me, but from either John or Zach. Like I said, never do the panel after lunch. You can write that one down and say I told you. It's okay.
No, but it's great. It's a full room, at least.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
So let's switch over. We're going to switch over to a series of three panels on clusters of industries. The first one now being industrials, energy, logistics. So, if Mike, we're going to. All right. Well, can we start with your slides, Glenn? I've asked Glenn to. You've met him already. So, of all the panelists, if you could actually throw the panelists up there: Matthew Friedman, Jonathan Bridges, Kevin. Who else is? Chris White is in Houston on the way to Brazil, so I can't. Oh, Catherine Hill Ritchie, yes. So we're going to let Glenn, maybe you can kick it off with your slides and then moderate. Okay, super. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just give a quick run through on my bio and advanced manufacturing, and then I really want to turn it over to this wonderful panel. So Mark asked me to kind of step in and MC while other things are going on. So as I mentioned to you earlier, I'm the managing director for advanced manufacturing and aerospace. Been with Jobs Ohio about 7 years, came out of industry with 3+ decades of experience, worked in aerospace and automotive with Honeywell, was off highway with Dana, and did some energy work with Rolls-Royce Energy Systems, actually here in Mount Vernon, Ohio, for about 4 years. And my education, have master's degree in engineering and in business from University of Notre Dame, and also a bachelor's degree in engineering from Purdue University. So that's who I am. If you jump to the next slide, my responsibility, as I mentioned, is really to monitor trends and set strategy for Ohio with regard to advanced manufacturing and aerospace. This slide, unfortunately, is a little bit condensed, but really what I wanted to tell you, since a lot of you don't necessarily know Ohio, what's important about it? It's the land of innovation, right? We created the aerospace industry. We created the flip-top can, the tire industry and polymers out of Akron. The list of the Edison, obviously born here, created the light bulb and the phonograph. The list goes on. So innovation is in our DNA, and when you look at the state, you've got really a unique state with the 3 Cs, Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati, Dayton, and Toledo, all fairly major MSAs. And you look, and you've got assets in each one of those. NASA Glenn up in Cleveland, you've got Wright-Patterson Air Force Research Labs and Life Cycle Management in Dayton. You've got Patel here in Columbus. 80+ campuses graduating engineers and technical students, STEM students. We're the third largest, as I mentioned, third largest manufacturing state. So innovation is in our DNA, and we all know, and we're going to learn more about that tomorrow, about the importance of innovation to really keep manufacturing relevant. So from my perspective, I have a big responsibility. I have a responsibility to ensure that we're protecting our industry, and also growing it. So in this disruptive environment, that's huge. Talent, because we're the third largest, we have talent. Now, do we have a talent challenge just like everybody else? Yes, but at least we have the baseline to work from, and that's important, hugely important. Market access. If you take a look at where we are, we're geographically blessed. We're sitting here right in the middle of the Midwest. 60% of the population in the United States is east of the Mississippi, and we're located halfway between the coast and the Mississippi, kind of halfway between New York and Chicago. So you can get there in a day. It's great stuff. You got access to your customers, you got access to your supply chain. What more do you need? Corporate leadership, we've got great companies, GE Aviation, Sherwin-Williams, Root Insurance, a number of Eaton, Parker Hannifin, Meggitt, I could go on. Great companies here in Ohio. Why? Because they thrive here in Ohio. So I want you to realize that it's much more, Jobs Ohio does much more than just offer financial incentives and connections. We are a B2B business partner, and we help companies engage across all of these pillars to help make them successful. If they're not successful, we're not successful. So it's really our responsibility to help. Next slide, please. We have to set strategy. We monitor trends. This slide speaks to it. I'm not going to go through everything, but fundamentally, COVID's been a major impact. It's exposed vulnerabilities in supply chain like we never thought existed. Lots of risk, material shortages, price increases. We heard about all that today. you know, what's going on, resilient supply chains, people are reacting to all of that we've learned in this, PPE being the most prolific example on supply chain disruption. Technology disruptions too, and you know, it's really an amazing time. A lot of things happening. Productivity only happens through technology, so fundamentally that's the challenge. That's where we're focused: additive, automation, electrification, sustainability, autonomy, all part of the disruption going on. And then, of course, talent and workforce. So our strategy in advanced manufacturing is really, you know, kind of broken down into three things. We want to attract more OEMs, tier ones. We want to grow and protect our installed base. How are we going to do that? We're focused on smart manufacturing. We've got a great cluster up in the Northeast that we're trying to leverage across the state. We're working on a modernization trial program within Jobs Ohio that recognizes prosperity as opposed to just job growth. And we're also looking at several talent initiatives, and you're going to hear more about those as we go. And then my strategy, my team's strategy is a AAA strategy, really focused on technologies. That's additive manufacturing, advanced materials, and automation. And those three permeate advanced manufacturing. And we really lean in and try to pick strategic projects in order to fund to drive those initiatives. The next slide's on aerospace, so I think we can end here. I want to get back to what we all came to hear is our panelists talk. So I'm gonna, I don't know if we have slides to queue up or not, but at least put the panel names up and we'll go through, let them introduce themselves and talk a little bit. Very good. I think what we're going to do, we're going to start off with with Catherine, the lady on the team here. Catherine is from Nottingham Spurk. We just had John Nottingham up here to share the video and talk about it. So Catherine, if you would introduce yourself and what you do with Nottingham Spurk and a little bit about what advanced manufacturing means.
So thanks everybody, and thanks to Mark for inviting me. John Nottingham kind of stole the show earlier, so you guys know where I work, and he's my boss, and we hope to see you there tomorrow. But, you know, I met Mark, and I've worked for 8 single-family offices and all over the world. I'm a New Yorker. I lived in Switzerland and London, and then I was hired by a firm in Cleveland, and I had never been to Cleveland. And boy, was I missing out. So we hope to see you tomorrow. I'll let the rest of my panel go into more detail, but, you know, it is really exciting to work for this firm that's made such an impact, but also we work on all of the themes Glenn talked about. And part of the reason why we're here is because we don't generate all these amazing ideas internally. We get them from outside industry, firms, investment firms, family offices. So all of the advanced manufacturing and, you know, aerospace, auto, all of those consumer products, medical devices are things that we can work on with you. So really, that was the message, and I can go into more detail.
Jonathan, if you'd like to go, or hand it over to Matthew to start it off. I know you two kind of collaborate. You could go.
So I'll do a quick introduction. So as Glenn has indicated, I'm one of the Jobs Ohio managing directors. So again, my name is Jonathan Bridges. I'm the managing director of automotive at Jobs Ohio. I've been at Jobs Ohio about 6 years. Prior to that, actually was at Dana Corporation prior to Glenn, and then spent a few years at the University of Toledo managing capital projects and investments for the 3 campuses of the university, and about 15 years with Chrysler, Daimler Chrysler again, FCA, in various aspects of engineering, operations, finance. I was the quantitative economist at Chrysler and the chief NAFTA economist at Daimler. So my background, different from Glenn's, but very much in the same space. I'm an economist, so I look at things a little bit differently, and so I guess we'll talk about that as we move forward.
Jonathan, your slide is up, just so you know.
Oh, should I go?
If you want to address that real quick.
Why don't we do intros and then background? So thank you. Welcome everybody. Matthew Friedman, principal owner and CEO of Bear Diversified, a group of companies based in Cleveland, Ohio. Cleveland, Ohio companies called Northern Stamping. We're a automotive supplier principally to General Motors, but also to what is now Stellantis and a couple of others. We've seen a lot of growth since I bought the company back in 2009, actually started in 96 and was grateful to have the opportunity to buy the company back. We've grown from 29 million in 2009 up to 150 million just in Ohio. We have a huge future trajectory. A lot of what we've done is through the help of Jonathan, Jobs Ohio. We actually are seeing, as a result of the craziness in the industry between the GM strike that occurred in 2019, the COVID shutdown, the semiconductor shortage now, that there's this huge pent-up demand that you've heard for already. So at a time where things are really condensed and slowed down, we're actually ramping up tremendously to get positioned to take advantage of this new demand, and actually are working closely with the Ohio Department of Development to provide a bond for us to add 9 new robotic weld cells and revamp a formerly abandoned lumber warehouse and transform it into a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility. So I've kind of been working with Mark and the rest of the 361 team to add that kind of down in the trenches sense of what's been going on since the pandemic.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Chambers. As Jonathan and Glenn are, I also come to you from Jobs Ohio, where I'm the Managing Director for Logistics, Distribution, and Supply Chain. Today marks my 365th day with Jobs Ohio, and prior to that, I retired as a partner with a Big Four consulting firm with a very clear focus on supply chain, where I led a number of practices both nationally and globally. And I'm also a retired military officer. We've seen a lot of change in the year that I've been with Jobs Ohio, certainly, as driven by the pandemic. Who would have thought how important cold storage was? Who would have known the impact of shutting down shipping from the Far East for a period of time, and how that would trickle throughout our entire supply chain, or God forbid a boat gets sideways in a canal, right? But at the same time, we've seen e-commerce and the need for distribution and fulfillment and automation of those sorts of facilities become extremely important. So there are a lot of trends happening in the logistics and supply chain industry. And while it's a standalone industry, it's also a very significant enabler of almost every other industry that we talk about. So thanks for having me here, and let's keep moving.
Since we have, Kevin, since we have you right here and we have your slide up, if you wouldn't mind, we'll get started and then we'll go right back down the table. So, Kevin, you did talk about the fact that your industry really supports a lot of different verticals. It's really critical, and we've seen e-commerce and the importance of that. If you would maybe take us down a little bit deeper into how your strategies for this sector are addressing the trends and what the opportunities are.
Thanks, Glenn. So, as was mentioned earlier, I think by you, Glenn, Ohio sits at an extremely strong geographic place when we talk about distribution and fulfillment centers and that sort of activity, because moving goods and services, whether they be in or out of distribution centers, we're within 1 day's drive of 60% of the U.S. and Canada population. A 600-mile radius around the state of Ohio puts you even on the other side of the Mississippi, but anywhere up and down the eastern seaboard. So it's a great geographic location. We have the third most highway linear miles, the fourth most rail miles, and when you couple that with 13 intermodal sites, we're able to move goods in and out, both raw materials for production and finished goods and materials that need to go elsewhere. So it's a very good geographic location. And when you think about that Midwestern work ethic, a lot of organizations have continue to choose Ohio to be their national distribution center or significant regional distribution centers. So great location. We see a lot of big names up there, but I think my strategy, Glenn, has been focused on making sure that those organizations that need to come to Ohio because they're spreading a blanket across the country, that they're welcome here, they understand how they can best fit in here, but also helping to attract those organizations when they're looking for that one place to go. And, you know, I know JP spoke this morning and others have spoken about the many advantages that Ohio brings from a tax perspective and other areas like that. We have a very strong team of individuals across all sectors that can attract organizations to come here. But it's really been a very good time for us, because when you put it all together and the way we've responded to COVID, the way our revenue stream at Jobs Ohio has stayed strong, as JP mentioned this morning, we continue to see success. So I'm focused on helping to understand and make connections with those organizations that really need to find a good place where they can reach most of the country, and that's really what Ohio brings us.
Great, thank you, Kevin. One area that Kevin and I overlap on is I have responsibility for aerospace, and of course today we are talking awful lot about drones, and drones will play a part in logistics, and I know Kevin's fully aware of that. We've got a number of efforts going on to work on developing use cases for FAA to demonstrate drone delivery for medical supplies, for drugs, and for organs. We're also working with Kroger down south, with a company called Drone Express to deliver groceries in prepackaged forms. And we're going to continue to lead in that space. Kevin, I don't know if you have anything to add in that regard, but I know it's certainly an important area for myself in aerospace.
Well, I think, as you know, Glenn, Ohio is leaning forward very strongly when it comes to the use of automated delivery, drones, whatever we want to, you know, there are a number of different things that I hadn't even thought about before really digging into this. We're talking, and the Ohio Department of Transportation is leading the way on this. We're talking about a lot of very large delivery platforms, whether they be in the air or on the ground, that are going to be automated to a certain extent as we go forward. And it's great to see some of the local and regional airports in the state of Ohio link up with some of the government agencies and step forward as places of innovation for automated transportation. And we're seeing that in Springfield. We're seeing some other locations that I won't mention, but it's very exciting to see where we're going to go with that, Glenn.
Is platooning a big part of what we're doing as well? Platooning, the caravanning of cargo trucks?
We're seeing test cases not only on the ground with trucks, but we're seeing it in the air with small aircraft and even medium-sized aircraft where you know, there will be a lead vehicle and others will follow it, whether it be, again, in the air or on the ground. And to me, that was mind-blowing to think about a year ago. Think about, you know, 10 or 12 aircraft flying across the sky, 11 of them without pilots, because they're all linked up through automation. And we've seen test cases of that now, not only in Ohio, but Ohio working with neighboring states to understand how that can work on the ground across state lines with all the technology that's available. So I'm very excited to see where that takes us.
Thank you, Kevin. Jonathan, Matthew, I'm not sure how you'd like to address this. I'm happy to let you guys choose who to kick this off.
So here, let me just do an intro, and then Jonathan, I'll let you fill in. So we've been working with Jobs Ohio really for a number of years. You talk about advanced automation. We kind of are the poster child of that on a smaller scale, and Ohio has been perfect for us because a lot of our critical vendors, Lincoln Electric up near us in Cleveland, and AIDA down in Dayton, from a servo press technology standpoint, have been critical for us. You know, Northern Stamping was always the little company that was able to compete against the much larger competitors, Flex & Gates, Magna Corporation, and where we've been able to compete is in our engineering and our technology, and we would not have been able to make those large ticket item investments but for the help we've gotten from the state of Ohio. And Jonathan, since he's joined, has been critical with working with us, as we've had a vision that sometimes has a story to it, but we've been able to put action behind our words.
Thank you. So maybe you can mention what type of part is yours. Can you mention your
Okay, so the actual parts. So we trailer hitches, right? So just anybody who has a trailer hitch on a General Motors or a Jeep brand pickup or SUV most likely has one of our trailer hitches on it.
Yeah, and so, you know, we talk about the various aspects of the automotive supply chain, right? And so that is a common part that you don't really think about until you need it, and then it's highly critical. And so we see this spectrum in the industry, right? Where you talk about how the industry is transforming, whether that is from our traditional industry to what we consider our advanced new part of our industry. I think my slide might be up, right? So, you know, everyone knows, at least it's highlighted there, right? We've got some pretty big OEMs. Some of those names you'll probably mention that are either in the light vehicle space, cars you would probably drive yourselves, or commercial vehicle space, vehicles that move product, like Kevin was mentioning. And so what we're seeing in the industry, though, is, you know, to Glenn's point earlier, is we want to protect what we see as our base, right? The types of manufacturing that Matthew was talking about, the OEMs that we're referring to on the screen behind us. But what we really are seeing now currently is a transformation in the industry, right? And from a propulsion standpoint. And the good and the bad of that, right? And everyone's looking for opportunities for investment, right? So the good and the bad of that is the OEMs have telegraphed and told the public that transformation is here when it comes to propulsion. And we are gravitating towards alternatives, not ICE, not diesel, but particularly electric or fuel cell, right? And so as we see the industry moving forward, what we are really targeting is how does Ohio maintain its advantage in the automotive ecosystem? And when I say that, you may not recognize that Ohio is the largest producer of engines in the United States. We're the second largest producer of transmissions in the United States. So, you know, products like Matthew is producing or common parts that go into engines and transmissions, that's our bread and butter. But the OEMs have already telegraphed that the industry is in transformation. And so how are we, as part of our goal at being Jobs Ohio, how do we inform the state and ensure that Ohio maintains its competitive advantage? So what we are targeting particularly now is in the battery space. And if you know, you've probably seen Northeast Ohio, we want a battery plant, right? That's fabulous. You know, they actually announced another one down in Tennessee. That's great as well. The big reason that that's great is because now that we're seeing the growth in that space of the finished product, batteries, now you're going to begin to see the growth of the supply chain. It's backwards because the supply chain doesn't exist here. And so to Kevin's point earlier, right, where Ohio is situated geographically, right, we can't change geography, we benefit from geography. Geography in the automotive ecosystem, we know that our friends up north are pretty strong when it comes to the automotive space. We don't have to mention names, we know who they are. But we also recognize that there's a lot of gravity going towards the south. I have a map, and it's not on this slide deck, but you see a lot of automotive assembly plants, right? Those are the whales. You have to feed the whale, right? An automotive assembly plant produces a vehicle. They produce vehicles about every 30, well, old days, probably about every 35 to 45 seconds a vehicle would come off the line. The gravity of the automotive industry remains in the northern part of the U.S., and where we are situated in the automotive ecosystem is extremely strong because all of the automotive OEM assembly plants, the majority of them reside well within our 8-hour drive from Ohio. What's really important about that is as we continue to see the industry transform, we're going to see the growth of the next phase of propulsion, batteries, and then we're going to see the growth and gravitation of the supply chain to support that. We can't change geography, but we benefit from geography. You can't change where chemicals come from, that's geology, but we can change how they are processed and where. And so Ohio is beginning to gravitate that activity as well to support what we see as the battery industry, which is the next phase of the automotive and actually aerospace industry as well, because they're using a lot of my batteries too. So I say my batteries, our batteries.
So Jonathan, I can actually support that. So for the next generation, for most of the pickups, General Motors is actually making sure a certain percentage are going to be based upon the EV. And so for that, they reached out to traditional suppliers like ourselves. So we are going to be launching for the first electric pickup for GM, the Power Electric Carrier, which is a fancy name for a battery tray. So they're going with those that they know are close, that can feed all their satellite plants, but that they have an existing relationship with. So you didn't even know that, but that's already happening.
Thank you both. I know we could go at length into the way that Jobs Ohio and Ohio ODOT is leaning into this advanced technology in terms of EVs as well as autonomous vehicles, but our time is short, so maybe we'll save that for offline. I did want to give Catherine an opportunity to talk a little bit more about what's going on at Nottingham Spurk. I know you can't necessarily talk about your current projects, but can you fill in a little bit of the space here that exists on what you're doing with advanced manufacturing?
Absolutely. And you know, we are connected with Jobs Ohio as well. So this new innovation center with Ernst & Young, which is unbelievable, so I can't wait to show it off to all of you, is a part of that network. And you know, all of these industries we're talking about, you know, people associate, like I said, the Midwest kind of old school industries. Well, guess what? I mean, you can innovate these old school industries and like what they're doing with batteries and things like that. And these are investment opportunities for all of us. We don't need the coasts to innovate for us. We can do that here. We have the talent and the drive. So, for example, one of our investments was Jacuzzi. We bought that. And that has been innovated since Ronald Reagan was in office. I mean, most women hate jacuzzis because they don't self-clean, they're messy. You're thinking, how can this be a category leader? But it's just not a great product. Why not buy it and transform it? You know, and those are the things we can do in all of these industries. And those are opportunities for wherever you live. So that's what we're trying to do here. And we've done, have had a great partnership with Jobs Ohio, but we also love partnering with people everywhere. So it's exciting to see family offices from all over the world here, and funds, and also our local partners here too, because I think there's just a lot to be done in these old school industries. I mean, they're not going away, they just need to be transformed, they just need to be innovated.
We learned recently, as we began several decades ago to envision the United States as a service entity and a design entity and throw the dirty manufacturing over the wall. We learned that that doesn't work because we missed out on the evolutional innovation that takes place in getting your hands dirty. You all never lost sight of that. You bring that, and you're leveraging that base in Ohio and helping it to transform.
Well, you know what's interesting too is I speak to investors and funds all over the world, and they were saying, for example, like a metalworks factory and a foundry, that the United States actually was cheaper to operate and employ than in China and Brazil now. I mean, that's incredible. That's really changed. Why can't we do more manufacturing here? I mean, we still make things. And that's really exciting. And I think that opportunity is here. And, you know, Peloton is moving here. I mean, there's a lot of great things happening in this state and this location. So it's a great location. And the cost of living, I mean, there's just a lot to say about it.
Thank you, Catherine. We have just a couple of minutes left. I did want to give you all an opportunity to ask this panel any questions that might be on your mind. So please take advantage of the opportunity.
So a question to Jonathan. You'd mentioned automotive. In light of the fact that BMW is incorporating hemp now into their facility in the Carolinas, I'm wondering if we have any such ambitions here in the U.S.
I'm sorry, I missed part of it.
Industrial hemp for the manufacture of panels, insulation, other automotive products.
So, I mean, those are innovations that BMW is doing specifically. I mean, I'll be honest with you. If I were having conversations with companies that were doing R&D in that space, I wouldn't be able to talk to you about it because we'd be in violation of IP. But again, those are the types of innovations, you know, back to Glenn's point earlier about R&D. I mean, we partner with companies that want to do R&D in the state of Ohio, regardless of the industry. So that particular instance could be something that, you know, would be lightweighting for automotive, definitely could be used for aerospace as well.
I'm interested to know what Jobs Ohio and the companies here are doing about the EV charging networks, perhaps to accommodate the new EVs, and then home charging products. Maybe that's a new item to manufacture.
Jonathan, you want to speak to that? Or I can as well. But.
So one of the things two things. So from a charging infrastructure, actually, the state of Ohio has recognized that Jobs Ohio has been able to support. So there are actually two studies that the Ohio Department of Transportation, via their group Drive Ohio, which is kind of their mobility group, they completed 2 vehicle charging infrastructure studies. They completed the light vehicle study, I think, about a year ago. I think the commercial vehicle study should be out public the next month or so. So again, what that does is identify the gaps in the infrastructure. You talk about food deserts, charging deserts, right? And so I think one that gives opportunity and insight to companies that want to invest in that space. The other part when it comes to charging companies or companies that want to either manufacture third-party chargers or those types of things, that is absolutely an area that we are actively pursuing and trying to be aggressive to support. If that answers. Okay.
I just add on to that. So ODOT, Ohio Department of Transportation, has oversight over most of that, but they're working in conjunction with a number of our MSA planning organizations so that we have collaboration across how we deploy, to allocate some of the money, federal dollars associated with this as well as state dollars, but how we deploy it in a way that makes sense, that continues to expand it from the major corridors on out into the rural areas. So we do have a developing plan that's going on in that regard. We have a NASA challenge that we won, that ODOT won, and part of that is not only developing use cases to fly and develop the FAA regs, but it's also to work with communities on community engagement for the deployment of autonomous vehicles and EV charging, because they kind of go hand in hand. So we're as told by NASA, Ohio is at the forefront of leading in terms of developing these technologies and engaging with some of our communities for the deployment. So that's NASA telling us that based on what they see across the nation, Ohio is leading in this regard.
It should be on the Ohio Department of Transportation's website. If you look under Drive Ohio, EV charging study. The other thing I'd like to mention to the charging point, not to say charge point, but you would talk about light vehicle and charging. They're doing as much activity in the air. So as we talk about on the ground and in the air, my aerospace friends with vertical takeoff and landing, Glenn.
Yeah, that's thank you, Jonathan, because in Ohio, and we'll soon be launching a new brand around this. I wish I could say it. We have it combined. We've put together our ODOT is Fly Ohio, Drive Ohio. We're working to integrate autonomy both in the air and on the ground, and all of the systems and infrastructure required. So, some really exciting things happening in that regard. I think we've exhausted our time today, so thank you very much. Please give a hand to the panel. Take advantage of their knowledge and expertise in the hallways and around the room. Thank you.
And just so you know, there will be breakouts for all these specific industries at 3:30. So we have the 2:30, and then there's a 3, and then 3:30 to 4:30 are breakouts, and then we all come back here. Pretty sure that's the schedule. I may be off by half an hour. Over to you. This is a consumer-ish cluster here. As you'll see, and then the final panel is more of a tech cluster.
Thanks, Mark. Whoa. If I could ask the panelists to head on up to the stage. So obviously we have a limited amount of time and we're covering a number of industries, but there will be breakouts, so you can ask and have discussion with the panelists later on in that session. I'm going to do a similar format to the last panel and ask each speaker to do a brief introduction and give some background, and then I'll turn it over to some questions from my end and then open it up to the audience. And we have about half hour. Maddox has to leave 5 minutes early because it takes him a little longer to get around, but he's flown in all the way from New York to attend, so please make sure you say hi to all the panelists afterwards. So why don't you start off, Maddox, and give an intro.
Thanks, Anna. My name is Maddox Swenson. I'm the founder and general partner of L2 Ventures. We are a venture and growth investment firm focused on investments in the cannabis industry, particularly technology and infrastructure companies that are building kind of the digital rails of this industry, as well as branded consumer products. Prior to launching L2, I co-led M&A and investments at IAC, focused on both minority and controlled transactions across different technology platforms that we're helping facilitate the offline to online transition across a number of different industries.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Brooke Radisky. I am the Vice President at Colleague Capital. Colleague Capital is the family office for Matt Colleague, who is the founder of a company called Leaf Filter Gutter Protection, which is now known as Leaf Home. We're based in Hudson, Ohio. And so the Colleague Capital is really the arm that's the traditional family office for Matt. We're actually branded as the Colleague Companies. We have a NASCAR team, a wealth management firm, a media brand, and some other aspects that fall under there. But our division at Colleague Capital is really investing in private equity and then real estate. And on the private equity side, we have a heavy focus on consumer, again, kind of related to the leaf filter product. And so that's part of my purpose on this panel today.
Hello, everyone. I'm Steve Davis. I'm the former chairman and CEO for Bob Evans Farms, based here in Ohio. Prior to that, I spent 14 years with Yum Brands, working on some of your favorites: Pizza Hut, Long John Silver's, A&W, Taco Bell, and KFC. And then I spent about 9 years in consumer packaged goods with Kraft General Foods. Currently, I serve on the boards of, it says IND director, so I guess I'm an independent director. I'm an independent director for Marathon Petroleum Corporation, Pittsburgh Paint and Glass, otherwise known as PPG Industries, American Eagle Outfitters, and the Albertsons Company. Albertsons was IPO'd a little bit about a year ago. I've served on corporate boards since 2006. A couple of boards that I served on that I'm no longer a part of is CenturyLink, which is now Lumens Corporation. I was on the Walgreens board when we did the Boots transaction, which was transformational and turned them from Walgreens to Walgreens Boots Alliance. I was on the Sonic Restaurant board, and also was part of a group of African Americans that launched the first SPAC. It was called the Legacy Acquisition Group, and we successfully did a transaction. So currently do board advisory work, serve on boards, and also do private equity consulting.
My name is Barry Adams. I want to be Steve's friend. I'm managing partner of Prairie Crest Capital. We are a venture capital firm that does early stage investing in ag tech and deep tech. We have a focus on things that are built. That's why we like coming to Columbus in Ohio. And we generally will review minority founders with a purpose to invest. And I will tell you, we founded our firm in Des Moines, Iowa. You know, we look at the top 1% to 2% of all investable assets, and we do deep diligence dives. But we also find that in the Midwest, there's certain things that are overlooked by both of the coasts, and that's where we thrive.
Hello, everyone. Hey, I am Carmen Brace. I am the CEO and founder of Aclara Research. We are a cannabis insights and data platform that is serving the needs of consumer packaged goods, healthcare, and cannabis clients with expanding legal adoption of cannabis. We have also partnered with two global data companies, Nielsen and Ipsos, on our go-to-market strategy to help CPG and healthcare clients understand the impact of cannabis on wellness and recreation. A bit about me. I am a former CPG executive, always leveraging data to drive market share for my clients, for the likes of ConAgra Foods, Mars Wrigley, and Campbell Soup. So really great to be here today and talk about what expanding legal cannabis access means for our country and for the state.
Thank you to all the panelists. Appreciate it. So I'm going to do my best to string together a wide range of industries, but I think it was already kind of done, interestingly enough, from Carmen. in terms of the data and analytics side being tied not only into the cannabis side, but also to healthcare. But I'll ask this, you know, we're in Ohio. Obviously, we had heard from several folks now from Jobs Ohio. The focus here is innovation and government support to let the private sector thrive. Cannabis is not yet here. But interestingly, I'm going to be talking to folks from the organization about when it does arrive. But in terms of innovation and growth, if the panelists could comment on, you know, what do you see as the biggest and most exciting aspect of what's happening in your industries that you're involved with in terms of growth drivers, and what are some of the biggest challenges to really scale that growth up and take it to the next level? Whoever would like to start.
I think it would be an understatement to say that we learned a lot from what happened with COVID-19. So I serve on a couple different company boards, as you heard, and so whenever I go to the board meeting, the first question I'd ask myself is, was COVID something that accelerated us to move faster? So in the case of Albertsons, people were getting their groceries delivered and picking them up probably at 2 to 5%. Well, that doubled and tripled overnight. So all of a sudden, we needed employees. I think we hired 80,000 people in a span of 6 months. People didn't want to go to the grocery stores, but then we had to get them groceries, so then people wanted to come to the parking lots and get it picked up, or they wanted it delivered. Fortunately, we had made a lot of the investments to do that. So that's a case where COVID actually accelerated the innovation. In the case of American Eagle Outfitters, because you were either deemed as an essential business, as you're well aware, I'm dating myself a little bit, you were deemed essential or not, and you weren't deemed essential. I don't want to say you were not essential, but if you were a business that wasn't deemed essential, you pretty much had to close your doors. So think about being a clothing retailer where you live from season to season 4 times a year. And if you're American Eagle Outfitters, the summer season and the back to school season, you know, it's kind of make or break for the year. So what it did is it forced the company to not only close their stores, but then reopen them with new merchandise, but then also change the way of thinking. For those of you who are in the retail business, one of the sayings is, stack it high and watch it fly, right? So you bring in all this inventory, you bring it into the stores, you hope to sell it, and you hope to discount it as little as you possibly can. Well, that changed overnight because all of a sudden consumers didn't want to come into the stores, even after the COVID restrictions were lifted. So that all the investments that we made in e-commerce started to pay off. So as you think about what COVID did, it made us think leaner and meaner. And then the other thing, and I'm sure everybody in this room can relate with this, working capital became a topic of discussion for everybody. Because all of a sudden, when you shut your business down, how do you still pay your bills? How do you pay your employees? What do you do with your employees? And the final thing I'll say, if you were a company, and this is where cultural capitalism really comes into play, if you were an inclusive company and you really did build culture and really focused on culture, coming out of COVID, you were a much better performer because you did the right things by your employees. Because the number one issue that employees had coming out of COVID is, are you creating a safe environment? One of the things American Eagle Outfitters did when they reopened the stores, they invested in, you know, you go to some of the doctor's offices or maybe to the airport and you put your face in the reader and then the reader tells you what your temperature is. We put that in all of our stores, all of our warehouses. So think about the message that sends to your employees. But I hadn't joined the board yet, so I was doing my little espionage before the interview. And when I walked up and saw that myself and I could gauge my own temperature, I said, now, not only is that a win for the employees, it's also a win for the customers. So this whole notion of innovation and disruption, it was interesting how COVID did the disruption to many of us, but we had to rebound, we had to rethink our entire business model, and I think the companies that did that well are going to be the beneficiaries. And I think you see that same thing happening here in Ohio.
So I think our answer is twofold for this. So one, the disruptions of the past year really changed how we look at investing. And so while it's not directly consumer related, we realized during COVID how much exposure we had to hotels, which traditionally and historically was great. Some of the top tier hotels in the country we were affiliated with, and then you step into a pandemic-like era where people aren't going to hotels, and that was really unprecedented. But it also created new avenues for us to make investments in. One of them is a grocery app and delivery service, so exactly to your point. But prior to the pandemic, there would be no way that our team would have looked at groceries, just given the margins and some of the logistical issues. But the innovation in the area really allowed us to step up, and that investment is one of our only very, very few venture investments. But we really believed in the space and believed that the space needed to be disrupted. And we really continue to use data continuously. So Matt's company, the original leaf filter, it wasn't gutters that made that company successful. It was data and taking that data and transforming it into sales. And so while we still own a relatively significant portion of that business, as we go and look at other businesses, whether they are control investments or just something that we're co-investing with, we say, okay, well, how can we take these best practices from data and transforming data into action in the way that leaf filter did, and do that with other industries, whether it's something else in the home product space, or we own a syrup company that makes syrups and sauces for coffee shops. We actually just sold that 2 weeks ago, but we owned it during COVID, and so part of the question is how can you take data and transform it into something really amazing, which I believe, Carmen, is what you were saying. Also, I'll just pass it on to you.
Perfect segue. I mean, when you think about how we leverage data to drive insights and business results, that's essentially why we're looking at how we create models that help us create better business decisions. When I think about opportunities and challenges within the cannabis space, I mean, let me think about the industry, right? So it's about a $20 billion industry as of last year. About 36 states offer legal access to cannabis across the United States, of course, Ohio being one of them. And when we think about, the impact that we all had, from a mental, socioeconomic perspective within the pandemic, the desire and the need for increased relaxation, a decrease of anxiety, a decrease of depression, all of those things are elements and need states, the reasons why consumers are using cannabis on an ongoing basis. And, we can look no further than the Gallup organization to know that, the percentage of people, the percentage of U.S. consumers that are using cannabis is growing and further. Our partners at Nielsen, as an example, as of last year, about 31% of all households within the United States have purchased a legal cannabinoid. So when you think about that, that's 30% of households across the United States that have purchased a legal cannabinoid. That rivals many traditional CPG categories in terms of household penetration. Now, we've got a while to go in terms of that purchase frequency, but when you think about the increase for the reasons that people are using cannabis, and again, we can look no further than anxiety, depression, and desire to relax, without a number of the adverse effects of a number of prescription drugs, alcohol, a number of other elements, that's what has consumer packaged goods and healthcare watching in this industry. When I think about, the challenges, of course, when we understand that it is not about really getting high, but it's about getting well, I think it's the challenge is to really change the perception of why people are using cannabinoids across the United States. And if we're able to change that perception, which I know we are on an ongoing basis, and I think, look no further than the acquisition of GW Pharma by Jazz Pharmaceuticals for about $7 billion earlier this year, focused on the sleep remedies and medications for this element. This is just another element and another indicator to everyone that cannabis is here to stay, that it's not about getting high, it is about getting well, and that many major companies, across healthcare and well as consumer packaged goods are paying attention and buying data and insights to make better business decisions.
Thanks, Carmen. Just to echo some of the things that Carmen had said, I think one of the things that's so fascinating about cannabis is how many different industries it touches. So that's definitely one, whether it's pharma, food, health and wellness in other ways. I think the interesting thing we saw with COVID is it just pulled forward, like it did with many other industries, One, decreasing the stigmatization of it, but it pulled forward this acceptance of what is going to be probably a $500 billion global industry at some point. The interesting thing about this industry is that unlike retail and Albertsons going through this transition, they have years of infrastructure that they've built to serve the consumer and businesses in a way that was done for a long period of time. The supply chain in this industry is being developed today in 2021, and so there's an enormous digital component of what is physical infrastructure. So, to one of the things that Carmen is solving is leveraging that data to make decisions, capital investment decisions around what should your warehouses look like, what are the lead times, what is a proper delivery cadence to your customers. All these things didn't exist, and so the kind of blank canvas to build an industry from scratch has a very heavy digital component. And as a result, you've seen a handful of companies that have garnered 40 to 50% market share, on the B2B side. One of our portfolio companies services 20% of all online ordering for cannabis in the U.S. And so, because you didn't have this infrastructure, the amount of growth and the speed at which these companies have been able to scale has been pretty dramatic. So, I'll leave it at that.
Quickly, I will say in the VC arena, COVID-19 led to either an offensive strategy or a defensive strategy, both on growth and valuation. So for ourselves, we took an offensive strategy for our portfolio. We had one company that digitized international shipping, and that company, on an offensive strategy, got investments from the Walton family and the Cargill family. A second investment we had that created vegan leather, vegan plastic, and that company received investments from Ralph Lauren, BMW, Allbirds, and Smart Shirts. A third company, which is why I'm here in Ohio, is that the company just received a partnership with the American Heart Association, and we're going to co-lead it with a family office in Iowa. So in Ohio, I'm from Iowa, so let's slip of the tongue. In Ohio. So these offensive versus defensive strategies were very important to the VC business as people still looked at that growth curve, and many of the early stage companies did not meet that growth curve because of either consumer demand or a change in taste. So I think that's the most important thing, and that's why we're here in Ohio.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to the audience for questions, and if there's no questions, I have plenty more to ask, but we have about 7 minutes left, so I want to make sure, given the distinguished panel we have here, people have a chance to interact, and as a reminder, there is a breakout session that you can chat further in. Any questions from the audience? No? Okay. Well, I'll keep going then. In terms of the economic cycle that we just kind of are going through here with COVID, everybody touched on that, and everybody touched on the value of data analytics. As you look at China being one of the biggest rivals the U.S. has today in a number of industries, and as well as the fact that they're quite astute at gathering information about their own citizens, other countries' citizens, et cetera. I'm not picking on China, I'm just stating what are facts. Where do you see the U.S. And Europe and other countries and regions kind of counteracting the speed at which China might be focusing on that innovation, and how do we tie that into kind of bottom-up approaches too? What are some technologies, some brands, some unique aspects of American companies that we can further kind of bolster to be more competitive into the future? Nobody wants to take that.
I'll start and I'll pass it down. I will say that one of the investments we're looking to close next month is around artificial intelligence in research. Remember when we were in college, we'd read these white papers and get out our yellow markers and kind of go through the whole thing. Well, and now we're going to intensify the acceleration of research with artificial intelligence, so ask a question that can be answered in a second. And these type of capabilities are going to, once again, put, American innovation on top of the world.
I had the privilege of, when we were at Young Brands, David Novak used to bring in authors of the popular reading at the time, Built to Last, and was one of the books that came out, and Collins came in to talk with us, and he talked about the great companies and the good companies. Remember, good and great. And so I was able to ask him a question, and I said, the one thing you said is that there wasn't a difference between the good and the great companies in terms of the data they had. So what really distinguished the great companies from the good companies? And he kind of looked up and said, that's a good question. He said, the good companies, not the great companies, have the data, but they seem to either be in a funk or they don't act on it. The great companies take action. And so, and sorry to personalize this a little bit, but when I was a new brand assistant at Kraft, and this is back in the 80s, and being a University of Chicago geek, we all into data analytics, but if you recall, the University of Chicago had launched the Center for Research and Security Prices back in the 30s or the 40s. And so they were ahead of their time, and so we were trying to do the same thing with marketing information. So when I was a brand manager, I was on the cheese business, and we were trying to decide, believe it or not, should Kraft stay in the natural cheese business? I mean, just think about that for a second. So being a young brand assistant, I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, you guys should be in the business. But we were losing market share. So all I did, we had all this pile of SAMI data. Remember the SAMI data? We're dating ourselves, right? This is the old school, just repositories of data. Well, I created a regression model that predicted market share because I wanted to see why we were losing market share. And we got an R-square of 0.8. But it was common sense. It was facing features, ACV distribution. You got to be in the store, you got to get the right displays, and you got to get the right number facing, right? Isn't that intuitive? But when you talk to the sales organization, I'm not throwing our sales organization on the bus. We heard all these stories as to why we were losing market share. But when you just dropped all the markets in this model, it basically said, you're not getting the distribution, you're not getting the facing. All the excuses went away. Then we did a reallocation of dollars. We said, okay, well, we used to literally, you remember this, everybody got the same pot of money. But we changed it. We said, well, if you can't drive your market share, I'm going to give it to the folks who are. You better believe that changed behavior. So I think the moral of this story, doesn't matter what part of the world, if you aren't using your data effectively, shame on you, because the data is typically there.
I know Maddox has to step away because it takes him longer to move, but thank you, Maddox, for being on the panel. Appreciate it.
Give Maddox a round of
Yes. Maddox has made it to the Chicago and then the Columbus event, so he's flown back and forth a couple of times here. Thank you. Go ahead. Oh, there's a question. Okay, great.
Thanks. I'm finding the data conversation to be fascinating. I worked in the media industry for about 15 years doing distribution. I actually used to work with CenturyLink as a partner, and then went over to the tech side. The Lieutenant Governor touched on broadband and broadband access earlier. And when I hear data, whether it's point of sale or I was in ad sales for a little while, looking at how we get data via Nielsen or someone else, for us, broadband was a huge area of concern in terms of how we're going to go beyond the coasts, to actually access data and then translate that data into sales. So is broadband access something that across your industries that is a concern for you? And if not, what would you say is one of your major concerns in terms of continuing to have access to data?
Then I'm going to pass it to him. Well, take the example that when I was talking about when COVID caused the shutdown, people couldn't go to the stores. So more people started using the internet. So you started hearing when companies reporting their earnings, you heard these incredible numbers of their e-commerce business. Well, I'm here to tell you that that hasn't slowed down. And like I think was said earlier, it just kind of accelerated that. If you want to grow your market share, you just got to be able to reach your people. It's just like you said, you're in the media business. You know, it's all about reach and frequency. You can't get frequency without the reach. So I think that it's going to be important that, you know, you saw this during COVID where you heard that, you know, students couldn't, you know, get their lessons at school because they didn't have access to the internet. So I think, in my mind, that's one of the best infrastructure investments we can make. So I hope whatever Washington, D.C. does, they connect the world, because look what happened when we launched the World Wide Web in a big way during the 90s and 2000 and the explosion that happened. And I'll never forget a professor saying, this is it. He said, many of us won't live to see anything like this ever again. But there are people out there who just, you know, can't even be part of a meeting. You know, sometimes I'm on board calls with, Board Vantage and Board Pack and all these other things, and we'll have a speaker, and all of a sudden they freeze. And so I'm saying to myself, wow, we just missed out on an opportunity. So think about what's happening to the people who can't shop, who can't go to school, who can't get the online degrees. All the things that we're trying to create is going to go through the internet. So we have to make that investment.
Quickly, Joe, you know, one of the changes in data is to look at it and understand the actionability from it. So in the VC business, VCs get lumped together, which is really unfair because there's each of us have different theses and different access points and everything else. But the truth is that because of the data, there is a refocus on early stage. There's a refocus on commercialization of college-based research. There's a refocus on certain things that manufacturing, which here in Chicago, and this refocus has turned the dollars and the amount of dollars here in Columbus. Yeah, it's here in Columbus. I'm still in Iowa, but that refocus, especially on manufacturing, is one of the things that Columbus is known for, and Ohio in general is known for, and that's what we're looking to do. Get that refocus from the data with VC dollars to do things that's never done before.
So as you were asking the question, I was trying to very much focus on what we do at Colleague Capital. And the answer is nothing to date. But as the rest of the panel was speaking, our Colleague Giving, which is our charitable and philanthropic arm, the last 2 years in a row has raised probably over $500,000 to get broadband in inner city school district areas for the kids of Cleveland, because that, when COVID came about, was a huge issue. So it wasn't necessarily how do we convert people into customers or how do we track their data, but our team, at least to some degree, has been focused on getting broadband, getting, you know, some kind of internet to the kids when they need it. So we're very philanthropic in that way, but we haven't converted them to customers yet.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate all of your insights, and I'm glad we strung it together somehow in a relevant way. So please give our panelists a round of applause. And they will be around, hopefully, in the breakout session, so you can go into more detail.
So if we could switch over to our last panel before the breakouts, focusing on a cluster of tech. We've got some new additions. And don't be afraid, I might just call out on you as well. Archie Ravi Shankar just arrived, and he's an innovative guy, and he co-hosted our SALT reception, so please come join. And Eddie Vonderpark? We did this at the Harvard Club, you remember that? We brought Chris Wood up, and now he was looking for a company, and now he's killing it. I called you up randomly, and now look at you, you're killing it. So that means, Arch, you're going to kill it. Lieutenant Governor said Ohio's killing it. Okay, so some of your pictures aren't up here, but you're all doing innovative things in tech. Some say every company is a fintech company. Even a swimming instruction school we found you have to be a leader in fintech, whatever industry. So with that, I turn it to you.
Thank you, Mark. So I will once again start with broader concepts so we can tie in the number of panels we have. If you could give a 10-second background on yourselves, because I want to make sure the audience has a chance to ask questions, and also myself. And then I'll get right into it after that. I'll start on this side.
Sure. So hi, everyone. I'm Mark Appel, the CEO of Orange Grove Bio. We're a biotech holding company. We work with about 40 universities across the country, the real focus on the Midwest, and actually a real focus even more so on Ohio, to spin out early stage therapeutics ideas, take those forward into clinical stage, and spin them out as new companies. So we're sort of a company building other companies, and we've just recently moved our headquarters to Cincinnati. So excited to be here.
Hi, everybody. I'm Don Burton, and I'm the managing partner of Learn Capital, Learn Start, and we focus, we're a venture capital fund focused exclusively on the education, learning, and talent sector, and we do that at the earliest stages, early childhood development, all the way through K-12, higher ed, and workforce, L&D, learning and development.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela Gorin, and I'm the founder of Tap & Go Technologies. We are a neobank or challenger bank, both licensed in Canada and the US, and I'm looking forward to learning a little bit more about everybody on the panel. And aside from that, I'm also a professional athlete. So for those that obviously met me in the last couple of days, but there you go.
Hey, my name is Mohsin Masood. I'm the founder and CEO for Accrue. Accrue is a platform for fractional real estate investing with a primary and a secondary market. Now the pressure is on for me for the 10 seconds, so I'm going to end it right there. But Eddie.
Drop the mic. So my name is Eddie Vanderpaart, and I am founder and co-manager of Virtue Capital Partners, a impact early stage VC fund.
Hi, I'm Archie. I'm the founder and CEO of Cogni. We are based in New York. What we're looking to do is build America's first super app where banking, lifestyle, and commerce exist on a single application. How we look at the world is the whole Web 2.0 is moving from 2.0 to 3.0. So we are trying to build a layer on top of a banking ecosystem where you can take your money from physical world into the metaverse as well and bring them whole into one single ecosystem.
Hello, I'm Seth Hertline. I'm head of policy and government relations at the Stellar Development Foundation. SDF is a nonprofit organization that supports the Stellar blockchain, which is optimized for payments and digital asset issuance. And I am a registered crypto lobbyist, which makes me pretty rare.
Thank you very much for the quick intro. So I will start off by tying it all together with democratization, the use of information, whether it's tracing and tracking with blockchain, or it is making investing more available, or empowering brands to be able to access their users more easily and directly. So if and anybody can jump in if they'd like, and I'm going to pick on Eddie because, as he knows, you get called onto the panel last minute by Mark. You want to be put on the spot a little bit more by answering it first. So I'm going to pick on him. But if you could talk about what you see in terms of trends of empowering people with information and giving access to folks in terms of access to investing or other facets of the world we live in today.
Yeah, so this is really interesting. So I met Archie, I think, a week and a half ago. I met Angela, I think, 3 days ago, and I met you 2 days ago. And the business plans of all these guys are actually around democratization and about making and providing access to folks, services and products to folks who typically now don't have access. And so as much as I want to talk a lot about it, it's much more important for them because they can tell their story much better to see what it's about. But I'm definitely following these three kids here around because they're going to improve the world and change the world and make multiples on investors' money. which I happen to be in the business of that. So it's an important theme across impact and across, I think, almost all sectors that have to do with tech to do this. But I think you should ask those three people. I highly recommend it.
Well, I think to comment back on what Eddie just said, actually all three of us have already connected. So Archie, and we just met outside, right? So, and I think the best part, that starts to show the ability and the movement and the access points, not just of founders, but also individuals that are out in the marketplace to be able to make access to what we're trying to innovate on. So we just struck a deal outside on blockchain, on innovation, and it's something that if we were trying to go to a traditional bank to try to make some of those access points, it could be months, it could be years. Government relations, it would be the same thing. So I think what's really innovative is you take a bunch of individuals that are trying to disrupt the marketplace and to address an audience that's absolutely out there that has a demand, we can fit it. So I think the uniqueness is that each one of our businesses, we have specific needs that we're trying to target for our audiences. So I think you could address the market that you're talking to, and maybe I'm going to pass the mic over, and then Archie should answer on the same point, because each one of our companies is in the fintech and the blockchain and has movement of what we're doing to cross barriers to different markets, but we're all focused on different markets. However, they align. How do they align?
So the single goal of democratizing access to capital, to wealth building, to benefits of utilizing the funds that you use already, that all comes together under that fact of democratization. And using technology for enabling that, be it blockchain, be it other aspects of it, it is really where it becomes super. Switching mics. Let's see if this works better. It's really where it becomes where it becomes very interesting. So we use blockchain as the underlying tech without having the exposure of crypto and enabling everyone to be able to invest in commercial real estate assets. So instead of $250K, now people can invest with $1,000, which is really nearly unheard of in the commercial real estate space. Similarly, whether it's providing benefits on the capital that you spend through neobanking or through Archie's product. And I'll pass it on, and I'll let you talk about your thing.
And we didn't rehearse this, by the way.
So all as organic as it gets, right? So. Exactly.
How we look at the world is the distribution of product, service, and content has been happening through social media, and that distribution is expensive, and the conversion is pretty bad, right? If you look at all the major banks in the world, they have a market capitalization of about $400 billion, and then you have internet and internet tooling companies have $1 trillion valuation, which means that the value leaves from the banking ecosystem and goes into the internet tooling ecosystem. And obviously, those internet companies were started to about providing value to the consumers, but that value chain has changed. They're extracting more value from the customers than actually providing value to the customers. So we said, as a financial institution, FDIC insured, we're going to be a bank, but then we started thinking, why can't your bank be your dating app? Why can't your bank be a ride-sharing company? Why can't your bank be your e-commerce company? And so that's what we went about building it. And then as we saw the discretionary spend happening so much, especially fast fashion, going out and spending more time on the internet, and as you know, the whole ecosystem was built on Web 2.0, we said, okay, why don't we go and build a Web 3.0 on top where you can actually start living within the metaverse. So that's how we think of our product vision. And we are trying to really bridge that delta of where the discretionary spend happens and trying to capture value at the banking layer. So that's what we're trying to do.
Don, could you comment on how this impacts the education ed tech field?
Is that working? Yeah. So in the education space, obviously there's been a first wave of companies that have taken the content from MIT, Harvard, Stanford, and these great universities that were just servicing elite, very small classes of elite individuals, and they've made their courses available to the globe. And that started off in 2011 as what was called the MOOC, the Massively Open Online Courses. And basically what they did with the first technology is, just made it accessible. So if you wanted to take the best courses in machine learning at MIT, you could do that from India or anywhere, and you could do it for free, or if you wanted a certificate, you paid a nominal fee to get your certificate. And again, this is a perfect example of amazing amount of access. But what we're starting to see now, and that was kind of EdTech 1.0, and what we're seeing now with EdTech 2.0 is like, well, geez, maybe we could do a little bit something different to help propel learning than just lecturing and having multiple choice questions, right? So in EdTech 2.0, you started to think about the affordances that technology gave you, and it wasn't just about accessibility, it was about how do we actually help people get competent at things in a more effective way. So you're starting to see things like, this is called EdTech 2.0, where you flip the classroom, and so you have personalized learning. So you watch the lecture before you get to a class, and then you do your worksheets, and the teacher walks around to small groups, and there's personalized learning where they understand what you know so that they can customize the content to who you are. And that was kind of EdTech 2.0. And then EdTech 3.0 is like, geez, that's just taking the limited amount of stuff that we already do in the schooling model, and let's think about, how does the real world work? How do people get competent in the real world? And it's not just about content distribution or information transfer. It's about, feedback. Like I have to do something. I fail, or I'm as good as I am now, but I get feedback by someone better than me, and I start to develop an entire new judgment system and get really good because I'm getting scaffolded in that competence that I care about or I want to get better at. So you're starting to see not only access in the EdTech space, but really transformation. And the gentleman just mentioned the metaverse. A lot of different affordances enabled by the metaverse, and simulations are going to be really big in education, because instead of just reading about it, you go do it, and it's a simulation, and you can get AI feedback, and then get expert feedback and one-on-one feedback. It's going to just change how people get really good at competent at things that matter in the real world, instead of just becoming a good student or a good schooler, because Google's done the research on this, that if you're a good schooler, top at Harvard, Stanford, top 10%, it has no predictive value on how you're going to perform in that function at Google. And they've done the research, if you're good at schooling, it means you're going to be good at schooling. And it does give you a huge amount of opportunity, because that's the only game we have in town, but there's the adult world's infinite amount of roles and responsibilities, so let's get people matched to where they can be in the top 10% of their competence. So that's a little bit about EdTech. Sorry for droning on.
Thank you. Any other panelists have comments on the edges there?
Sure. So clearly the biotech industry is a little bit of a different one. When we talk about democratization, we're not talking about everybody kind of stepping out and saying, how do I directly become a drug discoverer? That would probably not result in great outcomes. But there is really a democratization going on where historically you really had a couple of hubs, a couple of cities where pretty much all the drug innovation was occurring. It's not because the research was only occurring there. It's because the full ecosystems had sort of been built out. A lot of the money had made their bets, saying, okay, Boston, San Francisco, maybe a little bit New York, San Diego, these are the places where drug development happens. And what we're seeing now is more and more universities, really over the flyover states, as people call them, are opening up their doors and saying, actually, we have billions of dollars of academic research, and we're open for business. And if folks want to come here and work with us, there's a lot of more drug development that can occur and more therapies that can be brought to market and done so rapidly. And so that was really the idea behind Orange Grove, actually, our business, was we found these universities were asking for a solution, looking for a partner. If we could help bring some of that talent to bear, bring some of the financial resources to bear, we could get a lot more programs advanced. And we found that over the past several years, we've been able to do that with a good number of institutions. So there's different forms of democratization going on across different fields. I'd say maybe the biotech one's a little bit more opaque, but there is sort of a leveling of the playing field that's going on now, and a chance for more centers of excellence to emerge.
Thank you. So I'm going to hop over to another area of conversation. And so we're talking about democratization and data, and a lot of things driven off of that. In terms of the ethics of this, we are all working with data on customers and users, et cetera. And obviously the big firms have certain policies or conveniently don't make any policies until they're forced to, or whatever the situation might be. But where do you think some of the challenges will be of using that data in an ethical manner to enhance returns or growth? Or we had a comment from the last panel about the difference between good and great companies and being actionable. But how do we figure out some of the lines that need to be drawn, especially when if you combine the data of all of the panelists and their portfolio companies, for example, you may start to figure out a lot of detail about a particular person, from their real estate investment habits to their brand loyalties. How do you think that space is going to evolve going forward? Any takers on that one? Tough question? Easy question?
It is a tough question, but it's a good one. Well, I look at the future of where are the next model of consumers, right? So you got to think about, I love the fact that the former panels were really looking at next gen, and there's a couple of founders in here that are next gen. And I think you have to look at like, where are they spending their time and their capital, right? Like looking at microfinancing to fracture and make investments in real estate, smart. So I always kind of think about who the person is, and data sovereignty is a number one. If you go and ask anybody that's coming out or is in university right now, their big goal is to have data sovereignty. So as we look at where forward movements are, is to really understand who the customer is. But if you respect that customer as a company and you build that into your policy and you let them know that that's how you're going to use their data, is to get to know them, which we're all about as businesses, your KYCs, that's so important. So I guess there's a trigger point of accountability and accessibility, and how do you align that? So it's really about being an honest company. And I think that's, as we build better businesses, there's the ethics that go into that. So I always personally, with Tap and Go Technologies, the number one thing, because we're both a B2B and a B2C market that goes into our neobank, I think the most important part is letting our small business owners know they have certain access points to the customers that are consumers of their brands. But at the same point in time, the customers are just equally as important, because they are also the consumers of those brands. So it's letting them know they belong in an ecosystem that has an ethos. So it's really directing and making sure your policies are very clear to your customers. And I think we're seeing that out of the last decade, is for sure a lot of the tech companies that are out there were not necessarily making their policies so clear. So if you can put everything into a one-pager and say, this is what we're doing and this is how we do it, and we want you to be involved, then you're putting the power into the customer's hands to be involved and join.
Bring Seth into the conversation too. How about in the metaverse, compensation or for engagement, like micropayments through crypto for your customers, for their attention, for their point of view?
Yeah, so interesting. So that's actually, so my company, Tap and Go Technologies, we actually specialize in rewards. So we've built into the ecosystem the ability, number one thing is, I guess, how many of you transaction today? How many people pulled out a card or your bank account or did an e-transfer of some sort, right? Did your bank pay you to do that? Or did the brand get any incentive as a small business owner? You're a small business owner in fashion design, right? How much does it cost to try to acquire a customer? So what we've built into the ecosystem of building a neobank that has specific niche verticals is the ability to lower the acquisition cost for the brand or the association or the organization, the fashion designer that owns that website, to actually get to the customer that's making that direct transaction with their card or their e-wallet. So now we've lowered your transaction, we've got you a great customer, and we can actually give you a better transaction because we're gonna ask the brand to give a part of what that acquisition cost she or he would have spent back to you. So that's how we're doing it through Tap and Go Technologies, and we're specializing moving forward. So hopefully that answers that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So that's actually one of the best and most innovative use cases for crypto is micropayments, and we're seeing a lot of growth there. So on the Stellar network, there's I guess I should start just by saying that Stellar is a public permissionless blockchain, which means that anybody can use it, build on it whenever they want, right? There's no gatekeeper that controls access. There's no one that has to approve you to use the platform. And so one of the companies that is building applications on Stellar is called Satoshi Pay. They're out of Germany. And their first use case was micropayments for news articles. And so the sort of the subscription model of sort of online information, it's starting to sort of show its age a little bit, feel dated. People don't really like to commit to subscription payment models when they don't have to. And so Satoshi Pay saw an opportunity, and so what they do is they partner with content creators, news platforms, newspapers, things like that, and allow consumers to sort of buy an article at a time, right? And if which you can do on blockchain, but it's hard if you want to pay sort of one-time payment using a credit card for a news article, right? The cost of the article might be 10 cents, but your sort of your bank interchange fee to process a transaction is 30 cents or 50 cents, right? The economics don't work. But blockchain doesn't care, right? It doesn't matter to the blockchain if your transaction is $100 million or a fraction of a cent, right? It's the same cost to process that transaction. And so certain, and some blockchains are more efficient than others. Stellar happens to be very efficient, and so it's a great platform for those very small micropayments for news. But we're actually seeing it spread to other uses too, like music streaming and other forms of content.
What's the biggest issue or hurdle that you're facing with activity lobbying? Is it government regulation? What's the biggest limiting factor?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the two biggest obstacles for the technology is, and they're somewhat intertwined, but government regulation is one, and then just sort of mainstream user adoption is the other. Blockchain and crypto still has a relatively steep learning curve. It's not quite as intuitive yet as other types of technologies. And I think the industry is very well aware of that and is working on making that more seamless. But there's still a lot of friction in becoming a crypto user. But on the other side, on the government side, I think it's very true. I'm sure everyone remembers the Ronald Reagan quote of the 9 scariest words in the English language are "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Well, the government is trying to help crypto a lot right now.
Any other questions from the audience? Okay. I guess I'm the number one questioner today. So I'll switch over to kind of the vision for the future. I've had the pleasure of speaking to many of you over the last it feels like months now, as we've gone through Chicago, Detroit, Cincinnati, and then here in Columbus. Where do you think your space is going to be 5 years from now? Let's just go with 5 because some amazing things will happen in 10. So, but where do you think your space will be in 5 years from now?
That's a Pandora's box, probably for most of the panelists here, since these industries are moving so quickly. And probably 5 years ago, we couldn't have predicted where we would be. And probably 5 years ago, we couldn't have predicted where we would be in most of those spaces today. I can tell you on the health side, I think you're seeing a lot more of an integration across spaces, whereas historically you would have said there's a space called biotech where people are developing drugs. There's a space called health tech where people are trying to figure out delivery of care. There are hospital systems. There are kind of people working on certain digital therapeutics now, which start to bridge across some of these lines. You have people working on AI solutions and how that plays into the health industry. You're seeing a confluence of all of these, and you're seeing most of the companies approaching multiple of these different angles simultaneously. And obviously, everybody's kind of aware of some of these trends happening, even the big companies, and they're starting to, whereas you would never have thought an insurance company would be investing in a health tech solution for patients or investing in a drug. You're seeing some of these things happen now. And so it's I think, pretty fantastic. It means a lot more collaboration across the industry. I mean, by the time we're all meeting 5 years from now, we may not just be folks who are in adjacent industries that are figuring out where they overlap and how to do deals. We'll be figuring out how to do a healthcare banking deal potentially. So I think you're going to see more of this confluence of the industries as kind of innovation moves forward. So.
Totally agree. And in the education space, again, I think that you're going to see, we're at a historic inflection point, I really think, because we're moving from, a system we invented for the industrial age, and we haven't quite figured out what the system looks like for the innovation age, but there's certainly everyone can agree that, the fourth industrial revolution is going to require a completely different skill set than kind of the skill sets that we're looking for at outcomes. Those are necessary, but not nearly sufficient for the innovation age. And so we're really going to transition from the way we do education now to a completely different way, and we really don't fully understand what that's going to look like. But certainly it's going to be continuous learning. So it's not going to be, I go to school early in my career, I'm done, I get my degree, and then I never learn again. I just, stay at the same job. That's not going to happen, right? So you're going to have the melding of future of work and the future of education. So if I want to get better at something and get competent at something in the real world, you're going to have schools aren't going to be these kind of arbitrary places that are up on the hill that you go to. Like school is going to come to you in your workflow. Wherever you need to be really good and competent at something, you're going to have people showing up, giving you feedback and giving you one-on-one mentoring, giving you peer-to-peer mentoring, really interesting ways of scaling it. So I think you're going to see, continuous learning happening throughout your career. It's not going to be like I get my degree and I'm done. And then you're going to see a very, very different way of capability building. It's not just going to be information transfer and multiple choice tests. It's going to be, I got to do things, I care about things, I got to do things, and then I get feedback and I manage my attention about what's working, what's not, and I develop my judgment system, which is a very different way of getting competent and going up the competence curve.
I guess in the space that I'm in, from the neobank standpoint, I think what's really neat is this phase that we're going to see in the next year, 2 years, 5 years for sure, of open banking and DeFi. So when you think about making a payment here or over in Europe or overseas in the Asia Pacific market, it doesn't matter where or what you're transactioning, you'll be able to whip out your tap and go and contactless mobile payments and not be charged this huge astronomical international fee to actually transaction. And I already see the intersect between health and ed tech, even with what we're doing because of the verticals, like talking about specific niche markets. We're already looking at, especially in the US, I come from Canada, the US, your health space is very expensive and not much affordable, right, when it comes to health insurance. So one of the major things we've already started to look at is the health savings account. And our first vertical focuses on healthy living and how do we make healthy living more accessible and affordable for everybody, and that includes insurance. So I think it's really neat to have organizations looking at using the marketplace we've built with brands that are healthy living as their HSAs, and how can they incentivize and use that to be able to reward themselves with cash that they use on day-to-day spend to afford the insurance to live an active and a more healthy lifestyle. So there is crossovers, and the same can go with education. So I'm excited about where open banking is going. I'm very excited about where we can do more data sovereignty and also the DeFi market. So.
Yeah, so our industry in 5 years is a little tricky, right? So we're in two different industries. We're in real estate, and then we're utilizing blockchain. Real estate is something that moves at a snail's pace and is now at a point where it's changing drastically. We're disrupting the industry. There's other technology out there that's disrupting the real estate transactional processes in different ways, or real estate management side of things. But blockchain side of things is what I'm really keen to see where it goes in 5 years. I think the biggest aspect is the differentiation between blockchain and crypto in itself. Crypto is a subset of blockchain. Blockchain is more of a general purpose utility. Yes, having it's a byproduct of the Bitcoin, but the distributed ledger technology is something that can really change and have a major impact over the next 5 and 10 years. If you compare it to the internet, in the year 2000, how many people would have thought that they were going to be buying books online, that Blockbuster was going to go out of business thanks to Netflix or other streaming services? And it took a good 10 to 12 years for that adoption to take place. Blockchain, on the other hand, is happening lightning fast compared to that. Adoption on the blockchain, be it for cryptocurrencies, be it in metaverse, be it in the supply chain world, be it in real estate like us, is happening a lot faster than the internet world came into being. It's 5 years is like a lifetime when we talk about such technologies, and it is going to be, in my opinion, going to have a major impact. I was on a panel with Hester Price earlier, a few months ago, one of the SEC commissioners, and we were talking about how the securities world is going to completely change. Whether it's going to be tokens, security tokens, or NFTs, or what kind of digitization is going to happen, it's definitely going to be on a distributed ledger. It's definitely going to use the efficiencies of it. There's networks like Stellar, which have their own benefits and their own efficiencies, like micropayments, one of the best platforms out there for it. And every protocol has its own benefit to it, but as you see, these are changing every day, and there's a lot of improvement that's happening, but at the same time, a lot of innovation that's happening. And the more we see the adoption of blockchain in a way or in a mechanism that's user-friendly, like Coinbase introduced cryptocurrency trading, or like we're aiming to introduce real estate investing, while we're using blockchain, you don't have to download a crazy wallet, or you don't have to do all of these customer inefficient mechanisms. We've tried to streamline the processes for it. And the more adoption you see with more streamlined user interface and user experiences, the faster this adoption will go through.
Thank you. If we could do the rest in 30 seconds each, that would be great. We're out of time, so yeah, if we could keep going and just 30-second thoughts on where you see things developing.
I agree, Monson. The development of technology in general will even rapidly increase from here, and not only stay stable. So in terms of impact investing, which I'll make my comment on that one, impact right now is typically some type of check in the box or ESG, or maybe I can get it if lucky. So impact as sort of a tool, that's sort of where we are right now. But impact investing, particularly driven by the younger generation, my kids, your kids, will be a weapon and also a requirement for us. And by the way, for all of us, all of our companies, because people will look for additional value, not just shareholder value. And so double bottom line thinking in many ways will become sort of the norm, and which I'm super excited about. And that's why we jump on this bandwagon. I think in all of our companies, that's sort of a necessity. The big part in our conversation going forward will be governance, and will be an understanding of how to integrate that in companies, and that's where we are very early innings of.
I mean, we think very linear, and the technology is always very exponential. And many a time, as a founder, when I see the world in the next 5 years, we start looking at, with Cogni, innovating on two sides, one on Web 2.0 and one on Web 3.0. In Web 2.0, what we did was anyone who has a direct deposit with us, we give them mobile phone insurance, travel insurance, purchase protection, emergency dental, rideshare, extended warranty, everything for free. We don't charge them anything at all. And then next month, we are launching a product where you can actually borrow $1,000 at 0% interest, paid back in few installments. And this week, we are going live with a unique functionality that every time you make a transaction, you'd be able to see the carbon footprint on every single transaction, and how you can make it to net zero. Well, that's 2.0 development, and as you said, 3.0, there's a whole group of people who don't understand what is metaverse. It's like saying, hey, what is cloud? It took a lot of time for people to understand, where is my stuff going? So we said, okay, we're going to build the tooling, then when you can take your $1,000 and take it to the metaverse world and spend it. So we are very closely working with Solana and FTX. They're our biggest partners. Obviously, we'll be releasing that partnership very soon, but this audience is the first to know about it. We are very excited to work with them. Sam, who's the founder of FTX, I see him as a phenomenal guy. He's been playing 4-dimensional chess. He's the only entrepreneur I've seen play 4-dimensional chess, especially with this whole ecosystem, whether lobbying, making sure that regulatory frameworks work with them. So what we're trying to do is build a tooling system where people in the Web 2.0 can go into Web 3.0 and play a lot more efficiently without all those complicated, mumble jumble words that we don't have to worry about, making the UI and UX a lot more simpler. So that's how we see the innovation happening, and we want to be the platform of choice to make that happen. So we are very, very focused on simplifying complicated stuff and making things a lot easier for the consumers. That's how we look at it.
So I guess one of the benefits of going last is you have the most time to think about your answer. So I think very quickly in the crypto and blockchain space, three things that I think we'll see in 5 to 10 years, and they sort of build on each other. The first is, I think we're going to see sort of the complexities of crypto from a user perspective get abstracted away. And so it sounds like some of the things that you're working on. What I mean by that is people will be using blockchain in the background without even knowing it. I think once that happens, that opens the door for two other things. So first, I think blockchain is increasingly going to be incorporated behind the scenes in lots of different industries. I think it's going to eat finance, but it will spread out to a lot of other industries as well. Again, I think behind the scenes. I think for blockchain to work, it's got to be easy, and I think it'll get there. And then, so if you combine those two things, I think it brings me to my last point that I think we'll see is, these large, sort of gatekeepers to our data and our computing power. Folks like Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, those sorts of things are going to face some serious competition from decentralized, more trustless blockchain alternatives. And you mentioned Solana. We're seeing, there's sort of a direct competitor to AWS and Google Cloud now on Solana, where you can store data infinitely for a fixed upfront price. You don't sort of have to pay rent to Amazon. Things like that. So I think those are the three things to look out for. And the fourth thing that I'll mention to keep an eye on is Sam Bankman-Fried from FTX. He's a sharp guy. Keep your eye on him.
Please help me in thanking another great set of panelists. Thank you very much. So I have a couple of quick announcements to make as far as next events. And this will kind of conclude the broadcast over Zoom. But if you're interested in the breakouts that we had listed before, you can see it kind of on the screen. The industrials breakouts will be in room 111, which is out in the back door there to my right and around the corner. Both rooms are on that side. The cannabis room will be in 113, also down there. Since I'm a cannabis-focused person, I'm just going to mention we're going to be exploring everything about the plant, both from the industrial perspective, things like ag tech, making sustainable materials for multiple industries, as well as the user side of cannabis as far as medicinal and recreational usage. That'll be in room 113, and then for the other two sets of industries, for health, food, and F&B, we're going to do back of this main room. So we're going to just reconfigure some of the tables so you're kind of sitting close to each other. And then the final one, what is the final one? Tech, we're going to be doing in the front of the room, closer to the panelist table here. So thank you all very much for the main part.
So we'll all come back. So take 5-10 minutes, do your thing, and then we'll get some tables assembled. The main thing is this is where Denison Connecting started this, is you go around, introduce yourself, and if you have an ask, a quick ask, and then afterwards it's an organic discussion. So just introduce yourself, your company, what are you doing. If you're asking for something, you need talent, money, whatever it is, or you're looking for certain things to invest in, just state that quickly, and then have an organic discussion. Come back here at 4:30, we debrief over cocktails or wine and beer. One or two moderators will come up here and give the takeaways from those 4 cluster breakouts. See you soon.